Chapter 601. According to the statistics of the various branches of the Tang Dynasty daily, there were a total of 3,800 students who applied for the Yanhuang Academy. Even if they used the 50% reference rate, there would still be more than 1,900 students who came to take the exam. This number was more than the number of examinees who came to Chang, and every year. The imperial exam of the Tang Dynasty was held in January or February every year. Generally, registration would start in November of the previous year. The exam location was at the southern courtyard of the Ministry of Rites of the Shangshu province. The examiner was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites. Generally, the number of examinees who came to Chang'an for the exam every year was around 1,000. At its peak, it could reach 2,000 examinees. However, Li Zishuan's academy was able to attract 4,000 examinees. One had to say that his publicity work was really on point. In many people's eyes, Yanhuang College's entrance exam was second only to the imperial exam. After all, the imperial exam had a limited number of examinees. Mingjing could not exceed 100 examinees. Jinshi could not exceed 30 examinees. Yanhuang College didn't seem to have any restrictions as long as one could pass the exam. After entering Yanhuang College, one could use the Yanhuang College's mathematics to participate in the imperial exam. If one failed, one could use engineering to earn money to support his family and become a rich man. Or one could invent a divine artifact. Like Li Zishuan, one could directly become a baron from a commoner and reach the pinnacle of life. Of course, there were fewer people who took the imperial exam than the Yanhuang College's entrance exam. Another reason was the threshold. The threshold for the imperial exam was obviously much higher than the threshold for Yanhuang College. The examinees who took the imperial exam came from two sources. The examinees who took the imperial exam came from Shangtu and Xianggong. There were many subjects in the imperial exam. According to the examinees' conditions and the content of the exam, they were divided into Xiuzai, Mingjing, Jinshi, Mingfa, Mingjing, etc. Shangtu were the examinees who passed the entrance exam of the Imperial College, Hongwen Institute, Chongwen Institute, and various institutes. Xianggong, on the other hand, was a person who had passed the capital and state examinations. They were also known as high scholars. They had to be recommended by someone. The examinees who came to the capital for the imperial examinations had to find a backer, hoping to be recognized by others. Therefore, it wasn't until the Kaiyuan age that the number of examinees participating in the imperial examination finally broke through the 2,000 mark. This number was far less than the number of examinees in the Song dynasty. In the 5th year of Zhenzong Xianping of the northern Song dynasty, there were more than 44,000 examinees in the imperial capital. In comparison, the threshold for Yanhuang College's entrance exam was much lower. As long as one had a basic understanding of the 4 books and 5 classics, and then delved into new mathematics, it was very likely that one would be admitted. There was no need to go to the top of the school, give gifts or give red packets, and so on. Naturally, the number of people applying for the exam was much higher. After walking for about half an hour, Li Zishuan finally arrived at Xujiang Square with Li Anren. Haha, you're finally here. How rude of you to make us 2 old bones wait for a junior like you for so long. When they arrived at the Li family's house, Li Gang heard someone knocking on the door and came to open it. When he saw Li Zishuan, he couldn't help but laugh. Li Zishuan hurriedly clasped his hands and apologized. I was delayed by something on the way here. Please don't blame me for it. After saying that, he saw 3 men in brown linen clothes following behind Li Gang. One of them was slightly older, estimated to be in his 40s or 50s. His hair was faintly silver, and his face was serious. His skin was slightly dark, and there were many wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He was tall and gave off a strong impression. However, why did this person look like a laborer and not a teacher? Why did Li Gang invite him over? Could it be that he guessed wrong? The other 2 people were slightly younger, but they were a little thin, and belonged to the kind of people who were only skin and bones. At first glance, it was obvious that they were malnourished and often suffered hardships. However, the aura of these 2 young people was actually at the early stage of qi refining. This really surprised Li Zishuan. Sir, who are these people? Li Zishuan looked at the 3 of them and asked Li Gang. Although these 3 people didn't look like teachers from their appearance, Li Zixuan still had to ask out of politeness and respect. Moreover, he wasn't a person who cared about appearance. For men, as long as they didn't look scary and were capable, he didn't care about whether they were handsome or not. Cough cough, when it came to women, he still paid a little attention to appearance. Haha. Let's talk inside. Li Gang laughed and led them into the front hall. When they entered the room, they felt a trace of coolness. Li Zixuan smiled slightly. This was the ice that Li Gang had asked his subordinates to send to Li Gang's house every day after Li Gang agreed to work at Yanhuang College. It could be considered an exclusive benefit from the college. After they sat down, Li Gang raised his hand and laughed. Haha. Little Xian, let me introduce you. This is the 45th generation of the Mo family, Mr. Mo Huai. These two are the younger generation of Mr. Mo's family. They are Mo Zhong and Mo Yun. Brother Mo, this is Li Zixuan that this old man told you about. Don't be fooled by his young age. His ability is not small at all. After Li Gang finished speaking, Li Zixuan's eyes widened in shock. There was a huge wave in his heart. The Mo family's giant, this top school or top organization that originated from the Warring States period. Its leader actually looked like this? And sat in front of him? The Mo family's giant. In the legend of Qin, the Mo family's giant, the six-fingered black warrior, wore a black cloak and held an ink plum that looked like a sword but not an attack. He had black eyebrows without a sharp edge and was all-powerful. Even the 5 elders of the Yinyang school could not take him down. There was also the 3rd generation of the Mo family's giant, the mysterious Yan Dan. What kind of existence was that? Why did the Mo family's giant in front of him look so unsophisticated? Even if he was a low-level version of the six-fingered black warrior, he would not be so low-level? Also, the Mo family's chivalry was so strong. From the Qin dynasty to the Han dynasty, the various rulers had never stopped suppressing the Mo family. Under such an environment, how could the Mo family survive until the Tang dynasty? Li Zixuan did not read about this in his previous life. His understanding of the Mo family was still limited to the anime of the legend of Qing dynasty. As for the status of the Mo family in the Tang dynasty, he had no idea at all. Greetings to Mr. Mo and the 2 brothers Mo. With a stomach full of questions, Li Zixuan cupped his hands and greeted the 3 of them. I'm just a villager in the mountains. I can't accept the courtesy of Mr. Li. Mo Huai's cheeks moved slightly as he said with a solemn expression. There was no trace of a smile on his wrinkled old face. Li Zixuan's mouth twitched. This old man was not someone who was easy to get along with. That's right, he was the giant of the Mo family. How could he become a teacher so easily? Looks like my mission today is not easy. Heh. This is the first collision of modern and ancient scientific knowledge, right? Let's see who's stronger and who's weaker. Li Zixuan thought maliciously in his heart. His principle in life was that if others were not convinced, then he would torture them until they were convinced. Ooh. Chapter 602. Cough cough. Old brother Mo. Little Xian is outstanding in both martial arts and knowledge among the younger generation of our great Tang. Don't look down on him because of his age. In the main hall, Li Gang stroked his beard and said to Mo Huai with a spurious smile. He had lived a lifetime from the emperor to the common people. What kind of person had he not seen? He had seen Mo Huai's reaction just now and remembered it in his heart, which was why he had reminded him. Of course, he was extremely dissatisfied with Mo Huai's contemptuous attitude because Li Zixuan was his superior. Mo Huai's contempt was also an insult to him, Li Gang. Mo Huai's expression froze. He looked at Li Gang and said with some dissatisfaction, Wenji, you came all the way here to send this Mo to Chang, and just to let this Mo work under a 14 or 15-year-old child. Although the Mo clan has declined and disappeared from the world today, our Mo clan has not fallen to the point of listening to the orders of a child. Mo Huai you. Li Gang's face flushed red. Li Gang had wanted to give the dying Mo clan a chance to prolong its feeble existence and display its remaining strength. But now, not only did Mo Huai not appreciate his kindness, he was even so arrogant. Li Gang could not help but feel anger rising in his heart. Haha. A hero's background does not matter, and a man's ambition does not depend on his age. Every dog has its day. Don't bully the young for being poor. The great son of the Mo clan is actually so short-sighted. It seems like the Mo clan's decline is not without reason. Before Li Gang could finish speaking, Li Zishuan mocked him. Some people, even at the lowest point in their lives, were still unwilling to give up their lofty status and exuded an air of arrogance. This kind of person needed to be taught a lesson, and Li Zishuan would never indulge this bad habit of theirs. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun paled at these words. Mo Huai slapped the table and stood up, scolding Li Zishuan angrily. Impudent! How dare an ignorant child humiliate our Mo clan? Mo Zhong drew his sword and said, Uncle, I'll go teach him a lesson. Then, he ignored Li Gang's attempt to stop him and channeled his chi into his sword to stab Li Zishuan. "Tis! You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Li Zishuan sneered. With his current strength in the Grandmaster realm, Mo Zhong's sword was like a child's play, so he didn't even bother to dodge. He just stood there and stretched out two fingers in an extremely pretentious manner, accurately capturing the trajectory of Mo Zhong's sword. With a clang sound, Mo Zhong could no longer move forward. Silence! Everyone in the room, including Li Gang, widened their eyes in disbelief. Mo Zhong's face turned red. He was so ashamed that he wanted to die. In his opinion, the child in front of him was so much younger than him. How could he not be able to defeat him? However, reality was always so cruel. Right now, he only wanted to withdraw and retreat, but Li Zishuan's two fingers seemed to have infinite strength, making his sword immovable. Humph! Those who kill will die. Those who injure will be punished. You call yourselves followers of the school of Mo, but have you forgotten the philosophy that your Mo clan has always pursued? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Li Zishuan sneered. Then, everyone heard a clang. Mo Zhong's sword broke from the middle. Half of the sword fell to the ground, reflecting the sunlight from outside on Mo Zhong's face. Mo Zhong said in shock, "Grandmaster? No. Impossible. How can there be such a young Grandmaster?" Mo Huai's expression changed slightly. He looked straight at Li Zishuan and said, "Those who kill will die, those who injure will be punished. This is the way of the school of Mo that my Mo clan has pursued for thousands of years. Where did you learn this from?" Li Zishuan was stunned. He just vaguely remembered that someone in the Legend of Qin had said this before. He didn't expect that he would actually run into the main character. His luck was really unparalleled. There was a related story about those who kill will die, and those who injure will be punished. The fourth generation of the school of Mo had his abdomen in the Qin kingdom. His son had killed someone and should have been executed according to the law. However, King Qin Hui thought that his abdomen was old and only had one son, so he ordered that his son not be killed. However, his abdomen said that the way of the school of Mo stated, "Those who kill will die, and those who injure will be punished." This was a necessary measure to prohibit killing and injuring others. It was in line with the righteousness of the world. However, he still insisted on killing his son. This story vividly reflected the strict discipline of the school of Mo. It was precisely because of this that the followers of the school of Mo were very good at fighting. They had the spirit of walking on fire and dancing on the sword, even if death does not come. Haha! The way of the school of Mo? Do you still know that this is the way of the school of Mo? You use weapons at the slightest disagreement. Not to mention that I'm an official of the imperial court. Even if I'm just a commoner, do you people of the school of Mo have the right to draw your swords against me? Li Zishuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. With a righteous look on his face, he spat out unforgiving words. Mo Huai's face darkened. He hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and ordered, "Mo Zhong, you violated the way of the school of Mo. Hurry and apologize to Li Xianant." "Ah?" Mo Zhong's face turned red. He said reluctantly, "Uncle, go quickly. If Li Xiannan doesn't forgive you, you will no longer be a member of the school of Mo." Mo Huai waved his hand and said coldly. When Mo Zhong heard this, his body couldn't help but tremble. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. One had to know that there were ice cubes in this room to lower the temperature. Li Xiannan, just now was. After struggling for a long time, Mo Zhong finally moved his feet and arrived in front of Li Zishuan. He then bowed and cupped his hands in apology. Li Zixuan shook his head and didn't let Mo Zhong continue. He said directly, "No need. I, Li Zixuan, am not someone who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Just treat today's matter as a misunderstanding." Before figuring out what these three members of the school of Mo had, Li Zixuan didn't want to offend them too much. Mo Zhong was in disbelief. He thought that Li Zixuan would definitely not let go of such a great opportunity to hit someone when they were down, but he didn't expect the outcome to be like this. Mo Zhong opened his mouth. After a long while he finally squeezed out the words, "Thank you." Then, he returned to his original position gloomily. When Li Gang and Mo Huai saw this, they both looked at Li Zixuan in surprise. Li Zixuan smiled and continued the original topic. He asked, "Juzi, from what you said earlier, you feel that coming to Yanhuang College as a teacher is beneath your status, right?" The corners of Mo Huai's mouth twitched when he heard this. This kid is really cunning. A moment later he replied, "Earlier, Brother Wenji said that you're outstanding in both martial arts and knowledge among the younger generation of the Great Tang. You've already proved that you're indeed very talented in the path of martial arts. Now it's time to prove your knowledge. Then we will talk about other things." Chapter 603. Prove my knowledge? When Li Zixuan heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. If Kong Yingdao wanted to compete with him in terms of knowledge, he might be afraid because he didn't know much about the Confucian classics. However, the person in front of him was a big shot of the school of Mo, so it was a different story. Although his engineering knowledge did not originate from the Mo family, it had a lot to do with them. The Mo family was most famous for machinery and machinery. Back then, Moz was proficient in handicraft and could be compared to the craftsmen of that time. As a modern engineering student, Li Zixuan felt that he should have a lot in common with the people of the Mo family. Haha, I can prove my knowledge, but there has to be a prize. Otherwise, if anyone doubts my knowledge, won't I have to waste my time debating with them? Li Zixuan said slowly. He was trying to lure him into a trap. If anyone else dared to treat him like this today, he would definitely fall out with them. With his current capital, there was no need for him to tolerate anyone. However, the person in front of him was from the Mo family, so it was different. He really wanted to see how capable the only school with the highest technological content of the 100 schools of thought in the Pre-Qin dynasty was. Mo Huai frowned and said, "Haha, do you think you have victory in your hands? You're really a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. All right, to prevent others from saying that I'm bullying the weak, you can decide the rules and the prize." Mo Yun panicked and said, "Uncle, you can't do that." Li Zixuan laughed loudly and said, "Haha, good. Big shot, you're so bold. Since that's the case, I won't take advantage of you. Next, you and I will each come up with 5 questions in our field of expertise. The 5 questions will be limited to 1 hour. Whoever can answer the most questions will be the winner. If I win, you will have to stay in Yanhuang College to teach your knowledge. If I lose, I'm willing to take out 1,000 taels of gold as compensation. How about that? 1,000 taels of gold? Mo Zhong and Mo Yan's eyes widened and their breathing quickened. They were so shocked by this huge sum of money that they lost control of their hearts and souls. Although the Mo family was glorious for a period of time and had hundreds of thousands of disciples at its peak, after Moz, the Mo family no longer had a master of Moism. Coupled with the suppression of the ruling class, the Mo family's glory was long gone and there were fewer and fewer followers of the school of Mo in the world. Today, only the core followers of the school of Mo were still adhering to and carrying out the original intention of the school of Mo. In terms of life, they were no different from farmers and could barely afford to eat and wear. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun probably couldn't even imagine how much this 1,000 taels of gold was worth. Even Mo Huai's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He clenched his hands behind his back and said, "Since you're so confident, how can this old man back down? If I lose, I'll go to your Yanhuang Academy to teach, and I won't ask for any salary. If you lose, I don't want your 1,000 taels of gold." The disciples of the Mahist family use rope ink for self-defense, and in case of emergencies, we wear fur as clothes and sable as uniforms. We work day and night and suffer ourselves to the extreme. We don't need these worldly things. At this moment, Li Zixuan had a higher opinion of Mo Huai. The school of Moism in the pre-Qin era was originally a school of thought formed by workers and peasants. Unlike the Confucian school of thought, which was never tired of eating and never tired of eating, the members of the school of Moism had to endure the hardships of life and had to have a heart of universal love for everyone. They could not talk about personal feelings. The current Mo Huai had a very good character, but he was a little arrogant. Then Juzi, please set the question first. Li Zishuan said with a smile. If Mo Huai wasn't willing to accept the 1,000 taels of gold, then he wouldn't force him. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun had a look of pity on their faces, but they didn't dare to object. Li Gang, who was watching from the side, glanced at Li Zishuan rather worriedly. He wasn't worried that Li Zishuan would lose face if he lost this competition, but he was worried that if Li Zishuan lost this competition, then it would be a blow to the current momentum of Yanhuang College. At that time there would probably be many people who would kick Li Zishuan while he was down. Mo Huai nodded. Actually, ever since Li Zishuan took the initiative to let Mo Zhong off, he didn't have much ill will towards Li Zishuan. However, that didn't mean that he was willing to teach at Yanhuang College. These were two different things. After pondering for a while, Mo Huai said in a deep voice, "First question, what is the universe?" Li Zishuan was shocked and cursed in his heart. He didn't expect Mo Huai, a person from the Tang dynasty, to know about the universe. He just didn't know if the universe he was asking about was the same concept as the universe he knew. After hesitating for a while, he could only bite the bullet and answer. The universe is the general name of all things. It is the unification of time and space. It is the existence of time is endless, space is boundless, and mass is infinite. This answer was the broad definition of the universe in the books of his previous life. The narrow definition of the universe referred to the space and matter outside the Earth's atmosphere. Of course, he couldn't explain the latter concept. What Li Zishuan didn't expect was that after hearing this answer, Mo Huai didn't laugh at him, nor did he have any doubts or confusion. Instead, he was a little shocked. Yes, he was shocked. At this moment, Mo Huai's heart was in turmoil. He said over and over again in his heart, "Impossible! Impossible! How could this little kid in front of me know the holy ancestors' definition of the universe?" That's right, as early as the pre-Qin era, Moz had a detailed definition of the universe. He believed that the universe was a continuous whole, and that individuals and parts were separated from this unified whole. They were all parts of this unified whole. In other words, the whole contained individuals, and the whole was made up of individuals. There was an inevitable organic connection between the whole and the individuals. Starting from this continuous view of the universe, Moz then established a theory of spacetime. He believed that spacetime was both limited and infinite. To the whole, spacetime was infinite, but to parts, spacetime was limited. He also pointed out that continuous spacetime was made up of spacetime elements. He defined spacetime elements as beginning and end. Beginning was the smallest unit in time that could not be divided again, and end was the smallest unit in space that could not be divided again. This formed the theory that spacetime was continuous and infinite. This continuous and infinite spacetime was made up of the smallest units. There was a limit in infinity, and there was a discontinuity in continuity. Although Li Zishuan's theory couldn't be said to be completely consistent with Moz's theory, it coincided with the general idea. How could Mo Huai not be shocked? At the same time, it also showed how awesome Moz was in the field of ancient science. Correct. Please listen to this old man's next question. Mo Huai didn't argue and directly admitted that Li Zishuan had answered correctly. Then he continued. Chapter 604. Please ask Juzi. Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Mo Huai's affirmative answer. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Since Mo Huai said so, didn't it mean that people in this era were really beginning to understand what the universe was? This made Li Zishuan feel incredulous. The second question, what is force? Li Zishuan was shocked, but how could Mo Huai not be? He had read the definition of the universe from Moz's handwritten notes. He thought that this question alone would make Li Zishuan retreat. He didn't expect Li Zishuan, a 14 or 15-year-old kid, to be able to turn the tables. This made Mo Huai very puzzled. After thinking for a while, Mo Huai asked the second question. Force? Is it the force of force? Li Zixuan suspected that he had heard wrong and asked uncertainly. Mo Huai nodded and said, "Yes." Li Zixuan smiled and answered, "Force is the interaction between several objects. Interaction refers to the movement of an object that changes due to the existence of other objects. Objects only have two attributes, mass and speed. Therefore, force can change the state of motion of an object. If the speed of increase is defined as acceleration, then for the same object, the greater the force it receives, the greater its acceleration will be." Li Zixuan talked nonstop about all the knowledge points about force in the physics books of the later generations into words that the ancients could understand. Li Gang, who was listening at the side, was confused, not knowing what the hell Li Zixuan was talking about. Mo Huai, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and stared at Li Zixuan with an extremely solemn expression. At this moment it was as if his heart had experienced a violent storm, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. The ancestor of the Mahis family, Moz, once had a detailed definition of force in the Mahis classics. He said, "Force is the reason for the movement of an object." In other words, force was the reason for the movement of an object, even if the action of the object's movement was called force. In this regard, he gave an example and said that it was like lifting a heavy object from bottom to top. It could only be done because of the action of force. At the same time, Moz pointed out that when an object was under force, it also produced a reaction force. For example, after two objects of equal mass collided, the two objects would move in opposite directions. If the difference in mass between two objects was great, although the object with greater mass would not move after the collision, the reaction force would still exist. Then, Moz gave the definitions of movement and stop. He believed that movement was due to force pushing, and stop was the end of an object's motion after a certain period of time. Although Moz didn't clearly point, he realized that the object's motion after the external force, he realized that the object's state of motion could not exist forever after the external force disappeared. To a certain extent, Moz's research in the field of physics and mechanics was definitely more than 2,000 years ahead of the entire world. If the Mahis family could replace the Confucian family and become the orthodox school of physics, then China would very likely become the origin and prosperity of the world's physics. After a full quarter of an hour, Li Zixuan finally stopped. The two young men, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, no longer looked at Li Zixuan with contempt. As the core disciples of the Mahist family, they certainly had a certain understanding of Moz's handwritten notes and works. However, they spent most of their time learning martial arts. In comparison, their knowledge in this area was far inferior to Li Zixuan. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, who had always flaunted themselves as the children of reclusive masters, felt very hurt in their hearts. They couldn't win in terms of martial arts, let alone in terms of knowledge. Mo Huai closed his eyes and digested what Li Zixuan had just said in his heart, trying to find some loopholes in it. However, after a long while, he opened his eyes somewhat dispiritedly, because he found that what Li Zixuan had just said was not only impeccable, but also more detailed than what was recorded in the ancient books of the Mahist family. He even went a step further in explaining and proving some of the concepts. He had never heard of some of them, but he had to admit that Li Zixuan's words were very reasonable. "Li Xianan, you got this question right." Mo Huai looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated expression and said, "Although there were rare copies of the Mahist classics circulating in the world, in the social context of Confucianism, how many people in the world would read such an obscure book?" Moreover, Li Zixuan's theories had clearly surpassed the definition of force in the Mahist classics. He had expanded force into a complete and detailed knowledge on the basis of Mahist classics. Where did Li Zixuan's knowledge come from? Why did he know so many things? There were many questions buried in Mo Huai's heart, but now was obviously not the time to ask, so he could only endure it. Li Zixuan smiled slightly. He was really liking this Mahist master in front of him more and more now. Where could he find such an advanced physics teacher? Li Gang had helped him a lot this time. The person involved, Li Gang, was now dumbfounded. He really wanted to ask Mo Huai how did he get it right? He didn't understand at all just now. Mo Huai put his hands behind his back and walked 2 steps on the spot. Then, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He turned to Li Zixuan and asked, "Third question, put a small hole behind an open candle. What is the phenomenon behind the small hole? With that, he stared at Li Zishuan. Although he knew the answer to this question from the Mahas classics, he only knew how and did not know why. He planned to make things difficult for Li Zishuan later. Li Zishuan widened his eyes. He now suspected that Mo Huai was a transmigrator. He even knew about the image of a small hole. He was going to ascend to the heavens. What? Mr. Li can't answer? Mo Zhong asked happily when he saw this. Li Zishuan was shocked and speechless, but in Mo Zhong's eyes, he could not answer. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and suppressed the shock in his heart. Then he smiled and said, "It's not difficult. There will be an inverted image of a candle flame behind the small hole. As the small hole in the middle moves back and forth, the size of the image will also change. Juzi, am I right?" As a modern engineering student, although Li Zishuan easily answered Mo Huai's question, he had a stomach full of questions like Mo Huai. This was because the image of a small hole involved the knowledge of geometrical optics. How could the people of the Tang dynasty know about it? However, he did not know that Mo Huai only saw this knowledge from the Mahas classics. The real person who proposed the image of a small hole was Mozi. Not only did Mozi research in mechanics, but he also had deep attainments in geometrical optics. Chapter 605. More than 1,000 years ago, Mozi had conducted an experiment on the imaging of small holes. He clearly pointed out that light traveled in a straight line, and the image formed by an object passing through a small hole was an inverted image. This was because when light passed through an object and then passed through a small hole, due to the straight line travel of light, the upper part of the object would be reflected below, and the lower part of the object would be reflected above. He also discussed the relationship between the size of the image, the object's tilt, and the distance of the light source. He pointed out that if an object was tilted or far, the shadow would be long and thin. If it was reflected light, the shadow would be formed between the object and the light source. In addition, Mozi also conducted a systematic research on flat mirrors, concave mirrors, convex mirrors, and so on, and came up with a series of basic principles of geometric optics. He pointed out that flat mirrors formed images of the same size and symmetrical distance, but left and right were reversed. If two or more flat mirrors were to face each other and shine light, there would be repeated reflections, forming countless images. The image formed by a concave mirror was a positive image within the middle, a large image if far from the middle, a small image if near the middle, and a large image if near the middle. Outside the middle, an inverted image would be formed, a large image if near the middle, and a small image if far from the middle. A convex mirror only formed a positive image, a large image if near the middle, and a small image if far away. The middle here was the center of the spherical mirror. Although Mozi had not been able to distinguish the difference between the center of the sphere and the focal point, and had confused the center of the sphere and the focal point together, his conclusion was basically consistent with the imaging principles of modern spherical mirrors. In the history of optics, Mozi was the first scientist to conduct systematic research on geometric optics. It was not an exaggeration to say that Mozi had laid the foundation of geometric optics, at least in China. As Joseph Needham said in the physics volume of the History of Science and Technology in China, Mozi's research on optics was earlier than what we know of Greece, and not even India. At this moment, when Mo Huai heard Li Zishuan's answer, he was not as surprised as the previous 2 times. Instead, he continued to ask, "Why is there an image of an inverted object? If you don't want to explain, you can treat this as my 4th question." Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled. No need. Since you want to know why, then I'll explain it to you. It's not considered one of the 5 questions. His desire to rope Mo Huai was growing stronger and stronger. Therefore, he had changed the way he addressed himself. Although he was confident that he would win this bet, he had to give Mo Huai some face and make him accept his loss wholeheartedly. This way, Mo Huai would be willing to teach his students wholeheartedly in the future. This is not called cowardice, but the demeanor of a winner. Li Gang, on the other hand, frowned slightly. He secretly thought that Li Zishuan was a little careless. However, Mo Huai was also his old friend. He couldn't possibly jump out to stop him at this time, right? Li Zishuan asked Xiao and Run to bring a brush and ink, then gestured for Mo Huai to come over. He drew the light path diagram of the small hole imaging system and said slowly, "Juzi, please look. This is a candle. The flame of the candle can be seen as composed of many small luminous dots. Each luminous dot emits light in all directions. There will always be a small beam of light that goes straight through the small hole, forming a small luminous spot behind the small hole. Therefore, each luminous on the candle flame will form a corresponding luminous spot on the white paper. All the luminous spots on the white paper will form the image of the candle flame on the white paper." After listening to Li Zishuan's explanation, Mo Huai suddenly understood. Now he finally knew how and why. However, at the same time, he looked at Li Zishuan very strangely, as if he was looking at a monster. At this moment, Mo Huai was very curious about Li Zishuan's background. First of all, to be able to become a martial arts master at the age of 14 or 15 was already a special case in the world. However, Li Zishuan actually had such deep attainments in these very obscure fields. He was a dual cultivator of both literature and martial arts, and he could reach an existence that ordinary people could not reach in every aspect. Mo Huai could not imagine what kind of family, what kind of master, could teach such a monster. How is it? I wonder if this kid is right? Li Zishuan's scalp tingled under Mo Huai's gaze, so he could not help but ask. Mo Huai nodded silently and did not say a word. Li Zishuan said, "Then Juzi, please continue with the fourth question." When Mo Huai heard that, he shifted his gaze away from Li Zishuan and sighed deeply. Then, he bowed to Li Zishuan and cupped his hands. "There's no need for that. This old man admits defeat. From now on, this old man's old bones will be at your disposal. I don't ask for any remuneration, and I will do whatever you want." "Uncle." "No. Uncle. Don't." Mo Zhong and Mo Yun were shocked when they saw this, and they shouted one after another. As the Juzi of the Mo family, Mo Huai's knowledge and martial arts were all the role models that they, who adhered to the Mo school, worshipped and chased after since they were young. Now the godlike man in their eyes actually bowed to a young man of 14 or 15 years old. How could they tolerate this? Although Li Zishuan was indeed very powerful, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun still could not accept this reality. "Shut up. As the Juzi of the Mo family, how can I go back on my words? Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, the two of you can leave first. In the future, this old man will choose the next Juzi of the Mo family." When Mo Huai heard that, he hurriedly reprimanded them loudly. Then he cupped his hands to Li Zishuan and said, "Lord Li, please give this old man a month's time. After this old man returns to the Mo family's encampment and chooses the next Juzi, I will return to Chong, and to teach the students wholeheartedly." Now Mo Huai's gentle pleading was no longer as high-spirited as he was at the beginning. Instead, he looked more like a hero at the end of his road. Li Gang looked at him and could not bear to see this. After all, this was an old friend he had known for many years. Thus he said, "Brother Mo, you don't have to do this. Your position as a Juzi does not conflict with your identity as an instructor at Yanhuang College. Xiao Xian is not an unreasonable person. He will not restrict your freedom. You can manage the Mo family's affairs while teaching at Yanhuang College. Besides, the Mo family has declined to this day. How many affairs do you still need to manage?" The corner of Li Zishuan's mouth curled up. He secretly thought that his opportunity had come. He hurriedly interjected, "Mr. Li is right. Juzi, if you go to Yanhuang College to teach, this young man will definitely not restrict your freedom. Furthermore, this young man will definitely not shortchange your salary by a single cent. Also, Juzi, you can move the Mo family's encampment to Chang'e. At that time, this young man will be in charge of settling all the followers of the Mo family. If there are any followers of the Mo family who are proficient in mechanics, optics, or machinery like you, this young man is also willing to hire them to Yanhuang College. As for the salary of the teachers at the college, I'm sure you already know about it, so this young man will not repeat it. What do you think?" Chapter 606. It had to be said that Li Zishuan's ambition was really big. He wanted to take in all the capable people in the Mo family under his command. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for this. Mo Huai's abilities, especially in astronomy, physics, and optics, made him the perfect candidate for Li Zishuan, who had just finished building Yanhuang College. With Mo Huai's addition, his workload at Yinhuang College would be greatly reduced. After Li Zishuan said that, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun's eyes flashed, and a glimmer of hope appeared on their faces. To put it nicely, they were the core disciples of the Mo family, but their work was no different from that of farmers. They also had to do farming on a regular basis. Otherwise, what would they eat? What would they drink? They would only return to the Mo family when they were not farming to accept the organization's training or other arrangements. They were all capable, but because of their identity as followers of the school of Mo, they had to stay in a desolate place and do hard work. Originally, it wouldn't have been a big deal if they continued like this, but after seeing the prosperity of Chang'an City with Mo Huai, their hearts wavered. The suffering of the followers of the school of Mo was something that the disciples of other sects could not understand. Now that Li Zishuan had said this, they could not help but let their imagination run wild. Why couldn't they rely on their own abilities to let their families live a good life? However, although that was what they thought, they wouldn't easily say it out loud. After years of being a follower of the school of Mo, the organization's discipline was deeply engraved in their hearts. Mo Huai frowned. He straightened his body and stared at Li Zishuan seriously. This old man appreciates Lord Li's good intentions. However, as a follower of the school of Mo, I have to wear fur as my clothes and sassafras as my clothes. I have to work day and night, and I have to suffer myself to the extreme. How can I be a follower of the school of Mo if I only covet worldly pleasures? This old man has already violated the school of Mo's laws by agreeing to become an instructor at Yinhuang College. In the future, I will no longer be qualified to lead the followers of the school of Mo in the world and carry forward the school of Mo. Therefore, this old man must resign from this position. As for the other followers of the school of Mo, I advise you not to waste your efforts. As soon as Mo Huai finished speaking, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun's faces instantly became 70% ashamed and 30% regretful. They lowered their heads and didn't say a word. Li Gang frowned and said, "Younger brother Mo, you're muddle-headed. The Mo clan had hundreds of thousands of disciples during the peak of the Pre-Qin dynasty, but now there are less than 100 disciples. Have you not thought about the reason for this? Do you think that the decline of the school of Mo was only caused by the suppression of the various emperors?" Mo Huai said indignantly, "Isn't that so? If it wasn't for the martial emperor dismissing the 100 schools of thought and respecting only Confucianism, how could the Maha's school have fallen to such a state?" When Li Gang heard this, he said rather painfully, "Ridiculous. I didn't expect Brother Mo to still be unable to see the true reason behind the decline of the Mo family. Fine, this old man will enlighten you. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. Although this old man studies Confucianism, this old man will not help the Confucian school or your school of thought today. This old man will analyze with you as an outsider. You said that the decline of the Confucian school of thought was due to the suppression of the various emperors. However, ever since the martial emperor dismissed the 100 schools of thought and respected only Confucianism, why did the school of thought, which was known as a prominent school of thought in the world, decline so quickly while the school of thought and the school of thought could survive until now in the cracks of Confucianism? Have you ever thought about the reason behind this?" Li Gang's words directly revealed the fundamental reason for the decline of the school of thought. Mo Huai could not help but be stunned, and his face turned pale. Li Zishuan listened seriously at the side. It was obvious that Li Gang knew more about these old matters than him. It was not bad to take this opportunity to learn. Li Gang did not wait for Mo Huai to reply and continued, "In my opinion, the reason why the school of thought fell to its current state is because your school of thought's requirements for your disciples are too harsh. Why can sage Confucius not be tired of eating and not be tired of eating? But you school of thought can only wear fur as clothes, wear silk as clothes, work day and night without rest, and suffer to the extreme? Perhaps this is because you have your own beliefs, but who says that people with beliefs can't rely on their own hands to live a good life? Could it be that living in the abyss of suffering every day makes you school of thought superior to the rest of the world?" It had to be said that Li Gang's words could be said to hit the nail on the head. Li Zishuan could not help but clap and cheer when he heard it. What he said made too much sense. Among the 100 schools of thought in the Pre-Qin dynasty, the ones with the greatest influence were naturally the 4 schools of Confucianism, Moism, Taoism, and legalism. However, after the unification of the Qin and Han dynasties, their fates began to diverge. Confucianism became the orthodox and mainstream of Chinese culture. Legalism, due to its special nature, dominated the politics of the imperial court for 2,000 years. Taoism, on the other hand, recruited believers and occupied civil society, becoming the spiritual home of the secluded people. Only the school of Mo, after a moment of glory, disappeared into the long river of history, whether as a school of thought or as an organization. Why did the school of thought end up so tragically? Was the school of thought not brilliant enough? Definitely not. The school of thought was filled with great humanitarianism and scientific spirit. Even from the perspective of a modern person in the 21st century, it was still so dazzling. In addition to the external reason of dismissing the 100 schools of thought and respecting only Confucianism, there was also an internal reason for the demise of the school of thought. If a person wanted to be a loyal believer of the school of thought, he must have a strong spirit of sacrifice and dedication. He must have a heart of universal love for everyone, and he could not talk about personal feelings. Therefore, Zhuangzi the world criticized the school of thought. His life is hard, his death is shallow, his Tao is great. He makes people worry, makes people sad, and his actions are difficult. I'm afraid that he can't be a saint and have the heart to rebel against the world. Although the school of thought alone, what can he do to the world? Apart from the world, he is also far away from the king. In contrast, being a disciple of Taoism was much better. The goal of Taoism was to become an immortal. This was a beautiful wish that could attract a large number of believers. Moreover, for Taoism, especially for Jingyi, which had a long history, there were not many rules about abstinence. Sexual intercourse was even a secret technique of the immortals. As a religion that was born, although Buddhism required abstinence, the monks could enjoy spiritual satisfaction while abstinence. Thus, they saw all suffering as a raft that led to happiness. It was because of this chicken soup for the soul that devout Buddhist disciples could ignore the physical hardship and pursue the metaphysical Zen. However, the school of thought's love with impartiality, non-aggression, respect for the virtuous, respect for the common, non-life, non-pleasure, frugality in funerals. These ideas were not enough to be the foundation of the school of thought's belief. If it was not based on a firm belief that bitter and abstinent life would not attract new blood to join the school of thought, the number of followers of the school of thought in the world would only decrease. This was the internal reason for the decline of the school of thought. Chapter 607. In the main hall, Li Zixuan saw that the time was right, so he stood up and said, "Juzi, the previous causes and effects are all gone, but they will also serve as a warning. If you don't want the Mo family to continue to decline, you have to make some changes." Didn't Moz establish the Mo family to use his talent in manufacturing to let the farmers in the world live a good life? Although the Mo family is declining now, Moz's knowledge must have been passed down. You are content to stay in a corner and forget Moz's original intention to save the world. In the long run, the only thing waiting for the Mo family is complete extinction. Back then, Moz called himself a humble man and was called a commoner. He used to be a doctor in the Song Kingdom and was a scholar with considerable cultural knowledge. He was also closer to the workers and farmers. He boasted that there was no ruler above, no farmer below. He was a scholar who sympathized with farmers and workers. Moz had once studied under a Confucian scholar and learned the skills of Confucius. He was called Yaoshun the Great and learned Confucian classics such as poems, books, spring and autumn. But later, he gradually became tired of the cumbersome etiquette of Confucianism and finally abandoned Confucianism to form his own school of thought. Before the rise of legalism, which represented the interests of the new landlord class, the Mo family was the largest school of thought in opposition to Confucianism in the pre-Qin dynasty. Han Fizi, eminent learning recorded, "The eminent learning of the world is Confucianism. Where Confucianism is, Confucius is, where Mo is, Mod is." At this moment, Mo Hui sighed deeply and looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated expression. He said, "After the divine ancestor passed away, the Mo family was divided into 3 factions: the Mo family of Xiangli, the Mo family of Xiangfu, and the Mo family of Dengling. The Xiangli family was led by the divine ancestor's chief disciple, Qin Liali. He had the Juzi's keepsake, the inky snow sword. Speaking of this, Mo Huai pulled out the inky sword at his waist and looked at the sword with a solemn and sad expression. He continued. The inky snow sword is inscribed on the world, and only the heart is unmoved. Since ancient times, the Mo family's Juzi has always held on to this belief, even if they died in battle. As the 45th generation of the Mo family, it took me until today to recognize the root cause of the Mo family's decline. I deserve to die. I, Mo Huai, have let down the holy ancestor. After saying that, 2 drops of turbid tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Li Zishuan comforted him. Don't blame yourself, Juzi. It's never too late to mend the pen after the sheep is lost. Truth be told, the reason why I was able to answer all 3 of Juzi's questions was because my skills have a lot in common with the Mo family's Mo school. If you're willing to bring your school of Moism disciples to Yanhuang College to teach, then not only will we be able to discuss knowledge together, we'll also be able to bring engineering and Moism to greater heights, allowing the students to bring this knowledge to the people of Great Tang. Mo Huai was puzzled. Engineering? What is engineering? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Juzi, didn't you read the previous editions of Datang Daily? Mo Huai said awkwardly. I've heard of it before, but I've never seen it for myself. It wasn't that he couldn't afford newspapers, but he felt that as the Mo family's Juzi, he had to set an example and stay away from those vulgar things that only entertain the masses. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun hung their heads dejectedly, feeling that their boss had embarrassed himself greatly. Li Zishuan didn't mind and explained patiently. Engineering is the study of engineering. Its main purpose is to serve the needs of the people and improve their lives. Its ultimate goal is to achieve prosperity for all. Civilian houses, palace pavilions, river dams, imperial tombs, and agricultural production can all be supported by engineering. In short, engineering is only for the benefit of the people of the world, not for the fight between schools. Mo Huai was stunned and muttered. Engineering is only for the benefit of the people of the world? How similar is this to the Moism's purpose? The Moism's purpose was for righteousness, while Mencius said it was for the benefit of the world. Zhuangzi. The world said it was for the sake of the world. The Moism gathered disciples to teach and practice. They were the main opposition of the Confucian school. Back then, in order to realize his ideas, Moz personally led his disciples to various countries, so that the Moism could bring convenience and benefits to the people of the world. After a while, Mo Huai came back to his senses and said, Forgive me for being presumptuous, but Lord Zhu, you said that your engineering has many similarities with the Moism. Do you have any proof? Now that things had developed to this point, Mo Huai's attitude towards Li Zishuan had changed greatly. From the initial arrogance and contempt, to the new respect after losing the bet, and now, after hearing that Li Zishuan had created his own engineering, he already regarded Li Zishuan as someone of the same generation. Since ancient times, a capable person, regardless of age, beauty, or ugliness, would be respected no matter where they went. Li Zishuan laughed and said, What's so difficult about that? Mr. Li, can you let your servant go to my house and fetch 2 books? Li Gang naturally agreed. After a while, a servant in Li Gang's house rode an old horse out of the back door and rushed to Yongla Lane. The people in the house were not idle either. After seeing that Li Gang had arranged for someone to fetch the books, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said to Mo Huai, Juzi, to be honest, I was very surprised by the 3 questions you raised just now. I originally thought that I was the only one who studied astronomy, mechanics, and engineering. I never thought that I would meet a like-minded person today. If it's convenient, can you tell me where the 3 questions came from? There was no other reason. Li Zishuan asked this mainly because he wanted to confirm whether Mo Huai was a transmigrator or not. After all, the 3 questions Mo Huai asked just now were really shocking, and he could not help but be suspicious. Mo Huai heard this and said, Those 3 questions were all recorded in the notes or books left behind by the divine ancestor. I originally thought that I only needed to use one of them to stump Lord Zhu, but I never thought that Lord Zhu would be so knowledgeable about these things at such a young age. I'm ashamed to say that as the Mo family's Juzi, I'm not as knowledgeable as you, Lord Zhu. I can only guard the knowledge left behind by the divine ancestor and struggle at death's door. Sigh. Not only me, but none of the previous 43 Juzi could reach the divine ancestor's achievements. It was not easy for Mo Huai to have this kind of awareness. As he said, after Moz, there was no other great thinker in the Mo family, and there was no further improvement of the Mo family's thinking to maintain its vitality. They did not keep up with the times. As for the other schools of thought, after Confucius there was Mencius, Sunzi, Dongzhongshu and so on. After Laozi there was Zhuangzi, Luan and so on. The legalists were even more valued by the ruling class. Especially at the beginning of the Western Han dynasty, when the country was under great rule and the ruler needed good strategies to govern the country, Dongzhongshu of the Confucian school offered the spring and autumn dew, and the three strategies for heaven and man. Luan of the Taoist school offered the Huainanzi. As for the Mo family, they did nothing in terms of academics and governance at that time. This was also one of the reasons why the Mo family was on the decline. Chapter 608. It's Moz? Li Zishuan was extremely shocked when he heard Mo Huai's reply. Since when was Moz? Qin dynasty. It was more than 1,000 years since the Tang dynasty, and more than 2,000 years since the modern era. Moz had already started researching astronomy, mechanics, and optics at such an early age. Li Zishuan suddenly had an extremely absurd thought. Could it be that Moz was also a transmigrator like me? And he was also an engineering student in his previous life? Alright, after this incident, Li Zishuan expressed that he would never underestimate the ancients again. Brother Mo, don't be too harsh on yourself. Moz was also a godlike figure back then. It's extremely difficult for future generations to surpass him. Let's not talk about surpassing him. It's already very difficult to carry forward the knowledge that he left behind. And Shaoxian's Yanhuang College's content is somewhat similar to the Mo family's teachings. Brother Mo, why don't you take this opportunity to carry forward the Mo family's teachings and benefit the world? Li Gang couldn't help but console Mo Huai when he saw his dejected expression. However, as he spoke, he took the opportunity to advertise Yanhuang College. As the saying goes, the older you get, the wiser you become. Although Li Zishuan concealed it well, how could Li Gang not see that Li Zishuan wanted to recruit Mo Huai? Li Gang admired Li Zishuan very much for this rather ambitious young man. Naturally, he would help him if he could. Mo Huai was silent for a while. He narrowed his eyes and didn't reply. No one knew what he was thinking, but Li Zishuan caught a fleeting glimpse of interest in Mo Huai's eyes. Thus, Li Zishuan struck while the iron was hot and said, Juzi, you just said that although the Mo family's bloodline hasn't been cut off until today, the Mo family hasn't made any fundamental progress after so many years. In the long run, the Mo family will completely disappear. From the way I see it, if you want to bring the school of Mo to greater heights, you have to bring the remaining followers of the school of Mo out into the world. Any sect that was content to stay in a corner and build a cart behind closed doors would not be able to progress and develop. On the other hand, Yanhuang College is a place where the young talents of the Great Tang's 360 provinces and counties are gathered. This is the best opportunity for you to promote the Mo school. When Mo Huai heard that, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, didn't Lord Ju establish Yanhuang College to spread engineering? If I go and teach, aren't you afraid that your disciples will change their allegiance to the Mo family? Li Zishuan laughed and said, First of all, no matter if it's you or the other followers of the school of Mo, after being hired to teach at Yanhuang College, you only have one responsibility, and that is to teach the knowledge in the textbooks to the students of Yanhuang College. You only have one identity, and that is to be the teachers of Yanhuang College. In the college, there will no longer be a hierarchy between you. You will all be colleagues who will work together. I've said a long time ago that engineering will not compete with other schools. My purpose in spreading engineering is to benefit the people of the world. Therefore, in the future, Yanhuang College will be a very clean and pure place. There will be no fighting, no deception, and only the pursuit of truth and knowledge. During the teaching period, no activities unrelated to teaching are allowed. If there are students who are interested in the School of Mo and want to join the School of Mo after class, I, Li Zishuan, will not stop them in any way. Everyone has the freedom to choose. When Li Zishuan first had the idea of roping in Mo Huai, he was worried that this giant of the School of Mo would preach and steal his students after entering Yanhuang College. Later, when Li Gang dug up the past and analyzed the reasons for the rapid decline of the School of Mo, Li Zishuan's worries disappeared without a trace. He did not believe that the students of Yanhuang College would give up a good life and insist on becoming ascetic monks in the school of Mo. On the other hand, if Mo Huai brought the followers of the school of Mo to Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan felt that with the luxurious facilities and rich and friendly academic atmosphere of Yanhuang College, those followers of the school of Mo might be assimilated. Mo Huai did not know the evil plan in Li Zishuan's heart. When he heard these righteous and tolerant words, he praised, "Everyone has the freedom to choose. Lord Zhu is so bold, this old man is ashamed. This old man believes that in the future, Yanhuang College will definitely become my Tang Empire's academic holy land. Master, this little one has brought back the books that Lord Li wanted." At this moment, Li Gang's servant came back riding an old horse. Li Gang nodded. Li Zishuan hurriedly went forward to take the two teaching materials. One was mathematics and the other was physics. He handed the two teaching materials to Mo Huai and said with a smile, "Giant, please take a look. These two books are the teaching materials that Yanhuang College will use." Of course, Yanhuang College's curriculum is definitely more than these two. Mo Huai did not dare to be careless at this time. He solemnly took the teaching materials with both hands, then excused himself to Li Zishuan and Li Gang. He could not wait to sit on the stool and start reading seriously. Li Zishuan and Li Gang smiled to show that they understood. Then the two of them started chatting in low voices. On the other side, Mo Huai first opened the mathematics textbook. As a giant of the Mo family, he was quite proficient in mathematics. However, after getting used to the Arabic numerals with great difficulty, his eyes could not help but widen as he read. Algebra, equations, geometry, and so on. There were many new concepts defined in the textbook. Then, Mo Huai realized that many of the problems he had encountered before became very simple after using these things. What was even more unbelievable was that he seemed to have seen many of the concepts in the mathematics textbook before in the Mo family's classics. After flipping through another 10 pages, Mo Huai put down the mathematics textbook and opened another physics textbook. Li Zishuan's physics textbook was very rich in content. It included a preliminary introduction to basic physics concepts such as motion, speed, sound, heat, light reflection, light refraction, and mechanics. There was also Newton's 3 laws. Ahem, of course, Li Zishuan shamelessly used his name here again. He called it Xiaoshuan's 3 laws. Unlike the mathematics textbook, Mo Huai flipped through the physics textbook very quickly. In less than half an hour, he had flipped through more than half of the physics textbook. Then he closed the book and put it away. He took a few deep breaths, then suddenly stood up and went to Li Zishuan. He bowed and said excitedly, "Thank you for your help." The 45th generation of the Mo family's giant, Mo Huai, pays his respects to the divine ancestor. Li Zishuan, who was still wondering why Mo Huai would bow to him, felt that it was ridiculous when he heard Mo Huai's words. He stomped his feet and said, "Divine ancestor? How can I be your divine ancestor? Are you all right, giant?" Chapter 609. In the main hall, Li Gang, who was sitting on the couch, was so shocked that he almost pulled his beard off when he saw this absurd scene. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, who were supposed to be guarding Mo Huai, saw that their boss actually bowed to Li Zishuan and even called him divine ancestor. Both of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. As disciples of the Mo family, no one knew better than them what the two words divine ancestor meant. In the Mo family, the giant was called a saint, and there was only one person who could be called the divine ancestor since ancient times, the founder of the Mo family, Moz. As the giant of the Mo family, would Mo Huai use the two words divine ancestor as a joke to others? Obviously not. Even if he died, it was impossible. But how was he going to explain the current situation? At this moment, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun were completely dumbfounded. Mo Huai did not let everyone wait for long. He said firmly, "You are the reincarnation of the divine ancestor. You are the Mo family's divine ancestor." Li Zishuan was speechless. Reincarnation? Juzi, did you make a mistake? You believe in something as non-existent as reincarnation? Actually, he was more certain than anyone that he was not the reincarnation of Moz because the soul in his body had transmigrated from the modern world and had nothing to do with Moz. Yes, brother Mo. Reincarnation only exists in supernatural novels. There is no such thing as reincarnation in reality. Brother Emo, are you too tired? Why don't you go back and rest first? Li Gang could not help but frown and interrupt. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew Mo Huai well, if it were someone else like Mo Huai, he would definitely think that this person was crazy. No, no, no. Brother Wanji, I am very clear-headed. I know that no one will believe in the existence of reincarnation. I didn't believe it at first either. However, after reading those 2 books, I am convinced that Sir Li is the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor. Mo Huai first shook his head and declined Li Gang's good intentions. Then he began to analyze, for example, in this book of arithmetic, the multiple, midpoint, circle, decimal system, and so on are basic concepts that I have seen in the divine ancestor's handwritten notes. 1,000 years ago, the divine ancestor proposed these concepts. What shocked me the most was that the things recorded in this book of arithmetic were actually more detailed than the divine ancestor's handwritten notes. Also, this physics textbook covers the concepts of motion, speed, sound, heat, reflection of light, refraction of light, mechanics, and so on. I've read all of these things in the sacred ancestors' notes. Moreover, this physics textbook's research on these problems is obviously more in-depth. Back then, the divine ancestor was a genius and spent his entire life to have some attainments in these aspects. However, Li Xiannan, you are so young, but you can study these aspects more thoroughly than the divine ancestor. Other than the fact that you are the reincarnation of the divine ancestor and are born with the will of heaven, I really can't think of any other reason. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. It turned out that Moz had studied the concepts written in his book before. He had to admit that Moz's interests and hobbies were really broad. His understanding of the world had been refreshed once again. However, did he count as being unjustly implicated? In fact, what Mo Huai said was not nonsense. In history, Moz was the first scientist in China's history to treat mathematical problems from a rational perspective. He gave a series of propositions and definitions of mathematical concepts. These propositions and definitions were highly abstract and rigorous. Secondly, Moz's research on physics involved the branches of mechanics, optics, acoustics, and so on. He gave many definitions of physics concepts and made many important discoveries, summarizing some important physics theorems. These included the principle of leverage, small hole imaging, light and shadow, as well as the imaging characteristics of flat, concave, and convex mirrors. Lastly, Moz himself was also an expert in mechanical manufacturing. He once spent 3 years to meticulously develop a type of wooden bird kite that could fly. He was also an expert at manufacturing vehicles. He could build a vehicle that could carry 30 tons in less than a day. Combined with the new horse carriage that was popular in Chang'an City, Don't Touch Me, and the crane that had just appeared recently, Mo Huai was even more certain that Li Zishuan was the reincarnation of Moz. Juzi, this kid really isn't the reincarnation of your divine ancestor. The knowledge recorded in these 2 books were all taught to me by my master, spiritual master Ling Su, when he was still alive. I call them all the knowledge. The reason I set up Yanhuang Academy is to spread my master's knowledge to the world. Li Zishuan rubbed between his eyebrows and explained helplessly. Li Zishuan felt a little uncomfortable, being the reincarnation of someone else's divine ancestor for no reason. Although this divine ancestor used to be a very awesome existence, this had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to be himself. Mo Huai said in disbelief. Impossible. Other than the divine ancestor, who else in the world could have such deep attainments in these aspects? Li Zishuan spread out his hands and said, You haven't seen it, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Moreover, my abilities came from my master. There's probably no one in the Great Tang who doesn't know about this, right? Wake up. I'm definitely not the reincarnation of your divine ancestor. Li Gang also nodded and said, Brother Mo, although there are many coincidences in this matter, Xiao Xian's abilities are also open and above board. He definitely isn't the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor. Hearing Li Gang's words, Mo Huai finally wavered a little. His face was filled with disappointment as he muttered, Is it really not? Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for this old man's disappointed look. He thought for a moment and said, Juzi, I know what you're thinking. You're hoping that there really is the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor. and then lead the Mo family to become strong again. But it's better to rely on yourself than on others. The spread of the Mo school still depends on you and the current followers of the Mo family. Mo Huai was stunned. Li Zishuan's words stabbed him in the heart. He did have such thoughts before. After a while, he cupped his hands and bowed to Li Zishuan. Thank you for your advice, Lord Li Zishuan. I've made up my mind. I'll issue an order for all followers of the Mo family to come to Chang and help Lord Zhu impart knowledge and enlighten the people. When Mo Zhong and Mo Yun heard Mo Huai's words, they couldn't help but look at each other. It seemed like they were happy with this result. Li Zishuan was overjoyed. He said excitedly, That's great, that's great. Juzi, welcome to Yanhuang College. When the rest of the followers of the Mo family arrive in Chang, and just let me know and I'll take care of them. Chapter 610. Little Xian, although the Mo family's Juzi has agreed to lead the rest of the Mo family into Yanhuang College, you mustn't reveal their identities to others. Moreover, many of these followers of the school of Mo are skilled in martial arts. You must pay attention to management, and don't let these people go out and cause trouble. You must know that there are many people watching you now. After Mo Huai, Mo Zhong, and Mo Yun left with their mission, Li Gang looked at Li Zishuan and said earnestly. Li Zishuan was stunned. He didn't understand, so he asked, Sir, why is that? Do you know why the emperors of the past have been suppressing the Mo family, ever since the Qin dynasty unified the world? Li Gang clasped his hands behind his back and sighed deeply. Then he turned around and stared into Li Zishuan's eyes with a burning gaze. Li Zishuan answered matter-of-factly, Isn't it because Confucianism can better govern the people? That's why the other schools of thought can only slowly die out. This question was something that any modern person could answer, because countless historians had analyzed this problem. For the feudal rulers, Confucianism, which centered on the benevolence of hierarchy, was more suited to the needs of the ancient emperors to implement feudal autocracy. Therefore, when Confucianism became popular, other schools of thought would naturally die out. You brat! Li Gang glared and pointed at Li Zishuan. He was old and experienced, so of course he knew that Li Zishuan was speaking the truth. However, how could the truth be said so casually? He scolded jokingly, then said, You can talk nonsense in front of me, but don't say these words outside. Li Zishuan knew that he had misspoken and hurriedly agreed. Li Gang shook his head and continued. Actually, other than Confucianism, there's another important reason why the emperors of the past suppressed the Mo family. Under the background of great unification, a strong organization with strict internal discipline would inevitably make the imperial court extremely wary. Although the Mo family may only be hot-blooded and have no political ambitions, the emperors of the past were not afraid of greedy villains, but sages with the ability to mobilize people. For example, Xiao He. When Emperor Gaozu of Han stabilized the country, Xiao He's right-hand man advised him to buy more land and dirty himself. Only then would he feel at ease. Xiao He listened to the advice and forced the commoners to buy their houses and land at a low price. As expected, Emperor Gaozu was very happy. If Prime Minister Xiao wanted to benefit the world like Moz, there might be another headless ghost in the Weiyang Palace. Therefore, after the first emperor, he immediately sent the secret shadow guards to kill the Mo family. In the Han dynasty, the imperial court suppressed the Mo family several times and almost wiped out the entire Mo family. Although these people are Xian you still have to avoid suspicion to avoid to rise to lees. Don't give, you still avoid off, you don't off, you don't, you they you to avoid off to avoid. Li Gang's words were not wrong. To a ruler, the most terrifying thing was not the ambition to rebel, but the ability to rebel. Therefore, as an organization, the Mo family could only exist in the era of the various kingdoms. At that time there was no unification of the four kingdoms. The greatest danger that the rulers of the various kingdoms faced was the enemy countries around them. Therefore, they were much more relaxed towards the commoners under their rule. Once the 6 kings are gone, the 4 kingdoms are one. The ruler would definitely treat his subjects as his enemy. Not only would organizations like the Mo family not be able to continue existing, even those who inherited some of the Mo family's ideas and took the responsibility of eliminating violence and protecting the common people would not be tolerated by the imperial court because of using martial arts to violate the law. Li Zishuan stood to the side. As he listened, he couldn't help but think of that turbulent and bloody era. He couldn't help but feel sad that such a great school of thought like the School of Mo was born in this terrible era. After a long silence, he solemnly cupped his hands towards Li Gang and said, "Thank you for your reminder, I will be careful." He knew in his heart that if Li Gang didn't really treat him as a junior, he definitely wouldn't have said these words. Li Gang shook his head. It was obvious that he also felt pity for the Mo family's ending. At this time he looked at the green bamboo at the corner of the door and said with a sigh, "The Mo family's motto is words spoken by mouth must be carried out by body. The Mo family has many brave warriors, and every member of the Mo family is willing to go through fire and tread on blades without hesitation. This kind of dedication is valuable, but it can easily be expressed as a collective action, which is not beneficial to the long-term development of the school." In the past, when the Mo family's great son Mengsheng was appointed as the lord of Yang City in the Chu Kingdom, he and his 183 disciples all died in battle. In the chaotic times at that time, such an incident was definitely not the only case for the Mo family. Although the Mo family had hundreds of thousands of disciples at its peak, no matter how many disciples there were, how many times could they withstand such a great battle? Therefore, this old man believes that the Mo family's bravery and ruthlessness are not desirable. Today, Yinhuang College is a good place for them to go. This old man hopes that they can peacefully teach and educate people in the college, and don't cause any more trouble. With lofty ideals as the goal, a strict organization as the norm, and a willingness to sacrifice themselves for their ideals, this was the overall characteristic of the Mo family. When they participated in social change and practice in a collective and group way, they could demonstrate an extremely powerful force. However, the tragic result could also happen. When this group of people suffered a strong blow with their dedication to justice and ideals, with their spirit that would rather die than retreat, the result would not only be a collapse but also a complete wipeout. If the group collapsed, it could still be dealt with, but a wipeout would be impossible to continue. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not talk about these old things. It's getting late. And I know that you're very particular about your food. This old man only has coarse bran and pickles at home, so I won't keep you here to eat, lest you dislike it. After a long time, perhaps Li Gang realized that these topics were too serious, so he stood up and looked at the time, half joking. Li Zixuan blushed with shame and said, "Sir, what are you saying? I'm not a spoiled rich young master who can't bear hardships. Back then my master and I ate wild vegetables in the mountains. To be able to eat at the same table as you, even if it's coarse bran and pickles." Li Gang waved his hand in annoyance and said, "Go, go, go. This old man didn't cook for you. Go home and eat by yourself. Oh, right, in 2 days 2 of my good friends will be coming to Chong, and you should come and meet them." Li Zixuan was still gloomy at first, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, his eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly asked, "Sir, your 2 good friends are? You'll know in 2 days, but you don't have to worry, they're just like me, easygoing people. I'm sure they'll be willing to stay at your college." Chapter 611. Prince of Wei's Mansion Literature Hall. "Scholar Xiao, are you done with the proofreading?" Li Tai came in from outside and walked around the people around him. He went straight to Xiao Dian's desk and asked expectantly. Looking at Xiao Dian again, his hair was disheveled, his face was haggard, and he had 2 large dark circles under his eyes. He looked like a devil that had just come out of hell. Where was the gentleness from a few days ago? When he heard Li Tai's question, he replied without raising his head, "Soon, soon. Your Highness, please wait a moment. The last proofreading is about to be completed." When Li Tai heard this, he nodded in relief and did not rush him. This was because he knew that the people in the literature hall were already working to their limits. Therefore, he acknowledged and sat by the side to wait for the results. After about an hour, Xiao Dian slammed his brush on the inkstone and laughed loudly. "Haha, the proofreading is complete. There are no mistakes. The book is done. It's finally done." Li Tai, who was lying on the desk and flipping through the manuscripts in boredom, suddenly quivered. He ran to Xiao Dian's side and said happily, "Scholar Xiao, are you done with the proofreading?" Xiao Dian nodded excitedly and said, "I'm done with the proofreading. Your Highness, after 7 days of hard work by the 13 of us, this geography textbook is finally done." Xie Yin could not help but say excitedly, "Unbelievable! It's really unbelievable." Although Li Xiannan had already completed most of the geography textbook, even the remaining content added up to quite a lot of work. "I didn't expect that we only used 7 days to complete it," Li Tai said warmly. "This is all thanks to all of you scholars who worked hard these few days. After this prince hands this book to Mr. Li, this prince will personally enter the palace to request for credit for all of you." Although Xiao Dian looked extremely tired, he could not help but laugh when he heard this. "Haha, Your Highness is too serious. Even if I don't make any contributions, I, Xiao Dian, am still extremely happy to be able to participate in the writing of such a peerless book." Xie Yin smiled and said, "Dian is right. This geography book will definitely become a masterpiece that will be handed down from generation to generation. At that time we might even be able to leave our names in history because of it. We are still basking in the glory of Your Highness and Li Xiannan." "That's right. That's right." The rest of the scholars agreed with him. When little Fatty heard the praises around him, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. He secretly thought that he had the best foresight back then. He was the first one who thought highly of Li Zishuan. After everyone had quieted down, Li Tai said to them, "No matter what, you have been busy these past few days. You have stayed up many nights because of this. Now please go and rest. This prince will return the revised textbook of geography to the teacher." With that, he reached out his hand, ready to pick up the book on the table and go to Yongla Lane to find Li Zishuan. In the end, he actually couldn't pick it up. Li Tai took a closer look. It turned out that there were 4 more hands on the book. He looked at the owners of the 4 hands again. It was Xiao Dian and Xie Yin. He couldn't help but wonder, "Scholars, what do you mean by this?" Cough, cough. Xiao Dian coughed dryly and said embarrassedly, "Your Highness, please forgive me. The content of this geography book is really too brilliant. I am a little reluctant to part with it, and would like to borrow it for a few days to make a copy for my collection. May I know if it's possible?" Xie Yin looked at Li Tai and nodded, indicating that he also had the same intention. The rest of the people came back to their senses and couldn't help but whisper behind them. They were eager to try. Li Tai suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Logically speaking, these people had put in so much effort to perfect this book. Therefore, lending the book to them to make a copy for their collection was not an unreasonable request at all. However, Yanhuang College couldn't wait. After thinking about it, Li Tai tactfully refused. "Scholars, you must also know that Yanhuang College will start school on the 18th of this month. At that time we will need a lot of teaching materials, so we have to print them in advance. Therefore, this revised book must be sent to Mr. Li as soon as possible. If you too want to keep a copy for your collection, this prince will get the workshop to print a few more copies. When the time comes, I will give each of you a copy. How about that?" Those who could get along with Li Tai for so long were definitely not the kind of people who were one-track minded. Xiao Dian nodded and said, "Your Highness is right. This way we can save a lot of effort." Xie Yin said, That's right. We have to thank Your Highness for giving us the book." "Thank you, Your Highness." In the afternoon, Li Tai brought the revised geography teaching materials to the Li residence. Li Zishuan, who was taking an afternoon nap in the west courtyard, got up and went to the front hall after hearing the report. "What? Could it be that the geography teaching materials on your side have been revised?" Li Zishuan asked as he looked at little Fatty, who was drinking fine wine and eating fresh fruits in the front hall. It was not because he could count, but because there was an extra book on the corner of the table. Looking at the thickness of the book, it should be the geography teaching materials that he gave to Li Tai the last time. Yes. Li Tai excitedly chewed the fruit in his mouth and swallowed it. Then he said excitedly, "I finished the revision yesterday afternoon." After that, all the scholars in the academy did not rest and spent the whole night proofreading this book. It was almost noon today when they confirmed that there were no mistakes in it. After that, I personally sent it to you. Li Zishuan could not help but nod and say, "Yes. Not bad. They have all worked hard. How about this in my own name? I will give each of the scholars who participated in the revision of this book 30 strings of cash as a reward for their hard work. Later, Qingke, help me pass it to them." "Yes." Li Tai nodded. He also understood that 30 strings of cash was not a small amount. Then he caught a glimpse of Li Zishuan sitting at the side and yawning. He immediately said unhappily, "Hey, little Xian, did you just wake up? You're really not embarrassed? All of us over there have not slept properly for 7 days because of this book. You, on the other hand, are hiding at home alone. You're really relaxed and comfortable." Li Zishuan said unhappily, "Which eye of yours saw that I was relaxed and comfortable? All of you were busy these 7 days. Did you think I was idle these 7 days? Didn't I finish the 4th textbook in these 7 days?" Li Tai suddenly choked and was speechless. However, after hearing that there was another textbook, he could not help but ask curiously, "The 4th textbooks? What's it about? Can you lend it to me?" Other than mathematics and geography, he did not know anything about the other 2 books. Of course he was curious. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "No, now that the 4 books are done, I have to get the workshop to hurry up and print them. If you want to read them, you have to wait until school starts." Chapter 612. Master of the Mo Clan? Junxian, are you sure? It was the middle of the night, but the Du Hall was still brightly lit. Li Er leaned back on his couch and stared at Li Junxian as he sternly asked. Li Junxian was dressed in a white robe, his face solemn. He clasped his fist and replied, "Replying to your majesty, this general is extremely certain that this person is the master of the Mo clan. A few years ago, this general personally saw him in Qingzhou. Moreover, the files of the 100 Horsemen Department have detailed records of the master of the Mo clan, so there is no doubt that this person is the master of the Mo clan." Li Er nodded, his eyes narrowed in thought. Li Junxian probed, "Your Majesty, should we arrest them?" "Arrest? Why should we arrest them?" Li Er raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Junxian. "Firstly, these people did not cheat or rob. Secondly, why should we arrest them? Do we have to arrest them just because they are members of the Mo clan, the sworn enemy of the Confucian school?" "Ha!" Li Junxian pursed his lips, hesitating to speak. Li Er seemed to know what Li Junxian wanted to say and chuckled. "Ha! We understand your intentions. But how can the current Mo clan be compared to the Mo clan of the past? We do not deny that MOD was an important figure, but how much ability can the current master of the Mo clan have compared to him? The people he is leading are just a bunch of stubborn disciples of the Mo clan. They can't cause any waves." Speaking up to this point, Li Er suddenly looked towards the north and sighed deeply. He recalled, "In the past, the 42nd generation of the Mo family had interacted with my ancestor. Although they were not on the same side, she was still considered a heroine of her generation and was worthy of respect. The Mahis sect has many heroic and righteous people, and they are skilled in engineering. It must have been difficult for Li Zishuan to find their master. This time, Yanhuang College will be lively." Li Ying, the 42nd generation great son of the Mo clan, was the first female great son of the Mo clan. She was the daughter of the previous generation's great son, Mo Chan. She was born during the Northern and Southern dynasties, and was one of the valiant generals of the Southern dynasties. She had fought with the Northern Wei dynasty many times and had even fought with the Erzhu clan. She had also fought with the Li second great ancestor, Li Hu's father Li Yun, and defeated the Erzhu clan. Li Junxian responded with silence. Although he had learned about these matters from the files of the 100 Horsemen Department, this matter concerned the imperial household, so he had no choice but to be cautious. After Li Er sighed, he walked a few steps with his hands behind his back and instructed, "Send someone to pass a message to Li Zishuan. Tell him that he can accept people from Mahis sect, but you have to be careful. If something happens, you'll have to bear the consequences." Li Junxian blushed with shame. It wasn't that he had never delivered an imperial decree for Li Zishuan, but an imperial decree in this tone could only be heard when delivered to Li Zishuan. This was a testament to just how much the emperor favored Li Zishuan. "Yes, Your Majesty." Although many strange thoughts were popping up in his mind, Li Junxian didn't hesitate to respond, clasping his fists and bowing. Li Er nodded and returned to his throne. Just when Li Junxian thought that there was nothing else for him to do and was about to leave, Li Er suddenly said, "That's right, Junxian, you should also work harder on your martial arts. Dugu Xian broke into the Grandmaster realm several days ago, and logically speaking, your talent shouldn't be any worse than his. Yet you're still stuck at the Qi transformation realm. This truly shouldn't have happened. Li Junxian panicked and immediately bowed. This general has sinned. I have disappointed your majesty. Li Er shook his head and softly said, We don't blame you for anything. We just want to say that while the position of 100 Horseman officer often relies on one's brain, there are also times when one needs martial arts. Only if you can reach the Grandmaster realm as soon as possible will we be able to give you more tasks. However, the path of martial arts is often dependent on luck and fortune. There's no need for you to force yourself. Li Junxian fell into thought, and after a few moments he clasped his fists and said, This general understands. Thank you for your majesty's grace. Luck and fortune? It's said that Dugu Xian's luck came from a sword style that Li Zixuan unintentionally created. Then where is my luck? After leaving the palace, Li Junxian looked up at the bright moon in the sky and sighed. He had known long ago that Dugu Xian had broken into the Grandmaster realm, and he had also understood the various details. While he envied Dugu Xian's good fortune, Li Junxian also felt a great pressure. He and Dugu Xian were both outstanding talents of the Great Tang's younger generation. After Li Er ascended to the throne, the two of them had served at Li Er's side, one in the light and one in the shadows. They were both good partners and potential rivals. Just as a matter of fact, Li Er had used Dugu Xian to compete with him tonight. Although Li Er might not have had such intentions, it was said that with great power came great responsibility. If Li Junxian wanted to stabilize his position, he had to do both his duty and break through as quickly as possible. However, it was extremely difficult to break through to the Grandmaster realm. In the world, there were thousands of Qi transformation realm martial artists, but only a few dozen Grandmaster realm martial artists. This proved the value of Grandmaster realm martial artists. Li Junxian had been born into a poor family, and he did not have Dugu Xian's profound family background. In his early years, he had served under Li Mi and later became Wang Shichong's general. But because he loathed Wang Shichong's conduct, he had led his men to defect to Li Yuan and was made a light carriage commandant. He had followed Li Er to the Central Plains. During the battle he rode out alone, charging and breaking through enemy lines, fighting bravely. In the third year of Wuda, Li Junxian had followed Li Er to defeat Song Jinggang in Jiexiu. He had been made the general of agile cavalry, and given palace servants in silk. In the fourth year of Wuda, Li Junxian had gone to Luoyang to attack Wang Shichong, and was made the deputy commander of the cavalry. Wang Shichong's son Wang Xianying had transported grain into Luoyang from martial prison. Li Junxian had captured his army, and Wang Xianying had fled. He had followed the army to defeat Dou Jianda and Lu Haita. After Li Er ascended the throne, he had been made the Left Guard Residence's assistant commander. In the 8th month of the 9th year of Wuda, the Great Tang dynasty, which had just undergone a coup less than a month ago, had been invaded by the Turks. At that time, the Turks had attacked Jingyang, which was only 40 li away from Chang'an, and the capital had been shaken. Li Junxian and Yuqi Jingda had been ordered to meet the enemy and resolve the crisis in Chang'an. Li Er sighed. Junxian is so valiant. What is there to worry about? He had been made the general of the Left Guard, in charge of the Xuanwu Gates Guards, and had been made the County Duke of Wulian. Li Junxian had been very diligent in his work during the war, and he had often been rewarded by Li Er. This year, Li Er had formed the 100 Cavalry, and the brave and intelligent Li Junxian had been made the commander of the 100 Cavalry Department. It could be said that he had been blessed by the emperor for a long time. Sigh. I can only take one step at a time. Nothing can be forced. Let the heavens decide everything. Li Junxian shook his head and sighed. Then, he mounted his horse and rode off into the distance. However, he was not the only one who was troubled by the martial Dao. Chapter 613. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Bad news. Butler Zhao. Not long after his conversation with Li Junxian, Li Er was preparing to leave Ganlu Palace to rest in the rear palace when a young eunuch came running over, shouting at him as he ran. Li Er stopped in his tracks, looked at the young eunuch and asked in a deep voice, Zhao Song? What happened to him? The eunuch panted and quickly replied, "Your Majesty, Eunuch Zhao, he seems to have gone berserk due to improper training. Right now, his room is like a furnace and no one dares to go near it." Li Er was shocked and said, "There's such a thing? Quickly summon Wang Jian and Wang Gang to the Minister of Internal Affairs." If something had happened to other eunuchs, Li Er would not be so concerned, but Zhao Song was different. Putting aside his martial arts, Zhao Song was an old man by his side. He had been by his side ever since he was still the king of Qin. It had been almost 5 to 6 years. It was said that the emperor was heartless, but that also depended on the person and the time. Right now, Li Er was not willing to see something happen to Zhao Song. "Yes, Your Majesty." The eunuch had the ability to observe people's expressions. He could see Li Er's anxiety and quickly bowed in response before going to pass on the decree. Li Er frowned and ordered the eunuch beside him, "Prepare the carriage for the Minister of Internal Affairs." In the west of the palace there was a short building complex. That was the Yeding Palace. It was where the palace maids and the family members of the officials who committed crimes lived. To the north of the Yeding Palace was Taitsong and to the south was the Minister of Internal Affairs, where all the eunuchs lived. When Li Er hurried over from Taiji Palace, the 2 eunuchs he summoned were already there. They were middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s and wore loose white robes. They had an elegant demeanor and stood out from the crowd. When the 2 of them saw Li Er, they quickly walked over and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Although the 2 of them were highly skilled in martial arts, but no matter how powerful they were, they could not surpass the secular imperial power. Especially in the face of Li Er, this powerful and iron-blooded emperor, they did not dare to have a trace of neglect. Li Er nodded and asked directly, "How is Zhao Song now? Why don't the 2 of you go in and help?" One of the men with slightly darker skin cupped his hands and smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty, before you came, the 2 of us had already checked on Steward Zhao's situation. It's not that we don't want to help, it's just that our abilities are limited and we can't help." Li Er was shocked when he heard that. He said in surprise, "Even the 2 of you can't help?" The other consecrator shook his head helplessly and said, "Your Majesty, Head Steward Zhao's martial cultivation is already slightly higher than both of us. Now that the vital energy in his body is rampaging wildly, if we want to use external forces to help, we must find a martial arts expert who can completely suppress the vital energy in Head Steward Zhao's body. However, only a great grandmaster can do this. With the strength of both of us, if we rashly intervene, we will only harm Head Steward Zhao. The only thing we can do now is to see if Manager Zhao can make it through." "Great Grandmaster?" When Li Er heard that, he couldn't help but frown deeper. There were only 3 recognized Great Grandmaster experts in the world: Spiritual Master Ling Su of the Celestial Master Sect of Longhu Mountain, Abbot Xian Kong of the Shaolin Temple, and Tujua Nation Master Wu Jia. Now, one of the 2 great grandmasters in the Central Plains was gone, leaving only Abbot Xian Kong of the Shaolin Temple. If Li Er gave an order, Xian Kong would definitely do him a favor. However, was there really enough time? Li Er, who sat on the world and had hundreds of thousands of soldiers in his hands, was at a loss at this moment. Wang Jian. Zhao Song was fine before. How did he suddenly become like this? After thinking for a while, Li Er frowned and asked, "This?" The 2 consecrators of the imperial family looked at each other. Finally, the slightly darker and older consecrator stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, Manager Zhao's meridians are full of genuine qi. At first glance it seems to be a sign of a breakthrough. However, the total amount of genuine qi in Manager Zhao's body is definitely not enough for him to break through to the Great Grandmaster realm. After thinking about it, I feel that the violent genuine qi in Manager Zhao's body seems to have been formed after being forcibly compressed before suddenly going out of control." Li Er was stunned. He suddenly remembered the lie Li Zishuan told in the imperial court after he destroyed the 7 cultivators of virtue sect. Seeing Li Er's gloomy face, Wang Jian thought that he had said something wrong and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, it was just my humble opinion. I don't think Manager Zhao would do such a thing without common sense." Li Er's face darkened and he said in a deep voice, "No, you're right. Zhao Song really did do such a thing without common sense. Previously, Li Zixuan mentioned the genuine qi bomb in the imperial court and told a big lie to deceive everyone. Later, only the two of them knew about the gunpowder. Zhao Song didn't know about it, which led to the current situation. Li Er was really anxious and annoyed now. Wang Jian and Wang Gang were dumbfounded. They never thought that this unreliable guess would become the truth. I'll go in and take a look. Li Er thought for a while and was about to enter the house. Wang Jian was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. Your Majesty, you can't. Manager Zhao is not conscious at the moment and his genuine qi is still in a violent state. It's very likely that he will accidentally hurt Your Majesty. Besides, this house is very hot at the moment. Your Majesty shouldn't go in. Your Majesty's body is priceless. Please think twice. The accompanying eunuchs and maids stopped him in unison. Li Er was helpless. He sighed and said, Then you two stay here and take good care of him. You must protect Zhao Song's life. When he wakes up, inform me as soon as possible. Wang Jian and Wang Gang naturally cupped their hands and said yes. Qin Mansion. Although it was late at night, it was still brightly lit. Zhuangqi, why hasn't Master come out yet? He's been in there for almost a day. Outside a house in the backyard of Qin Mansion, a group of anxious people gathered. There was Madame Qin, Qin Huayu, and the maids, servants, and guards in the mansion. At this moment, Madame Qin glanced at the tightly shut door and asked the burly man beside her with a worried expression. Zhuangqi was not sure himself, but he still forced himself to be calm and said, Madame Qin, don't worry. Master's body has been getting better day by day for the past few months. Ever since he started practicing Tai Chi, his old injuries have been recovering faster and faster. It must be a good thing that he suddenly went into seclusion today. Who knows, maybe Master will be able to recover to his peak strength this time. Madame Qin wiped the sweat on her forehead and sighed. I only hope that Master can be healthy. As for the strength of his martial arts, I don't care about it. At this moment, Qin Huayu came over and patted Madame Qin's shoulder, comforting her. Mother, Father will be fine. Go back to your room and rest. I'll stay here and guard. Chapter 6:14. The next morning, Li Zixuan had just woken up when he heard a piece of big news. What? Uncle Qin's injuries are completely healed? And he even broke through? Li Zixuan was eating breakfast in the main hall when Han Yushi suddenly came in and told him the news. Li Zixuan couldn't help but exclaim, That's right. I heard that after practicing Tai Chi yesterday, Godfather suddenly felt something and locked himself up. Last night, Godfather broke out of seclusion. Not only were his old injuries completely healed, but his strength had also improved and reached the peak of the master stage. This way, Godfather doesn't have to suffer any more pain. Han Yushi happily shared the news she had heard with Li Zixuan. After saying that, she seemed to have thought of some unhappy things. She immediately wrinkled her nose and said, Previously, some imperial physicians said that Godfather's body could only hold on for another 10 years at most. Let's see if they still dare to say that now. A bunch of quacks. Li Zixuan couldn't help sweating. He really wanted to say, Wife, those imperial physicians were right. If it weren't for me, Qin Chong wouldn't have lived for more than 10 years. Of course, he couldn't say that he had foresight. Transmigration was his biggest secret. Ahem. Wife is right. Those are all quacks. Li Zixuan coughed dryly and agreed. Han Yushi smiled and walked to Li Zixuan's side. Husband, let's go to Qin Manor to visit Godfather later. Okay? You were busy with the matters of the academy previously and alienated some of the elders who are close to our family. Li Zixuan was stunned. He didn't expect Han Yushi to think so thoroughly, so he praised. Yes. Wife is right. Let's go and visit Uncle Qin after dinner. Although they were married, they still addressed Qin Chong by their own names. Anyway, Li Zixuan couldn't call Qin Chong Godfather like Han Yushi. Okay. Young Master, General Zhuo Wuwei is here with an imperial edict. After breakfast, Li Zixuan asked the servants to prepare some gifts and prepared to go to the Qin family. After all, Qin Chong's recovery and breakthrough this time could be considered a joyous occasion. It was necessary to bring some gifts to congratulate him. Unexpectedly at this moment the gatekeeper Ah Fu rushed in to report. Li Zixuan asked in confusion, General Zhuo Wei? Who is it? He already knew that there was one general and two generals in each of the 16 guards of the Tang dynasty. He also knew that the general of the Zhuo Wu Wei was Qin Qiong. However, he really did not know who the general of the Zhuo Wu Wei was. However, he could not be blamed for this. A Fu was dumbfounded by the question. There was no one else like this wastrel young master. He replied, "Young master, it's General Li Junxian." "Oh, Li Junxian. Hurry up and invite him in," Li Zishuan said hurriedly with a look of sudden realization. "There's no need for that. This general is already here. Mr. Li, you won't blame this general for being rude, right?" Li Zishuan had just finished speaking when a white-robed man walked in. He stared at Li Zishuan and said half-jokingly, "It was Li Junxian." Just from appearance alone, Li Junxian had a tall and straight figure and an awe-inspiring demeanor. His sharp eyebrows and handsome face made him look even more heroic. TSK. It's actually a pretty boy. No wonder there were rumors about him and Wu Meinyang in the future, Li Zishuan muttered to himself. Then, he stepped forward and clasped his hands with a smile. "General Li, what are you saying? You have the divine mandate on you. Please come in and have some tea." While Li Zishuan was sizing up Li Zishuan, Li Junxian was also sizing up Li Zishuan. He had met Li Zishuan before. When Li Zishuan had challenged Mount Beimeng in order to save Han Yushi, Li Er had sent him to investigate the situation. Although the situation had already been decided by the time he found Li Zishuan, he had still met Li Zishuan before. But today was his first time meeting Li Zishuan face to face. As he looked at this youth who was about the same height as him but still somewhat childish, he couldn't help but sigh. If not for Li Zishuan, he and Dugu Xian would have been considered outstanding talents of the great Tang's younger generation. But there were no ifs in reality. Although he held an important position at such a young age and was even a second-rank county duke, he was still a little dim compared to Li Zishuan. The other party wasn't even 15 yet, but he was already able to climb to such a high position. Who knew what he would be like when he was in his 20s or 30s? Besides, how could a martial arts grandmaster who wasn't even 15 years old compare to him? This general is only here to pass on an imperial decree. I won't impose on you. County Duke Li, listen to the decree. Li Zishuan snapped out of his thoughts and sternly said to Li Zishuan. When Li Zishuan heard that it was a verbal decree from Li Er, and not an official imperial decree, he immediately dismissed the idea of having someone set up the incense table. He stood to the side and bent his body slightly, pretending to listen attentively. His Majesty wants this general to inform you that Yanhuang College can accept people from the Mahist sect, but you have to know the limits. If something happens, you will have to bear the consequences. In the end, Li Junxian had to polish Li Er's words a little. Otherwise, he would have been too embarrassed to say it out loud. Even so, this imperial decree was still very straightforward. However, Li Zishuan really liked this kind of straightforward imperial decree. After hearing this, he hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "This subject receives the decree. Thank you for your grace." Li Zishuan's gratitude was sincere. Yesterday, after Li Gang analyzed the pros and cons of the Mahist sect joining Yanhuang College, he knew that the greatest power preventing the Mahist sect from entering the world wasn't the Confucians, but the imperial court and the emperor. Although the Confucians were powerful, their snobbishness couldn't be compared to Li Er's. Otherwise, how could there be a situation where Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism coexisted? Thus, Li Zishuan didn't really care about the attitudes of others. However, he had to care about Li Er's attitude. After all, Li Er was his immediate superior. After returning from Li Gang's house yesterday, Li Zishuan had been thinking about how to get Li Er to lower his guard against the Mahist sect. What he didn't expect was that he didn't do anything and Li Er took the initiative to deliver himself to his doorstep. This solved a huge worry in his heart. As for how Li Er knew that the head of the Mahist sect was going to join Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan could figure it out even with his eyes closed. Although he felt a little uncomfortable in this feudal society, wasn't it easy for an emperor to know the movements of others? For Li Zishuan, it was fine as long as it didn't affect his life. Besides, even in modern society, did you really have privacy? When he thought of this, Li Zishuan felt a little better. Oh. Chapter 615. Husband, is His Majesty angry at you? After Li Junxian left with Li Er's decree, Han Yushi pulled on Li Zixuan's arm and asked. Those who didn't know the situation would immediately think that Li Er was reprimanding Li Zixuan, which was why Han Yushi was so worried. Haha, of course not. There are times when one can't just look at things from the surface. This imperial decree is a good thing for our family. Wife, there's no need to worry. Li Zixuan stroked Han Yushi's coiled hair and comforted her gently. Then he said, "Oh right, aren't you going to visit Uncle Qin? Sambao and the others are just about done packing, so let's set off." Han Yushi naturally agreed. The husband and wife went out hand in hand. They rode a carriage with gifts and headed towards the Qin manor. When they arrived at the Qin residence, Li Zixuan realized that the place was already packed with carriages. 4 or 5 carriages were parked by the side of the road, and each carriage had a manservant who was giving the horses water to prevent them from getting heatstroke. It seems like it's going to be rather lively here. Li Zixuan jumped down from the carriage and helped Han Yushi down as well. He couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at the situation by the road. Han Yushi steadied herself and smiled. Adoptive father's recovery from his illness is a major event for all of the Great Tang. Many people will definitely come to congratulate him. Li Zixuan nodded and pulled Han Yushi inside. The gatekeepers of the Qin residence naturally wouldn't stop them. One of them was their patriarch's savior while the other was their patriarch's adopted daughter. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to stop them. Haha, second brother can finally ride a horse and hunt with me, and go to the battlefield to kill enemies. How delightful, how delightful. Today, we brothers must not return until we're drunk. Cough. Needless to say, only Chang Yaojin could have such a loud voice and speak in such a bold and unrestrained manner. Pa! You idiot, Shubao has just recovered from his illness. How could he drink so much with a fool like you? It was obvious that this voice belonged to Yu Qigong. He was the only one who would go against Chang Yaojin like this. Hey! Yuchi old hey, what are you talking about? Not only has second brother recovered from his old injuries, but he is also more powerful than you and I. Why can't he drink? I think it's you, Yuchi old black, who can't hold your liquor well and doesn't dare to drink with us, right? Ha ha ha. Bullshit. I don't dare to drink with you? Come come come. Today, whoever falls first will be the grandson. Ha ha. So be it. Do you think I, old Chang, am afraid of you? Hearing this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but shake his head and walk towards the main hall. He thought to himself, these 2 old fellows can really fight anywhere. They are simply enemies from the previous life. No, it should be enemies from the previous life because even enemies are not as fierce as these 2. It was originally a celebratory banquet for Qin Qiong's recovery, but these 2 people turned it into a catfight. Uncle Qin, I heard that you've recovered. Congratulations. From now on, you can continue to carry your spear and gallop on the battlefield. Li Zixuan stepped forward and cupped his hands to Qin Qiong before congratulating him. As for Han Yushi, she had already been led to the backyard by the Qin manor servants to talk to Mrs. Qin. After all, there were so many men in the main hall, and she had nothing in common to talk about here. Only then did everyone notice that Li Zixuan had arrived. Qin Qiong was the first to stand up and smiled kindly. Haha, this is all thanks to you, little Xian. Come and sit first. Hey, that's the result of your own perseverance, Uncle Qin. Li Zixuan said humbly. Then after greeting some of the elders present, Li Jing, Chang Yaojin, Yuchi Jingda, Niu Jinda, Li Daozong, etc., he sat at the last seat on Qin Qiong's right. There was no choice. Who asked him to be the last to arrive and be the youngest person? Ha! This is your credit. No one can take it away. If it weren't for your unique medicinal wine, little Xian, and that blood-snatching method to prolong my life, this old man could only lie in bed for the next few years and wait for death. How can I still sit here and chat with all of you? Qin Qiong stroked his beard and looked at Li Zixuan with admiration. Chang Yaojin said with a faint smile. Haha, we're all family. Second brother Qin, what are you thanking us for? Besides, even if you want to thank us, this is not a complete thank you. Did you forget to tell us something? Qin Qiong was stunned and asked in bewilderment. What is it? Chang Yaojin pursed his lips and said. It's that Taiji fist. Second brother Qin, didn't you break through to the peak of Grandmaster because of Taiji fist? A while ago, I heard that Dugu Exine broke through to Grandmaster with a few sword moves that little Xian helped him deduce. Now, second brother Qin, you've reached the peak of Grandmaster because of little Xian's Taiji fist. This is enough to show that if a martial artist wants to break through, it's best to look for little Xian. That's right. Now little Xian has a small reputation in the martial arts world. Li Jing stroked his beard and smiled. However, Yuqigong said, second brother Qin has just recovered from a serious illness this time, and his strength has increased by another level. It can be said that he has left us behind again. The reason why Yuqigong said this was mainly because among them, when they were young, Qin Qiong's martial strength was the first to reach its peak. And according to the development of things, Qin Qiong's martial strength should be the first to decline. At the beginning it was indeed like this. At that time they were chasing after Qin Qiong's footsteps, but Qin Qiong's martial strength kept declining because of his body. Everyone thought that it would end like this. Who knew that Qin Qiong would be reborn today? Not only did he wash away his old injuries, but he also took another step forward in martial arts and once again pulled away from these generals. Hee. Second brother Qin, can I practice Taiji fist? I've been stuck at Grandmaster middle stage for a long time. If I can practice Taiji fist, I might be able to break through. Cheng Yaojin asked shamelessly. At this moment the rest of the people stopped talking to each other and turned their attention to this side. For martial artists, there was nothing more comfortable than improving their realm. Qin Qiong glanced at Cheng Yaojin and said, I don't have any objections, but you have to ask little Xian. After all, Taiji fist is from him. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Li Zishuan hurriedly said, Haha, I don't have any objections either. If you want to learn Taiji fist, you can all learn it. However, Taiji fist emphasizes the word understanding. If you don't use your heart to understand it, in the end, even if you do make the final move, you can only make the shape look like the spirit but not the spirit. It won't be beneficial for breaking through the realm. Chapter 6:16. Zhao Song is in trouble because of you, and you still have the time to show off here. In the front hall of Qin Mansion, everyone was discussing the magical functions of Tai Chi. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside the door. Then, Li Er stepped into the main hall in his regular clothes. Everyone in the room was shocked. They quickly got up and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Er waved his hand and said, I'm here today to congratulate Xu Bao on his recovery. There's no need for formalities. Qin Qiong heard this and said gratefully, Your Majesty, thank you for your concern. Li Er stepped forward and helped Qin Qiong up. He smiled and said, Xu Bao is the pillar of the country. Shouldn't I be concerned about him? Qin Qiong's lips moved slightly and he said in a trembling voice, Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Er smiled. Then, he did not greet the other officials in the room. He looked directly at Li Zishuan and paused before saying, Zhao Song tried to force a breakthrough last night. He used the method of compressing his vital energy that you mentioned last time. As a result, 30% of his meridians were damaged. If it were not for the help of the two imperial consecrators at the last moment, he would not have survived. Even so, his strength has fallen from Guru Peak to Guru Early Stage. Li Zishuan's jaw dropped in shock. He never thought that Zhao Song, that lunatic, would dare to do something like this and play it so big. It was as if he wanted to go to the heavens. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. He did not know if it was cold or hot and said, Your Majesty, why is Steward Zhao in such a hurry to break through? Logically speaking, the Tang Empire was at peace now. Although the Turks in the north were eyeing them covetously, these national affairs should not be rushed by a eunuch, right? So, what reason did Zhao Song have to be in such a hurry to break through? Putting aside the self-blame in his heart, Li Zishuan was very curious about the reason why Zhao Song was in such a hurry to break through. Li Er was obviously speechless about this. He looked away and was silent for a long time, as if he was considering his words. Then he said unhappily, From what I've heard, he must have noticed that Dugu Exen had broken through to the Grandmaster realm at such a young age. Including you, there are now 2 Grandmasters in the younger generation. He felt the pressure and felt that if he didn't take the risk now, he wouldn't have a chance when he was old. That's why he took the risk last night. In the end, if it weren't for the presence of the 2 imperial consecrators, he would have lost his life. Li Zixuan broke out in a cold sweat as he thought about the entire situation. If Zhao Song had really lost his life because he had compressed his vital energy to practice martial arts, then even if he was not punished by Li Er, Li Zixuan would not be able to rest easy. He thought for a moment, then stepped forward and bowed. This is all my fault. I misspoke in the imperial court that day and misled head steward Zhao. I even caused him to almost lose his life. Your Majesty, please punish me. This apology contained 30% of Li Zixuan's guilt and 70% of his retreating in order to advance. This was because when Li Er had just entered, his tone was obviously unfriendly. Old Li had come with a temper today. Seeing this, Qin Xiong stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, this matter can't be blamed on Xiao Xian. When eunuch Zhao used the method of compressing his vital energy to break through to the next realm, he must have known the danger, but he still did it. This can't be blamed on Xiao Xian. Chang Yaojin then echoed in a rough voice. Your Majesty, this really can't be blamed on Xiao Xian. That day, there were so many ministers and generals in the imperial court. Eunuch Zhao was not the only one who knew the method of compressing his vital energy. In the end, nothing happened to the others except for eunuch Zhao. Can this be blamed on Xiao Xian? It was rare for Li Jing to speak. He said, Your Majesty, Xu Bao and Jiji are right. Eunuch Zhao is over 40 years old. He is not a 3-year-old child. There is no reason to blame others for his own decision. I think eunuch Zhao himself has never blamed Xiao Xian. Seeing that everyone in the room was speaking up for Li Zixuan, Li Er's face was calm. No one could tell whether he was happy or angry. He paused and said, I haven't convicted this boy yet. Why are you all so anxious? Then he turned to Li Zixuan and said, Although Zhao Song's matter can't be blamed on you, it was more or less caused by you. However, today Xu Bao recovered from his injury and broke through to the next realm because of you. You can be considered to have brought back another tiger general for the Tang Empire. This is something that can't be exchanged for anything. At least your merit outweighs your fault. I bestow upon your wife the title of rank 6 noble lady as your reward this time. Do you have any complaints? Li Zixuan said happily, Thank you, Your Majesty. I have no complaints. The more time he spent with Han Yushi, the more Li Zixuan knew about the inferiority complex in Han Yushi's bones. He was now a higher and higher official, but the pressure on Han Yushi was getting greater and greater. Sometimes he was also very troubled. He only wanted to live a simple and happy life without any external interference. However, in Han Yushi's heart, she still could not get rid of the secular concept of a well-matched family. Perhaps she agreed to marry him because she was moved by his persistent pursuit. However, ever since she married into the Li family, she didn't have a moment of rest. She learned this and that every day and even learned poetry. Li Zixuan once told her that she didn't need it. However, she said that she wanted to improve and she wanted to be worthy of him. Humble love, humble self. Many people felt that this kind of humble love was not worth cherishing. But Li Zixuan did not think so. In love, if someone loved more, naturally there would be someone who loved less. It couldn't be equal. People who loved more would give more, and naturally they would be hurt more. This wasn't because she was cheap. It was because she loved him and didn't want to lose him. After understanding this, Li Zixuan wouldn't not cherish this relationship. He would only feel that this woman really made people feel sorry for her. And the 6th rank title that Li Er gave to Han Yushi today could be said to be timely reign. In this era, the title of a noble was very rare. If a 6th rank noble was placed in a place, even the county magistrate would have to greet them with the courtesy of an official. Li Er nodded. Qin Qiong and the others quickly cupped their fists and said, Your Majesty is wise. Li Er laughed and said, That's enough. Let's not talk about this anymore. Today, Xu Bao's body has recovered. I am really happy in my heart. Jijia pharmacist Jingda, since you guys are here, don't leave. Today we are here to celebrate with wine. We won't go back until we are drunk. Speaking of drinking, Chang Yaojin suddenly became excited. He didn't care about the etiquette of a monarch and minister. He patted his arm and laughed loudly. Okay. We originally planned to eat wine at Second Brother's place at noon. It's good that Your Majesty is here. Speaking of which, we brothers haven't eaten at the same table with Your Majesty for a year, right? Haha. Yes. Today Xiaoxian is here. This kid's culinary skills are excellent. He can cook a few dishes for us to eat with wine. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Ooh. Chapter 6:17. When it came to cooking, many people would subconsciously think of the phrase, "A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen." It was clearly inappropriate for Li Zixuan, the founding baron of the country, to personally cook. However, the elders in the backyard clearly didn't think so. Chang Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Niu Jinda, and Yuqi Jingda had always treated Li Zixuan as their own junior. If something happened to Li Zixuan, the four of them would definitely be the first to act. As for Li Zixuan, because of Han Tianhu's Han family, he was considered relatives of Li Zixuan. Needless to say, Li Zixuan himself also wanted to try the dishes personally cooked by Li Zixuan. After all, in the entire Tang dynasty, who didn't know that Li Zixuan was the best at eating? Therefore, Li Zixuan was unquestionably sent to cook for these elders and big shots to go with the wine. As the emperor, if he wanted to eat lunch at the Qin residence, Li Zixuan obviously wouldn't be the only one busy. When Madame Qin, who was chatting with Han Yushi in the backyard, heard that Li Zixuan was going to eat at the Qin residence, she quickly ordered the servants to prepare the ingredients. Then she personally went to the kitchen. Han Yushi followed behind her. Xiao Xian? Why are you here? Why aren't you in the front room with His Majesty? They all say that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. Why are you a man in the kitchen? Go out and let Auntie. Madame Qin originally planned to personally cook lunch. After all, it was for the emperor. However, she couldn't be careless. If the servants didn't pay attention or had any evil intentions and something happened to Li Zixuan while he was eating at the Qin residence, then the hundreds of people in the Qin residence would be finished. After entering the kitchen, Madame Qin saw Li Zixuan cutting the pork and couldn't help but reprimand him. Han Yushi, who was following behind, also couldn't help but open her mouth in shock when she saw this scene. When Li Zixuan heard this, he smiled as he cut the pork. What gentleman should stay away from the kitchen? That was just a bunch of hypocrites who pretended to be righteous and hypocritical to cover up their hypocrisy. Today, Uncle Qin has just recovered from a serious illness, and this little one's cooking skills are just right. I'll conveniently make a few side dishes for Uncle Qin, the elders, and His Majesty to show my sincerity. What's wrong with that? Mencius had a famous saying, "A gentleman is like a beast. Seeing it alive, he cannot bear to see it dead. Hearing its voice, he cannot bear to eat its flesh. Therefore, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen." In the traditional etiquette system, it was simply established as a code of conduct. A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. If there is blood and qi, he should not be humiliated. Li Zixuan felt that the person who said this was simply asking for trouble. Since you can't bear to kill, then don't eat meat. Not only did he have to satisfy his desire for good food, but he also couldn't bear to see the pain of animals dying. He had to stay away from the scene of the killing so that he could eat with a clear conscience. If this wasn't hypocrisy, then what was? Therefore, when he heard Mrs. Qin say that, "A gentleman stays away from the kitchen," Li Zixuan thought that it was just a bunch of hypocrites who pretended to be righteous and hypocritical to cover up their hypocrisy. Mrs. Qin saw this and anxiously said, "That's all nonsense. No matter what you say, Auntie has never seen a man personally cook in the kitchen. Xiao Xian, hurry up and come out." Li Zixuan saw that he couldn't persuade Mrs. Qin and felt helpless. He could only bring out the flag and say, "Auntie, this is what His Majesty asked me to do. I have no choice." "What? His Majesty asked you to do it?" Mrs. Qin frowned when she heard this and didn't try to persuade him anymore. She thought for a while and said, Then Auntie will help you." "Husband, I'll help you too." Li Zixuan knew that if he still didn't agree, Mrs. Qin would probably go to the backyard to talk to Li Er personally. Therefore, he nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Auntie and wife." "Hey, you child, why are you being so polite with Auntie? Besides, this is what Auntie should do." Mrs. Qin laughed and went into the kitchen. She began to instruct the maids to help Li Zixuan wash the vegetables. Han Yushi walked to Li Zixuan's side and said softly, "Husband, what are you going to cook? Can I help you?" Li Zixuan smiled and said softly, "I'm going to cook a few new dishes. Vinegar radish skin, big bowl of steamed pork, steamed chicken, fried fish pieces, and fried chicken cubes." Wife, you can just watch from the side and cook for me in the future. How about? Han Yushi carefully memorized the names of these dishes and said, Okay, that's good. I'll learn seriously. Seeing the serious expression on the woman's face, Li Zixuan couldn't help but flick her flawless forehead with his clean hand that was holding the kitchen knife and said, Don't worry. Why are you so serious? If you can't learn it today, I'll teach you in the future. All right, wife, I have good news here. I'll tell you when we get home. Han Yushi hurriedly covered her forehead as if she had been electrocuted. Then she guiltily glanced in Mrs. Qin's direction. She didn't even dare to ask about the surprise Li Zixuan said. She hurriedly stood to the side and lowered her head like an ostrich. Mrs. Qin, who wasn't far away, noticed the couple's small movements, but she didn't say anything. She just smiled with great comfort. It was obvious that she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Li Zixuan was slightly embarrassed. Then, he pretended that nothing had happened and began to cook. The first dish was a big bowl of steamed pork. Northerners like to eat meat in big bites. Naturally, the wine was like a large piece of meat going through the intestines. They wanted a refreshing taste. Cheng Yaojin and the others would definitely like this big bowl of steamed pork. First, cut the streaky pork into pieces, blanch them in boiling water, soak them in wine, and then deep fry them. Finally, add some preserved vegetables. These vegetables are produced in the Guangdong area. During the Tang dynasty, there were a lot of them in Lingnan. As the base, steam them for half an hour, and the bright red and tender steamed pork in a big bowl will be ready to be served. Of course, during this time, Li Zixuan also made the vinegar-choked radish skin. This dish couldn't be easier. Then he made the diced chicken. He chose a piece of chicken breast meat and cut it into small cubes. Then he tore up some orange peel, pepper, cloves, fennel, and other spices. He turned on the fire and heated up a little bit of oil. Then, he put the meat and the seasonings into the pot and stir-fried it. The flavor of the spices permeated into the meat. He ate a bite of the diced chicken with a sip of wine. It was so refreshing. There were also fried fish pieces. He cut a whole fat black carp into big chunks and marinated it with salt and white wine grains for an hour. The fish pieces would show a light pink color, which was very tempting. Then he mixed eggs and flour and fried the fish pieces with hot oil. The fish pieces were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. When it was time to eat, he made a hot sauce with garlic and soy sauce and poured it over it to go with wine. The taste was so good that even an immortal wouldn't exchange it for it. The more Li Zixuan cooked, the more proficient he became. Han Yushi and Mrs. Qin, who were next to him, were more and more dumbfounded. The more they looked, the more they were hungry. This color, this aroma, they almost couldn't help but want to eat it first. Madame Qin gulped and thought to herself, no wonder His Majesty allowed Xiaoxian to come over and cook. Sigh, I don't know where this child learned to cook these dishes, but they're even more delicious than mine, someone who's been cooking for decades. Oh. Chapter 618. After working in the Qin family's kitchen for more than 2 hours, Li Zixuan finally finished preparing lunch for the big shots in the backyard. There weren't many types of dishes, only 5 dishes and 1 soup in total. However, the portions of each dish were large and were all placed in small bowls. After all, the big shots sitting in the house were all martial artists and their appetites were extraordinarily large. After the dishes were done, Li Zixuan naturally didn't have anything to do. Madame Qin ordered the maids to bring the bowls of dishes to the front hall. Li Zixuan didn't care about this. After washing his hands, he pulled his wife out of the kitchen. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came out, he saw Qin Huayu and Cheng Chumo walking towards him. Li Zixuan was stunned and asked, Hey, Huayu, Chonyo? You two are backs? Qin Huayu went to Yunshan to participate in labor, as early as a month ago. Cheng Chumo liked to slack off, and it had only been half a month since he went to Yunshan. Under normal circumstances, the two of them should be at Yunshan now because Yunshan was a little far from Chang'an. The students of the School of Mathematics would usually eat together in the cafeteria of Yunshan at noon. Oh, what meat is this? It smells so good. Hey, wait. Don't go. Let me try a piece. Cheng Chumo was about to answer when he smelled an extremely rich fragrance of meat. His attention was immediately attracted by the little maid holding the bowls of dishes. What was worse was that this guy was not only talking, but also stretching out his black dog paw. Stop! Madame Qin, who was standing behind him, quickly caught up to him and scolded. Ugly bull, stop fooling around. This food was prepared for His Majesty. If you really want to eat, then go wash your hands and eat at the table. What are you doing now? Chang Chumo immediately stopped. He widened his eyes and said, Huh? Is Her Majesty here too? He had just brought Qin Huayu home. After learning that Qin Xiong had recovered from his old injuries and had unexpectedly broken through to the next realm, and that Chang Chumo was freeloading at the Qin family today, Chang Chumo rolled his eyes and followed Qin Huayu over. However, he only came over to freeload a meal. He really didn't know that Li Er was here. If he had known earlier, he definitely wouldn't have come. His Majesty, your Uncle Yuchi, and the others are all here. Since you're here, Choax, go wash your hands and accompany them to drink later. After saying that, Madame Qin led the maids into the room, leaving behind a dumbfounded Chang Chumo. Heh! Who told you to be so smug? Li Zixuan stepped forward and teased Chang Chumo. Then he looked at Qin Huayu and asked, Huayu, how are things at Cloud Mountain? Qin Huayu said, the construction of the academy has been completed. All that's left are some non-urgent buildings. The students of the School of Mathematics have all returned home today to prepare for the entrance exam. Everything was completed just like that? Li Zixuan was shocked when he heard that. He said in surprise, that's fast? Then Huayu, you guys have worked hard. At this moment, he just remembered that the entrance exam of Yanhuang College was about to begin, and he hadn't even started writing the exam papers? It seemed like he couldn't wander around anymore. Ha! Of course we've worked hard. Xiao Xian, you have to compensate us well. Chang Chumo laughed shamelessly. Li Zixuan said in annoyance, compensates? Isn't this lunch compensation for you? Choax, you can't eat these dishes anywhere else even if you want to. What meat is this? Why is it so fragrant? I old Chang want to try it and see what it tastes like. After the dishes were served, Chang Chumo couldn't help but salivate when he smelled the fragrance of the meat with preserved vegetables. He was eager to try it. Cough, cough. Qin Xiong coughed heavily and signaled Chang Chumo to notice that Li Er was still at the table. Chang Chumo came back to his senses and blushed. He put down his chopsticks and said awkwardly, cough, cough. Your Majesty, please try this first. Li Er smiled and said, what? We haven't eaten together for so long. And now we're becoming distant? Thinking back to when Jijia was at the table, he didn't give in no matter who the other party was. Chang Chumo touched his nose and didn't say anything, but he thought to himself, you were still the king of Qin, and we were all good brothers. Now that you're the emperor, how can I, old Chang, not be more careful? Haha. Jijia, are you trying to say that today is different from the past? I'm already the emperor of a country, and you can't laugh and scold me like before? Also, Xu Bao, pharmacist, Jinda, do you all think the same? What kind of person was Li Er? How could he not guess what Chang Yaojin was thinking? He glanced at the people in the room and said with a meaningful smile. Chang Chumo hurriedly cupped his fists and said, this official doesn't dare. Qin Xiong and the others also bowed slightly and said, this official doesn't dare. Don't dare? Li Er's mood suddenly became agitated. He stood up straight and looked at everyone at the table. He said with a face full of resentment, you all just don't dare? This means that you all really thought so in your hearts. Ha! To put it bluntly, you all are afraid. You all are afraid that I will punish you because of your words and actions. You all are afraid that I will be the emperor now, and my temperament will change greatly compared to before. You all are afraid that I will be like Liu Bang, who just ascended the throne and then killed a meritorious official. You all are afraid, aren't you? At the end of his words, Li Er was almost shouting. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Everyone lowered their heads and didn't say a word. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Chang Chumo was even grumbling in his heart about why he came to freeload today. In the end, he didn't even freeload the meal, but first freeload the tiger's butt. He was really unlucky. Seeing that no one responded, Li Er was even more depressed. He continued, today I will tell you clearly. Although I am the Emperor Xu Bao Jijia, and the rest of you have been with me through life and death on the battlefield, I will always treat you as my brothers. Today, I swear to the heavens that in my lifetime, I will never be like Liu Bang, and you will never be like Han Exen. Liu Bang was already more than 50 years old when he became the emperor. In his later years, he became increasingly suspicious of the meritorious officials who fought with him, especially those with different surnames. In the end, Zhang Tu Zhang Han Wang Xian Peng Yu Han Xian Ingbu, and the others were killed one after another. Ingbu even rebelled. Liu Bang personally led an army when he was ill and defeated him. After that, the country was handed over to the descendants of the Liu family. Not only that, but he also became suspicious of Xiao He. He forced him to think of ways to tarnish his reputation to arouse Emperor Yi's suspicion. In the end, he almost died. At this time, after Li Er finished speaking, he slammed the wine bowl heavily and said heroically, "Serve the wine." Li Zishuan, Qin Huayu, and Chang Chumo looked at each other and went to serve the wine obediently. After all, they were the only ones in the room who could be ordered. Chapter 619. Zhen has already said what needs to be said. Today, all of you bring out the heroic spirit you had when you fought with Zhen on the battlefield. Xu Bao's old injuries have healed and he unexpectedly broke through. Aren't you all happy? Come. There are no monarchs and ministers on the table today. Let's not go home until we're drunk. After Li Zishuan filled the empty wine bowl in front of him, Li Er picked it up and raised it in front of his chin. He said loudly to Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin, and the others, "Cough cough." Chang Chumo and Qin Huayu, these two idiots, didn't dare to come over and pour wine for Li Zishuan, so this tough job naturally fell on Li Zishuan's head. Come. Let's do it. When it comes to drinking, I, Chang Yaojin, have never been afraid of anyone. Since your majesty said that there are no monarchs and ministers on the table today, then don't blame me when you get drunk by me. Chang Yaojin was the most careless. He held the wine bowl and stood up as he spoke in a rough voice. Li Er laughed loudly. Haha. Do you think Zhen doesn't know your alcohol tolerance? If you can get Zhen drunk today, Zhen will give a daughter to your Cheng family. After Li Er's sincere words, Chang Yaojin's heart had already relaxed. His eyes lit up and he said, "Your Majesty, are you serious?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel moved. According to the official history, Chang Yaojin's second son, Chang Chuliang, did marry Li Er's daughter Princess Qinghe. History was always shockingly similar. A monarch doesn't joke. Although Li Er's body didn't look as sturdy as Chang Yaojin's, he still had some skills in alcohol tolerance. After all, how many emperors hadn't been baptized by alcohol? After the two of them messed around, the previous tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. Yuqi Jingde joined in the fun and said, "Your Majesty, you can only believe half of Chang Jijie's words. The older this old guy gets, the less reliable his mouth." Niu Jinda smiled and said, That's right. Jijie's alcohol tolerance can't even compare to me, old Niu. He only knows how to boast." Chang Yaojin immediately panicked. He glared at Zhao Yu and said, "Hey, I say the two of you are starting to collude, right? Come. Watch me, old Cheng, beat the both of you up. I'll drink first to show my respect." After saying that, he picked up the wine bowl and was about to drink it all. Niu Jinda hurriedly said, Wait. What's wrong? Hey, old Niu, are you scared?" Chang Yaojin was puzzled at first, but then he said proudly. Niu Jinda spat. "Bullshit. Why would I be afraid of you, Madman Chang? What I want to say is, how boring is it for you to drink one bowl after another? It wouldn't be easy to determine the winner. Why don't we compete in drinking with finger-guessing games? Your Majesty, Xu Bao, what do you think?" Li Er nodded. "Sure." Qin Qiong nodded and said, "Yes." When Chang Yaojin saw this, he could only straighten his neck and say, Let's play the finger-guessing game. Come. Everyone quickly reached an agreement and prepared to start the finger-guessing game. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly came from the field. "How boring is this finger-guessing game? I know a more interesting game that's most suitable for drinking." Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw that it was Chang Chumo who was eagerly making the suggestion. Go. We are drinking. You little brat, take 2 pieces of meat and scram to the side to eat." Cheng Yaojin didn't waste any time. He came up and slapped Chang Chumo twice on the back of his head. Chang Chumo was hit hard, and he instantly grimaced in pain. When he heard Chang Yaojin's heartless words, he was furious. He didn't know if this guy had eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's guts, but he actually said, "Io. What the heck, Dad? Am I still your biological son? You can really bear to hit me and say that?" Pfft. Li Zixuan was the first one who couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. The rest of the people, including Li Er, also laughed out loud. Chang Yaojin's face darkened, and he was about to hit again when Li Er hurriedly stopped him. "Alright, Jijia, stop hitting. Let Chonyo speak. Who knows, this kid might really have some good ideas?" Only then did Chang Yaojin stop. However, he still glared fiercely at Chang Chumo and said, "Speak. You little rascal, if you can't say anything, I'll break your legs when we get back." Chang Chumo shrunk his neck and then began to introduce to the big bosses in the field. This game is called Every 7 Passes. The rules are very simple. You can first randomly choose a person and say any number. For example, Her Majesty says 5, Uncle Li, you have to immediately say 6, and so on. However, whenever you encounter a number that is a multiple of 7 or a number that contains 7, that person can't say it out loud. He has to say pass. Those who don't say pass or those who hesitate for more than 2 breaths will all be considered to have failed. The person who fails will be punished with a glass of wine, and then the next round of the game will start from this person again. I wonder what Her Majesty and the rest of the uncles think? Li Zixuan couldn't help but cover his face. This fellow had completely copied the rules of the game that he had mentioned the other day. It was really hard on him. However, copying the game itself wasn't a problem. The problem was, no. How can this game be as simple as finger guessing? You little rascal, you're just adding to the trouble. As expected, before Li Er could say anything, Chang Yaojin was the first to jump out and reprimand him. Actually, at this moment, Chang Yaojin was also sweating in his heart. Was this son really his biological son? Why did he keep tricking him? Because if they were to follow the rules of the game, the ones who would suffer the most would be him and Yuqijingda. Although the rest of the people were generals, they weren't like the 2 of them who only knew martial arts and didn't know literature. Chang Chumo had come up with such a bad idea. Wasn't this asking for his old life? Li Er thought for a moment and understood the essence of this game. He suddenly found it interesting and said, "Jija, it's not right to say that. Compared to finger guessing, this game is obviously much more fun. Let's do this today." Apart from Yuqijingda, the rest of the old generals all agreed. These 2 miserable brothers glared hatefully at Chang Chumo. They could only obey the majority. Next, without a doubt, Qin Qiong. 19. Li Jing. 20. Chang Yaojin. 21. No. Yuqijingda, who was below Chang Yaojin, heaved a sigh of relief and then laughed loudly. "Haha. Cheng Jijia, you lost. Drink first. Let's talk about other things." Yes. Drink first." Li Er picked a large piece of braised meat for himself and said to Chang Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin was helpless. He could only admit defeat and drink first. Then the burning alcohol directly penetrated his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Chang Yaojin hurriedly picked up a piece of braised meat with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth, wanting to use it to ease his pain. In the end, he was instantly stunned by the taste. As he stuffed himself, he shouted excitedly, This meat is really delicious. It looks greasy on the outside, but it's not greasy at all when eaten. Tsk. Little Xian's culinary skills are really good. With these things to go with wine, I won't get drunk no matter how much I drink." Li Er couldn't help but say, "This is called fat but not greasy. Cheng Jijia, why are you talking so much?" Chang Yaojin laughed dryly and said, How can my knowledge compare to His Majesty? This fried fish is also very delicious. With these dishes to go with wine today, I can definitely not get drunk after 1,000 cups. Let's continue. It's my turn. I say 13. Yuqijingda hurriedly said, "Pass." Ooh. It was naturally impossible to not get drunk after 1,000 cups. After all, his strength was there. After failing again and again, Old Cheng finally became cold and collapsed under the table. Li Zixuan and Cheng Chumo hurriedly apologized to Li Er. The two of them dragged Cheng Yaojian and prepared to send him back to the Cheng family. Aya! Little Xian, if I do this, won't we lose our Cheng family's princess daughter-in-law? If His Majesty grants a marriage to Chu Liang, won't I be trapping my brother? Cheng Chumo thought for a long time and finally realized that something was wrong. He patted his head and said with regret. Li Zixuan pursed his lips and said, "Not only did you trick your brother, but you also tricked your father." The Masked Enchantress. Chapter 620. Ah, oh right, husband. When we were at the Qin Manor, you once said that you wanted to give me a surprise. Can you tell me now? After carrying Cheng Yaojin into the Cheng Manor's carriage, Li Zixuan directly brought his wife home. In the study, Li Zixuan was thinking about the students' entrance exam papers when he heard Han Yuxi's gentle and slightly expectant voice. Li Zixuan put away his thoughts, turned his head and pretended to say, "Yes, that seems to be the case. But as for what the surprise is, I also forgot." "Husband, you." When Han Yuxi heard that, she glared at Li Zixuan and said, "Haha, wife, do you really want to know what the surprise is?" Li Zixuan pulled Han Yuxi to his side and asked with a smile, "Didn't you forget, husband? Even if I want to know, what's the use?" Han Yuxi pouted and turned her head to the side. The summer breeze blew in through the window and happened to blow a strand of hair by her ear to Li Zixuan's nose. Smelling the fragrance of the hair, Li Zixuan felt a little itchy. He turned Han Yuxi's body around and pretended to be serious. "Although I've forgotten, there's a way for me to remember it immediately. Yes, come. Wife, you just need to use your lips to leave a mark of love on it. After I feel your love, I will have a flash of inspiration, and I will be able to remember everything." As Li Zixuan spoke, he pointed to the right side of his face. However, this fellow's expression was not vulgar at all. Instead, he looked bright and upright. However, how could Han Yuxi, who had been with Li Zixuan for so long, not know that this was Li Zixuan's little trick? She twisted her body and rolled her eyes at Li Zixuan. "Humph. Husband can even lie with his eyes open now. I don't believe it. Hey, you little girl." Li Zixuan's lie was exposed, so he angrily scratched Han Yuxi's nose. Then he walked to the side of the bed, put his hands behind his head and lay down. He said shamelessly, "Sigh. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, your husband has intermittent amnesia. If you don't give me a kiss today, your husband's amnesia won't be cured. Naturally, you won't know what the surprise is." Han Yuxi was furious. She walked over and pinched Li Zixuan's arm. "Husband, you're cheating." "Shameless? Did I? I'm just telling the truth. How am I cheating?" "Humph. If that's the case, then forget it. I don't want to know what the surprise is now." Han Yuxi got up and stomped her feet. She turned around and was about to leave. She loved Li Zixuan, but she didn't want Li Zixuan to succeed so easily. Moreover, it was still daytime. As soon as she turned around, Li Zixuan's slightly bewitching voice came from behind. "Aya, I suddenly remembered something. It seems that this surprise is very, very important to you. Do you really not want to know?" Han Yuxi stopped in her tracks and said hesitantly, "I don't want to know. I'll know when I feel that it's time. But this surprise is related to your future life. Really? Will not want to do. Really?" This fellow said it so clearly. He had completely revealed his true colors. Han Yuxi looked conflicted. After a while, she stomped her feet, turned around and returned to the bed. She leaned over and poked Li Zixuan's face. Then she quickly tried to straighten up. Li Zixuan only felt a blur in front of his eyes. Then a fragrant wind seeped into his nostrils. Then he felt something soft, warm and water-like on his face. This beautiful feeling disappeared in a flash. Seeing that Han Yuxi was about to get up, he quickly reached out and pulled her into his arms. "Ah!" Han Yuxi exclaimed. She wanted to break free, but she realized that it was all in vain. She couldn't help but be anxious and angry. "Hubby, didn't you just say that a kiss would be enough? Let go of me and tell me the surprise." Li Zixuan leaned over to Han Yuxi's ear and whispered, "That was the condition 15 minutes ago. Now it's time to collect interest." Han Yuxi was shocked and instantly understood what this fellow was going to do. She hurriedly said, Don't. Hubby, it's still daytime. If mother and Lana come to the west courtyard later, everything will be over. Oh. Wife, don't worry. Lana won't come. Let's hurry up. At this moment Li Zixuan, who was obsessed with sex, couldn't care less about that. He mumbled as he snuggled into Han Yuxi's arms. Logically speaking, they were newlyweds. What was wrong with being a little passionate about this? Unfortunately, this fellow was busy with various matters in the academy, and didn't have time to be distracted. After holding it in for so long, he was suffocated. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he let it go? After a while there was a suppressed gasp in the room, but the volume was very, very low. Oh? Xiaoxi, young madam has been in there for so long. Why hasn't she come out? The sun is going to set soon. According to the usual practice, young madam should be in the kitchen cooking delicious food for young master. Outside the door, Xiaohe looked at the tightly shut door and asked Xiaoxi, who was sitting in the corridor. Xiaoxi rolled her eyes and said, I think you're the one who's craving for food again? Every time young madam cooks for young master, you would secretly eat it. Luckily, young madam is kind and didn't argue with you. Otherwise, she would definitely sell you out. Xiaohe stuck out her tongue and blushed. Young madam wouldn't do that. Besides, young master wouldn't be so heartless. Then she looked at the door and whispered, Hey Xiaoxi, do you think young master and young madam are doing that in the room? That's why they haven't come out. Xiaoxi's face instantly turned red. She used her finger to point at Xiaohe's forehead and scolded. Stupid Xiaohe. Why are you thinking about these things every day? Young master and young madam. They wouldn't. Ah. 6th grade noble title? Husband, is what you said true? Before Xiaoxi finished speaking, there was a scream in the room. It was obvious that the owner of the voice was very excited. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost control of his voice. In the room, the two of them were lying side by side on the bed and had already put on their clothes. However, from their messy hair and messy bedsheets, it was obvious that they had a fierce battle just now. Shoo! Lower your voice. Wife, you are trying to invite someone else in. Li Zixuan hurriedly covered his wife's mouth and then glanced at the door with a guilty conscience. If someone else came in now, it wouldn't be a big deal for him as a man. However, he was afraid that Han Yuxi would be blamed because of this and be afraid of intimacy in the future. That wouldn't be worth it. Chapter 621. Inside the house, Han Yuxi motioned for Li Zixuan to let go of her hand. Then she took a deep breath. Although she looked excited, she tried her best to lower her voice and said, Husband, I haven't even seen His Majesty today. Why would he give me the title of nobility? Li Zixuan smiled and said, What's so strange about that? Although you haven't seen His Majesty, you have trained your husband well and cultivated such an outstanding talent like me. Of course, His Majesty will reward you. Li Zixuan shamelessly praised himself as he combed Han Yuxi's long hair. In his previous life, he liked girls with long black hair very much. However, many modern girls found it too troublesome to take care of long hair. It was too hot in the summer and too cold in the winter when they washed their hair, so they usually couldn't keep it. Now that he was back in ancient times, he could finally fulfill this small wish of his. Han Yuxi's was the standard long hair that reached her waist. She was extremely beautiful. Trained your husband well? Han Yuxi's expression froze. After she reacted, she said angrily, Husband, you're talking nonsense again. You're already very outstanding. What does it have to do with me? After saying that, her mood inexplicably became a little depressed. When Li Zixuan saw this, he quickly turned sideways and caressed Han Yuxi's little face with his hand. He said softly, I'm not talking nonsense. If it weren't for my wife urging me, I might be walking around with a group of rich playboys in Chong and City right now, or hanging around in brothels. How would I have the perseverance and willpower to go to that Yanhuang college? Husband, don't go to that kind of place. The women there are not worthy of you. When Han Yuxi heard about brothels, her nerves immediately became sensitive. She said anxiously. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Yes, I'm not going. In this world only my wife is worthy of me. I only want to be intimate with my wife. Han Yuxi's ears turned red. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito as she sighed. This concubine is also not worthy of my husband. Li Zixuan's eyes widened and he suddenly shouted excitedly, You are worthy. Who dares to say that my wife is not worthy of him? Even if you're from a commoner's family, even if you don't understand poetry, even if you're not from a noble family, you're still worthy. If I say you're worthy, then you're worthy. You don't need to learn poetry, you don't need to learn accounting, and you don't need to worry about other people's gossip. Do you understand? Husband. Han Yushi's eyes were filled with tears as she stared blankly at Li Zixuan. She wanted to say something but nothing came out of her mouth. Li Zixuan held Han Yushi in his arms and rested his chin on her forehead. He said softly, Remember my wife, from now on you only need to accompany me and grow old together. I will help you solve other things. If others feel that your status is low and you're not worthy of me, then I will find an official position for you. Let's see who dares to gossip behind my back in the future. Wife, it's fine if you don't know how to do accounting and manage the family. I will earn mountains of gold and silver for you. Even if our children and grandchildren are all prodigals, they will never be able to squander the family fortune. Wife, it's even more fine if you don't know poetry. When you want to write poems, tell me, and I will write them for you. You can write whatever you want. Actually, our life doesn't need to be so complicated. I love you, you love me. It's that simple. We will love simply in the future and live together simply, okay? Wah! These ordinary and touching words of love, which seemed to be a reprimand on the surface but were actually full of concern, made Han Yushi unable to hold it in anymore. She burst into tears and buried her head in Li Zixuan's arms as she sobbed, Husband! Sob sob. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't have those messy thoughts in the future. I'll accompany you well in the future. I won't study poetry anymore. At this moment, she realized that Li Zixuan wasn't lying to her when he said that this surprise was related to her future life. In the past, in order to make herself worthy of Li Zixuan, she had been working hard to learn this and that. She originally thought that he couldn't tell, but she didn't expect that the man beside her had long noticed all of this and kept it in his heart. He even put in a lot of effort to untie the knot in her heart. When she thought of this, self-reproach, sweetness, happiness, and gratitude instantly surged into her heart. Han Yushi's tears flowed endlessly like a flood breaking through a dam. In just a short while, Li Zixuan's chest was already wet. Li Zixuan quickly patted Han Yushi's back and comforted her gently. All right. Wife, don't cry. Now that you have an official position, even the county magistrate will have to bow to you when you see him in the future. This is a joyous occasion. Wife, don't cry. Stand, cough, cough. In the modern era, there were all kinds of nonsense. Li Zixuan almost said, Wife, don't cry, stand up and masturbate. Fortunately, the old driver drove steadily and braked in time. Otherwise, there would definitely be a car accident. Han Yushi, who was in a complicated mood, didn't notice the abnormality. She sobbed twice and then wiped her tears, cough. She used Li Zixuan's clothes to wipe her tears. She raised her head and said, And you're right, husband. This is a joyous occasion. I won't cry. Ah, it's so late. Oh no, since His Majesty has given me an imperial edict, then there should be an imperial edict in the afternoon. But where, husband, did we miss the imperial edict? Han Yushi looked at the sky and only then did she notice that the sun was about to set. She suddenly thought of the 6th rank title and couldn't help but exclaim with a panicked expression. Li Zixuan patted Han Yushi's shoulder and said with a smile, Haha. Wife, you're thinking too much. His Majesty drank a lot in the afternoon. He's probably still in the land of tenderness. Where would he have the time to get someone to draft an imperial edict? The imperial edict bestowing the title of wife will probably only be sent tomorrow. Han Yushi heard that and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. She patted her chest and said, Oh, that's good, that's good. It's all your fault, husband. Xiao He and the others must have noticed something. Aya. Forget it, let's not care about this. I have to go to the kitchen and arrange for someone to cook. Otherwise, father and mother will be anxious from waiting. After that, she left Li Zixuan and got up in a hurry to go out. Li Zixuan was speechless. He thought to himself, is it my fault for lasting too long? He looked at Han Yushi's back and added, "Wife, remember to make a plate of scrambled eggs with chives and roast a plate of pork kidney tonight." Han Yushi's tender face turned red when she heard that. She said unhappily, "Stinky husband, you haven't been serious all day. I'm ignoring you." After she finished speaking, she really didn't bother with Li Zixuan and directly fled. Chapter 622. The next day, Li Zixuan slept in, which was rare. On one hand, it was because he had been in seclusion for the past month to compile teaching materials. He would work overtime every night, which exhausted a lot of his physical and mental strength. On the other hand, it was because this guy had another wave last night and worked overtime in bed. Under such circumstances, he could not get up in the morning. But as the person involved, Han Yushi didn't feel sleepy at all. She didn't feel sleepy at all. She knew that Li Zixuan was very tired during this period of time. So she didn't wake him up. Instead, she walked out of the room alone and brought Xiaoxi, and the others to practice Tai Chi. Today Han Yushi felt more and more that Tai Chi was very beneficial to the body. Not to mention that her husband and her adoptive father had broken through because of Tai Chi. After practicing Tai Chi for more than 2 months, the most direct feeling was that she was very energetic every day. Secondly, she could barely cope with Li Zixuan's various torments at night. The three beauties were practicing Tai Chi outside. The scenery was very beautiful, but Li Zixuan had no time to care about it. He lay in bed and slept soundly, going on a date with Zhou Gong. "Hubby, get up quickly, Mr. Li Gang is here." After an unknown period of time, Li Zixuan faintly heard a melodious voice ringing in his ears. He muttered somewhat unwillingly, "Oh, who's here?" Han Yushi had no choice but to repeat, "Hubby, Mr. Li Gang is here. He's waiting in the front yard. Get up quickly." Li Zixuan heard it clearly this time. He immediately turned over and jumped off the bed, saying, "Mr. Li is here? How long has he been here?" This guy looked at the sunlight outside and knew that it was not early. As he spoke, he hurriedly put on his clothes and buttoned a button wrong in his hurry. Seeing this, Han Yushi sighed helplessly. Without any hesitation, she stepped forward to help Li Zixuan put on his clothes. She said, "Husband, don't worry. Mr. Li Gang has just arrived. There are 2 other people who came with him. They look quite old. Father is accompanying them in the front hall." Li Zixuan asked, "Oh, Dad, didn't you go out to play chess with someone today?" The chess he was talking about was Go. Of course, it didn't mean that there was only Go in the Tang dynasty and no Chinese chess. In fact, there were both types of chess in the Tang dynasty. Go had been circulating in China's upper class since the spring and autumn period. Chinese chess was relatively late and only became popular during the Warring States period. A few months ago, after Li Jingma handed over the family business to Li Zixuan, he happily became a rich man. In the morning, he usually played chess with others in the tea house, and in the afternoon, he usually went shopping with Mrs. Li or went sightseeing in the suburbs of Chang. He was really comfortable. Not yet. Mother said that the imperial edict might come to our house today. She asked father not to go out. After Han Yushi helped Li Zixuan put on his clothes, she began to pull Li Zixuan to the dressing table to help him comb his hair. At this time, when she heard Li Zixuan's question, she answered softly. "Oh," Li Zixuan responded. Then he complained in his heart, "I don't know if old Li has recovered today after drinking so much yesterday. He's not like me, who can sleep in the morning." Li Er, who had dark circles under his eyes and was in low spirits, yawned inexplicably on the dragon throne. Wei Zheng, who was standing below, couldn't help but frown. "Mr. Li, you're here. We're honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not going out to meet you." After washing up, Li Zixuan came to the main hall in the front yard. When he saw Li Gang and 2 unfamiliar old men, he quickly went forward and greeted them politely. Li Gang didn't buy it. He pointed at Li Zixuan and scolded, "What do you mean by not going out to meet you? I think you just woke up, right?" He had been with Li Zixuan for so long, and had long regarded Li Zixuan as his own junior. When he saw this situation, he couldn't help but say a few more words. Cough cough. Li Zixuan blushed and said awkwardly, "Well, I've been too tired to compile teaching materials for the academy recently, so I woke up a little late today. I didn't expect Mr. Li to come in person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have woken up so late." Li Gang glanced at Li Zishuan's legs and wanted to say, young people should pay attention to self-control. But when he considered that it would embarrass Li Zishuan in front of others, he could only change his words and say, diligence is the key to success. Yanhuang College will soon be on the right track. Little Xian, don't slack off at this time. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, I understand. At this time, Li Jingma finally had a chance to interrupt. He stood up and said to Li Zishuan, Little Xian, Mr. Li Gang has come to our house. You have to treat him well and don't neglect him. Father will go and order people to prepare lunch. You stay here and accompany these gentlemen. The people who came today were all influential figures. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. When Li Gang reprimanded his son, he could only listen. He couldn't say that Li Gang's reprimand was wrong. After all, Li Gang's name was so famous. Li Zishuan knew that his father wanted to sneak away, but he didn't expose him. He replied, Father, go do what you need to do. I'll stay here. Li Jingma nodded and cupped his hands to everyone. Then he hurried out. Haha, this kid is in a high position, but he can still accept criticism. His temperament is not bad. After Li Gang left, an old man with half-white hair sitting on Li Gang's right stroked his beard and laughed. Sir, you flatter me. Although Li Zishuan didn't know who this person was, he still cupped his hands and thanked him. This was because he understood that the person who was brought here by Li Gang must have an extraordinary identity and ability. Li Gang pointed at the old man and introduced him to Li Zishuan. Little Xian, let me introduce you. This is Dragon Gate's Wang Ji Wang Wugong. People call him Dong Gaozi. You must have read his biography of Mr. Wu Dou, right? Mr. Wang is a true literary figure. This old man spent a lot of effort to invite him over. You mustn't neglect him. Li Zishuan was confused. Wang Wugong, Dong Gaozi, biography of Mr. Wu Dou? He had never heard of any of these before. He was a complete engineering guy in his previous life. If you were talking about awesome people like Li Bai, Du Fu Bai Jui, he would definitely know them. However, he had never heard of Wang Ji. But it didn't matter because this guy knew how to act. Ah, so it's you, Mr. Wang. I'm sorry for the disrespect. After I read your biography of Mr. Wu Dou, I admired your noble character very much. I'm really lucky to be able to see you in person today. Li Zishuan silently gave Li Gang 32 likes. Old Li was really a good friend. He even mentioned Wang Ji's representative work. This teammate was really 66666. Chapter 623. Wang Ji, courtesy name Wugong, also known as Dong Gaozi, was from Jiangzhou Longmen, a Tang dynasty doctor and famous poet. Many people might not know the name Wang Ji, but this person had a very powerful grandnephew, Wang Bo, the head of the four heroes of the Tang dynasty. Wang Bo was the grandson of Wang Ji's brother Wang Tong. Speaking of Wang Tong, he was also a famous doctor and a very famous scholar. In the third year of Emperor Wen's life, Wang Tong once traveled west to Chang'an, met Emperor Wen, and presented the 12 strategies for Taiping, respected the way of the king, and analyzed the past and the present. But he was not used. Probably because of the recommendation of his hometown friend, Xue Daoheng, he was given the position of Assistant Secretary of Shu County and Assistant Minister of Shu King. But Wang Tong was not satisfied, so he resigned and became a private educator in his hometown. Later on, he devoted himself to the study of Confucius's 6 classics. It is said that he once studied under Li Yu of the Eastern Sea, studied poetry under Xiajian of the Huiji, and inquired about etiquette under Guan Ziming of the River East. After studying, Wang Tong felt that he had learned something, so he imitated Confucius and wrote Wang's 6 classics, or continued 6 classics. He began to gather disciples and give lectures at Bainyoshi in his hometown. The number of disciples is often in the hundreds. Only Hunan Dongheng, Nanyang Chengyuan Zhongshan Jiaqiong, Hudong Shueshou, Taishan Yaoi, Taiyuan Wen Yamba, Jingzhao Duyan, and a dozen others are outstanding. Yaoi is generous, so Zhongyu. Shueshou is knowledgeable, so Zhuangzhou. Other than that, it was said that Tang dynasty officials like Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng were also Wang Tong's disciples, but there was no direct evidence to prove it. As for Wang Ji, he was promoted to the position of secretary during the end of the Sui dynasty, but he was not happy in the court, So he resigned on the pretext of illness and returned to being Yangzhou's Six Harmonies minister. When the world was in chaos, he resigned and returned to his hometown. In the Tang dynasty, he ordered the court officials to wait for the imperial decree. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, he resigned and returned to Hezhou to farm in Dongouzi, calling himself Dongouzi. He was arrogant, addicted to alcohol and could drink wudo. He wrote biography of Mr. Wudo, Wine Classic, Wine, and Zhuang. In history, this person's literary achievements were quite high. Later generations evaluated him as follows. His poetry is close but not shallow. His quality is not ordinary. He is frank and unrestrained. He is open-minded and lofty. He chases after the high winds of Wei and Jin. The body of laws originated from the six dynasties and took shape between the Sui and Tang dynasties. Wang Ji was depressed all his life. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, he was an official and retired 3 times. His heart was set on an official career, but he knew that it would be difficult for him to achieve great things. Therefore, he retired to the mountains and the countryside, entertaining himself with music, wine, and poetry. After he abandoned his official position and lived in seclusion in his hometown Donghao village, he indulged himself in alcohol and indulged himself. His thinking was deeply influenced by Taoism. Most of his poems were based on the love of wine, praising Ji Kong and Ruan Ji, and praising Tao Yuanming with the content of the idyllic and leisurely life. Later generations compiled it into the collection of Dong Gaozi. At this time in the main hall, Wang Ji heard Li Zishuan's sincere praise, and a smile appeared on his old face. He said humbly, "Haha, you really know how to talk, but I'm just a country bumpkin. I don't deserve your praise. I heard that you've set up an academy. I'd like to see it for myself." Actually, Wang Ji couldn't be blamed for not being able to see that Li Zishuan was acting. It was just that Li Zishuan's acting was too realistic. The admiration and praise on his face were just right. If it was more, it would appear hypocritical, and if it was less, it would appear insincere. If he was in modern times, he could be an Oscar winner. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Since ancient times, learning has always been the most important thing in every dynasty. However, it is harder for the poor to enter the academy than to ascend to the heavens. Therefore, I founded Yanhuang Academy to establish my heart for the world and life for the people. I want everyone who is interested in learning to be able to learn useful things." Good. What a good heart for the world. What a good life for the people. The Li family's boy is really bold. When Wang Ji heard these 2 sentences, he couldn't help but slap the table in praise. He laughed and said, "Just based on these 2 sentences, I'll drink to the heavens." After saying that, he picked up the teacup beside him and tilted his head back to pour it into his mouth. As a result, "Ba ba ba. It's actually tea. You're not honest. Why didn't you serve me wine when I came here?" Wang Ji complained as he spat out the sour, sweet, bitter, spicy and salty tea in his mouth. Li Zishuan blushed with shame. He hurriedly asked someone to bring the iced wine from home and said, "Cough, cough. Mr. Wugong, please wait a moment. The wine will be here soon." Another old man on the side pointed at Wang Ji and scolded jokingly, Wugong, Wugong, after so many years, you're still so addicted to wine." Wang Ji didn't feel ashamed. Instead, he felt proud and said, "So what? If a person lives a lifetime without wine, what's the point of living? It's better to die." Everyone was shocked by these words. What did he mean by addicted to wine? This was what it meant to be addicted to wine. In comparison, those drunkards in other people's mouths were simply too weak. Fragrant. 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 So fragrant. At this moment, a maid from the Li residence brought in a pot of wine. The spout of the wine pot was emitting cold air, and at the same time it also brought out bursts of wine fragrance. Wang Ji's nose twitched like a pug as he greedily sniffed the wine fragrance in the air. The image of an otherworldly expert from before instantly disappeared without a trace. Li Zishuan's jaw dropped to the ground. Wang Ji didn't care about these things, or rather, he didn't care about these things at all. At this moment he closed his eyes and was deeply intoxicated. Soft and mellow, mixed with the fragrance of mountain fruits. The ratio of each is just right. The fruit borrows the strength of the wine, but the wine dissolves the fragrance of the wine. Wonderful. 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 It's really wonderful. This winemaker can be called a master. Li Zishuan was speechless. Wasn't this the most ordinary of warm and gentle wine? Why did Wang Ji's words make it sound like the nectar of heaven? With the expansion of the winery and the improvement of the technology, although the current drunken immortal and warm and gentle wine were not cheap goods that could be found on the streets, the daily production capacity was already 2 to 3 times higher than before. At the very least, there was no need to line up everywhere to drink drunken immortal now. As long as you had the money, you could drink it. Therefore, Li Zishuan was very puzzled by Wang Ji's current behavior. Li Gang's old face turned red. He secretly thought that his old friend was really embarrassing. He coughed dryly and said, "Cough, cough. Wugong, this is warm and gentle wine. It's sold in all the major restaurants in Chang'an City. If you like it, I'll ask Xiaoxian to give you some later." The expression on Wang Ji's face suddenly froze. However, this guy was also a clever person. Seeing his frozen old face, he immediately changed into an expression of reminiscence and said, "Oh, so it's warm and gentle wine. I drank it a few times in the past, but I didn't drink it after that. After such a long time, I almost forgot the taste." Li Zishuan was stunned for 2 seconds. He thought to himself, "I don't believe you. Warm and gentle wine and drunken immortal only appeared this year. You still have the nerve to say that you haven't drunk it for so long and have forgotten the taste?" He never expected this old guy to start acting with him. Life is really like a play, and it all depends on acting. Chapter 624. Heh, you old thing. In the main hall of the Li residence, after Wang Ji finished speaking, Li Zishuan did not expose the lie in front of him in order to give him some face. However, another old man sitting opposite him pointed at Wang Ji and scolded him with a smile. However, that old man only scolded him jokingly and didn't probe further. He probably knew that Wang Ji was living in seclusion in the remote Donghao village, and his family wasn't well off. It was normal that he hadn't heard of the gentle village. Li Zishuan stood up and said, "I haven't asked for this gentleman's name yet." Li Gang patted his head and said, "Oh, forgot to introduce you, this is..." "Hee. Wenji, why do you have to go through so much trouble?" That old man saw that Li Gang was going to introduce himself like how he introduced Wang Ji. He quickly waved his hand and interrupted him. Then he looked at Li Zishuan and said casually, "I'm Yin Silu. I don't have as much fame as Wang Wugong. I'm just a scholar who relied on my late father's shadow." "Oh right, my late father Yin Jitue. I'm sure you've heard of it before." Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment. He only felt that the name Yin Jitue sounded very familiar. After searching his mind carefully, he was suddenly shocked. Yin Jitue. It was actually Yin Jitue, the man who wrote Yin Family Teachings. Yin Jitue lived his life and served 4 dynasties. 3 times he was a man of a fallen country. He suffered the pain of separation and was deeply worried. Throughout his life, he didn't have any outstanding achievements, nor was he a prominent official. However, because of Yin family teachings, he enjoyed 1,000 years of fame. From this, one could see the far-reaching influence of his family teachings. Yin family teachings was written by Yin Jitue during the northern and southern dynasties. It influenced China's ancient family teachings for more than 2,000 years. It had the reputation of ancient and modern family teachings, with this as the ancestor. It was the most famous family teachings in China's history. Back then, Lu Xun's younger brother, Zhou Zuoren, greatly respected and admired Yin Jitue and the Yin family teachings. He specially wrote a note on the Yin family teachings in the night reading. Moreover, throughout history, the descendants of the Yin family had astonishing performances in terms of integrity and talent. Just in the Tang dynasty alone, people like Yin Shirgu, Yin Sila's eldest son, who annotated the Book of Han, Yin Zhenqing, whose calligraphy was a model for the world, and Yin Gaoqing, whose awe-inspiring integrity shook the world for thousands of years, and Yin Gaoqing, who died for the country, and so on, all gave people an extraordinary and deep impression of the Yin family, and also proved the effectiveness of the family teachings set by their ancestors. Even in the Song and Yuan dynasties, the Yin clan members continued to be officials, making the people of the Ming and Qing dynasties extremely envious. "So you're a descendant of Master Yin. Sorry for the disrespect," Sir, you must be joking. If you are a sour Confucian, then there is no real Confucian in this world. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and cupped his hands solemnly at Yen Silu. His solemnity was not fake but sincere. In that moment just now, he had already recalled some of Yen Jitui's deeds. If he remembered correctly, Yen Jitui had an extremely famous descendant, and that was Yen Zhenqing, the man who was known as the four great families of regular calligraphy, along with Zhao Mingfu, Lu Gongquan, and Ouyang Suan. Later generations said that Yen Zhenqing's status in the history of calligraphy in China was very high. Other than Wang Shiji, no one could be compared to him. Since Yen Zhenqing was a descendant of Yen Jitui, then wasn't he also a descendant of Yen Silu in front of him? Yen Zhenqing was Yen Silu's sixth grandson. Phew! You changed your mind so quickly. You were just praising this old man. Now you're praising this sour old man. Wang Ji, who was drinking at the side, couldn't help but say sourly when he saw Li Zishuan's appearance. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sweat. What do you mean by changing my mind so quickly? You're not AF * King Beauty, so why would I change my mind? Eating and sitting without manners, Wang Wugong. You really don't act like an elder at all. As soon as Wang Ji finished speaking, Yen Silu beat him to it and mocked him. Li Zishuan could see that these two old men were completely different from the old-fashioned scholars he usually saw. One had a carefree personality, and the other was easygoing and didn't put on airs. No matter what, Li Zishuan felt that it was a pleasant thing to get along with these two old men, so he couldn't help but give Li Gang 32 likes in his heart. Both of you are people of virtue and prestige. No matter who it is, I have admired you for a long time. There's no need to quarrel over such a small matter. Li Zishuan smiled and tried to smooth things over. Yen Silu's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, Li family's boy, don't beat around the bush. Tell me the truth, do you want to invite the two of us to teach at your college? Li Zishuan was slightly speechless. He originally planned to chat a bit more, then have a meal and drink together later, and then invite them to join Yanhuang College. After all, in modern times, wasn't this the process of inviting people to do things? He didn't expect Yen Silu to be so direct, but since things had already come to this, he had nothing to hide, so he cupped his hands and said to the two of them, to be honest, I have the same intention. I hope the two of you can come to Yanhuang College to teach and educate people. Yanhuang College has just been built, and other than Mr. Li Gang, there is no one else of virtue and prestige. If the two of you can join, Yanhuang College will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Among them, Li Zishuan didn't know what other skills Wang Ji had other than writing good essays. However, Yen Silu was different. First, he had scholarly prestige, and second, he had personal cultivation. If he could come to Yanhuang College to help manage the students, Li Zishuan felt that he would be able to save a lot of trouble. As for Wang Ji, Li Zishuan felt that his personality was good, and he was pleasing to the eye. In addition, he was recommended by Li Gang, so Li Zishuan felt that he might as well hire both of them. Wang Ji, who was enjoying the warmth of a woman while listening to the compliments, had no idea that he had become a buy one get one free gift in someone's heart. I have nothing to do at home. If it weren't for Li Wenji's multiple invitations, I wouldn't have come here today. You are also a famous person in Chang'an this year, and I've heard a lot of rumors about you. But today you said, set your heart for heaven and earth, and set your life for the people, which made me see you in Yanhuang College in a new light. I'm even a little glad that I came here today. Yen Silu shook his head and sighed. Li Zishuan saw this and was delighted. He asked, so Mr. Yen, you agreed? Yes. You, a young man, can set your heart for heaven and earth, and set your life for the people. How can an old man like me, who is about to know his destiny, shrink back? Yen Silu stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. Chapter 625. Oh, this old man also agreed. How about it? Kit, don't you feel honored? You must know that over the years, many people have wanted to invite this old man to come out of retirement, but this old man rejected them all. Seeing Li Zishuan and Yen Silu chatting passionately, Wang Ji felt that he was being neglected, so he interrupted somewhat unwillingly. Li Zishuan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Sure enough, some people couldn't be judged by their appearance. When he first saw Wang Ji, he thought that this old man was an otherworldly expert, But now let's not talk about it anymore. Mr. Wang also agreed. That's really great. To be able to invite the two of you is this kid's honor. And it's also the honor of the thousands of students of Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan was still a very polite and good young man. He didn't slap Wang Ji's face, but instead put on a happy expression and cooperated with him. Sure enough, Wang Ji stroked his beard with a comforted look on his face. Li Zishuan's hands were itching when he saw this. Oh, that's right. This old man isn't that easy to invite. If you want this old man to help you teach students, you have to agree to one condition. Wang Ji stroked his beard for a while and suddenly said seriously. Li Zishuan's cheeks twitched imperceptibly. He restrained his emotions and said, "What condition? Sir, just say it." But in his heart he secretly thought, when did a free gift become so troublesome? This old man doesn't have any self-awareness. Li Gang and Yen Silu immediately cast a contemptuous look over. Wang Ji's old face turned red, and he hurriedly coughed twice to hide his embarrassment, but he still insisted and said, "Cough, cough. Kid, if this old man goes to your college to teach, will there be good wine for me? Just this kind of gentle village will do. How about 5 buckets a month?" 5 buckets a month? Li Zishuan almost fell to the ground when he heard this. What kind of concept was 5 dou? 1 bucket of wine in the Tang dynasty was about 6,000 milliliters in modern times, which was about 12 caddies. 5 buckets was 60 caddies. Drinking 60 caddies of wine in 1 month. Li Zishuan only wanted to say one sentence at this moment. Furthermore, according to the current market price of 2 strings of coins per liter, these 5 buckets of gentle village would be 100 strings of coins. 100 strings of coins. Even though Li Zishuan wasn't lacking in money, the salary of a Yanhuang College teacher was still there. Previously, Yanhuang College's salary was 10 strings of cash per month for teaching assistants, 20 strings of cash per month for lecturers, 50 strings of cash per month for associate professors, and 100 strings of cash per month for professors, and 100 strings of cash per month for professors, and 100 strings of cash per month for Yanhuang College. Wang Wugong, you old man, do you really think you're Mr. Wudou? You want 5 buckets of wine as soon as you open your mouth? Yen Silu was a native of Chang'an. He was very clear about the current market price of gentle village. At this time, after hearing Wang Ji's request, he spoke out with some dissatisfaction. Speaking of Wang Ji's title of Mr. Wudou, it could be said that there was a lot of history behind it. First of all, Wang Ji himself wasn't as bad as Li Zishuan thought. Someone who treated him as a gift was a bit ignorant. Actually, Wang Ji was a very talented person. In the 20th year of Sui Kaihuang, Wang Ji, who was only 15 years old, traveled to the capital in Chang'an to visit the powerful minister Yang Su. He was called the child prodigy fairy by the ministers present. In the first year of the Dai dynasty, Wang Ji was a filial and honest official. But this guy was smart, but he was a bit lazy. Moreover, he was addicted to alcohol. At first, because of his arrogant nature, he didn't want to serve in the imperial court, so he was appointed as the deputy county magistrate of Yangzhou. But because he was addicted to alcohol, he was impeached and dismissed. Actually, he didn't care about the official position. He sighed and said, "The net is in the sky, I'll settle down." At this time, the Sui dynasty was in chaos. He and the hermit Zhongzongguang were drinking wine, composing poems and raising birds for fun. In the 8th year of Tang Wuda, the imperial court recruited the officials of the previous dynasty. Wang Ji was appointed as an official under the imperial court. According to the rules of the imperial court, he was given 3 liters of good wine every day. His brother Wang Jing asked, "Are you happy waiting for the imperial court?" He replied, "Waiting for the imperial court's salary is low and lonely. Only the 3 liters of good wine makes people reluctant to part with it." When Chan Shuda heard about it, he increased the wine from 3 liters to 1 dou. At the end of the 9th year of Wuda, Li Er killed his brother and imprisoned his father. Wang Ji was once again recruited by the imperial court and appointed as a minister. At that time, Shi Jiaoge of the Tailu department was good at brewing wine. After Wang Ji heard about it, he was a bit restless. He hesitated for a long time and finally made up his mind. He told the big boss of the Ministry of Personnel that he requested to be transferred to the Tailu department to be the Tailu minister. At that time, the Minister of Personnel should have been Zhang Sun Wuji. When the old fox heard Wang Ji's strange request, his old face turned black. He then refuted it with the reason that it did not match the rank. Minister of Personnel is a concubine of the 4th rank, while the Tailu minister is a concubine of the 8th rank. I have to say, for the sake of drinking wine, this guy is really capable of doing anything. After Wang Ji received Zhang Sun Wuji's reply, he did not give up. He sent Zhang Sun Wuji a request again and again, stating that he had to go to the Tailu department. At first, Zhang Sun Wuji did not take it to heart. However, he could not stand this guy's daily harassment and finally appointed him according to his request. When Wang Ji received the appointment, he was naturally overjoyed. He felt that he could finally drink good wine every day. However, the good times did not last long. At the beginning of the Zhengguan period, Jiao Gu passed away. However, Jiao Ji's wife continued to send wine to Wang Ji. However, not long after, Jiao Ji's wife also passed away. Wang Ji could not help but look up to the sky and sigh. The heavens do not want me to indulge in good wine? Is it because the heavens do not want me to indulge in good wine? After a few days, this guy felt that there was no point in continuing to stay in Chang'an. Thus, he gave up his position and left. After that, he wrote the biography of Mr. Wu Dou, in the Donghao village where he lived in seclusion. It was unintentionally spread by others and he instantly became famous. That was how the title of Mr. Wu Dou came to be. At this moment, when Wang Ji heard Yin Silu's dissatisfied words, he glared at him and said, "Heh! I, Wang Wugong, dare to ask for 5 dou of wine because I am worth the price. Can you, Yin Silu, do you think you can do it?" Yin Silu said angrily, "What do you mean? You, Wang Wugong, other than drinking wine and writing a few lines of poetry, what else can you do? Why are you worthy of 5 dou of gentle wine? Do you know that these 5 dou of gentle wine are worth 100 strings of coins?" Worth 100 strings of coins? When Wang Ji heard this, he immediately panicked. If Yen Silu did not mention it, he really would not know that the wine he was drinking now was actually so expensive. Oh my God! The price of 1 dou of wine is enough for this old man to drink for half a year. Oh no. Am I going to let Yen Silu see this old man as a joke? Wang Ji's heart was a little bitter at this moment, but he could not say it out loud. Chapter 626. Hey! So what if it's worth 100 strings of coins? Seeing Yen Shirlu looking at him provocatively, the temper buried in Wang Ji's heart surged. He straightened his neck and said indignantly, "Who said this old man only knows how to write poems and drink wine? The best thing about me is that no matter what I learn, I'm faster than you, Yen Kong." Yen Shirlu glared at him and said, "Heh, you're really a toad yawning. What big words." Wang Ji seemed to have recovered by now. He raised his chin slightly and said proudly, "Haha, I'm telling the truth. Don't doubt me when you return, Yen Kong. Let's talk about playing the zither first. I learned it for less than half a month and mastered it thoroughly. Can you do it? There's also bird training. I learned how to raise birds from others in my early years, and I mastered the knack of it in just a month. I even tamed 2 owls. Can you do it? Oh right, and stop." Yen Shirlu, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot because of Wang Ji's repeated questions of, "Can you do it if you're in my place?" hurriedly interrupted him. "Are you flaunting your idleness as capital? I only found out today that you, Wang Wugong, are so thick-skinned." Wang Ji wasn't annoyed by Yen Shirlu's sarcasm. Instead, he smiled meaningfully and said, "What is a proper occupation? What is a side occupation? I, Wang Wugong, don't have a proper occupation to begin with. Or rather, everything is my proper occupation. The world is big but life is short. Why don't I do what I want to do while I'm alive? Why do I have to work so hard?" Li Zishuan's eyes flickered slightly. He thought to himself, this Wang Ji's personality is really open-minded. Yen Shirlu didn't buy it. He said directly, "Then why do you still go to Yanhuang College to teach? Aren't you afraid of being troubled by your work?" Wang Ji seemed to be prepared for this question. He didn't even think about it and answered, "Haha. I'm going to the Yanhuang Academy because I'm interested, not because I'm working on a case." Speaking of which, the Yanhuang Academy that Xiao Xian built was probably built to teach the 4 books and 5 classics, right? Right now, he is in need of a talented person like me who has an extraordinary learning ability. Do you think this old man is worth his monthly salary of 5 buckets of wine? Yin Shirlu said with a straight face. Nonsense. Don't tell me you think that with your talent in playing with chickens and dogs, you can be like a fish in water in Little Xian's engineering? You're just being arrogant. Sooner or later, you'll harm others and yourself. Wang Jimmy took a sip of wine and said nonchalantly, I, Wang Jimmy, have never tried it before. How do you know it won't work? Could it be that you're feeling guilty? Humph. Yin Shirlu was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He simply couldn't be bothered with this egomaniac. Li Zishuan saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward. He thought for a while and said, I am deeply honored that the 3 of you could come to my humble abode today. Moreover, we will be colleagues soon. There's no need to be angry over such a small matter. To show my sincerity, I will personally cook a few dishes for all of you. I will also send someone to invite Elder Emo over. The academy is about to start, so let's have a gathering today. Li Gang clapped and laughed. Good. I've long heard that your skills in food are at the peak of perfection. You must have cooked lunch at Qin Manor yesterday, right? I heard that even His Majesty was full of praise for your culinary skills. Today, us old fellows are in for a treat. When Wang Ji heard Li Gang's words, he suddenly felt a little saliva in his mouth. He licked his lips and said excitedly, Very good. Very good. Only good dishes are worthy of good wine. Today, let's see if your culinary skills are worthy of this winemaking skill. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to bicker with this old fellow. He stood up and prepared to leave. Hey! Kid, wait. As Li Zishuan stood up, Wang Ji's voice came from behind him. Kid, let me take a look at the knowledge that Yinhuang College is going to impart to you in the future. Firstly, it's so that you know what to do. Secondly, as the host, you abandoned your guests and ran away. You should at least leave a few books for us old fellows to relieve our boredom. Li Zishuan thought that it made sense. He thought to himself that this old fellow had finally said something serious. Thus, he called a servant girl over and whispered a few words to her. After the servant girl received his orders and left, Li Zishuan cupped his fists and said to the 3 old men sitting in the main hall, Please wait for a moment. Sirs, please wait here for a moment. In a while, the servants will send over the 4 teaching materials compiled by this kid. Please feel free to take a look. I'm going to arrange for lunch. Li Gang waved his hand and said, Go. Li Zishuan cupped his fists and left. When he arrived at the back kitchen, he didn't see Li Jingma. Li Zishuan thought to himself that it was as expected. He knew that his father was just declining when he said that he was going to the back kitchen to arrange lunch. Now that the Li family had a young mistress, how could Li Jingma be the one to worry about cooking? Not only did he not have to worry about it, but the food had also improved a lot. As a matter of fact, Li Jingma had started to put on weight recently. Husband, why don't you let me do it? You can help me watch from the side. You? But perhaps this was telepathy. As soon as Li Zishuan walked into the kitchen, Han Yushi seemed to have guessed the purpose of Li Zishuan's visit before he said anything. Thus, the 2 of them had a conversation. Husband, you should still be cooking the 5 dishes from yesterday, right? Han Yushi asked with a faint smile. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes, that's right. Look at how confident you are. Could it be that you know how to cook? He indeed didn't intend to develop new dishes. With his abnormal mental strength, he could recall the cooking methods of many dishes. However, good things had to be developed slowly, right? If he took them all out at once, how boring would that be? Han Yushi wrung her hands and thought seriously. She replied, I can try, but it would be great if husband could watch from the side. Li Zishuan was slightly surprised. Han Yushi had only seen the entire cooking process of the 5 dishes at the Qin residence yesterday. She could cook by herself after seeing it once? With curiosity and doubt, Li Zishuan replied, Yes, no problem. Han Yushi smiled happily. Then she turned around and began to get busy with the Li family's chef, Aunt Zhao, and the 2 maids, cutting the meat, blanching it, drying it, frying it, and steaming it. Next, Han Yushi skillfully followed the steps of Li Zishuan making braised pork with preserved vegetables yesterday. Li Zishuan, who was watching from the side, only thought that he was cooking. As time slowly passed, the new dishes that Li Zixuan made yesterday, vinegar-spiced radish skin, big bowl of braised pork, white-cut chicken, fried fish pieces, and fried chicken cubes were all perfectly replicated by Han Yushi. Husband, try the taste? Han Yushi knew that Li Zixuan didn't like to eat fatty meat, so she picked up a piece of fried chicken cubes and handed it to Li Zixuan's mouth. Then she asked, "Oh, genius. Genius. Wife, you are actually a genius." Chapter 627. Li Zixuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when the fragrant and refreshing fried chicken cubes that were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside entered his mouth. The tenderness of the chicken breast mixed with the aroma of various spices instantly exploded in his mouth and flooded his taste buds. Logically speaking, the standard of Han Yushi's fried chicken was about the same as his. There was even a trace of her own unique style in it. Li Zixuan tasted the taste of home from it. So when he said, "Wife, you're actually a genius," just now he was sincere. "So, I'm considered qualified?" Han Yushi blinked her eyes and said expectantly. She couldn't help Li Zixuan with the matters of Yanhuang College, so she could only hope to be able to share Li Zixuan's worries on these small matters. Therefore, she now looked like an obedient child who had done a good deed and was waiting for her parents to praise her. Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Hee. "Wife, you're not only qualified, you're even better than your master." The Li family's kitchen maid, Auntie Zhao, also laughed at this moment. "I've lived for so long, but I've never seen a young lady with such good culinary skills as young madam. In comparison, this old woman's craftsmanship is somewhat unpresentable." At this moment she sighed and said, "I plan to tell old madam that I'm going back to my hometown at the end of this month. The Li family has such a virtuous mistress like young madam who can cook so well. Why would they need me? Although old master and old madam didn't fire me, but..." Hey, Auntie Zhao, don't say such things." Li Zixuan saw that she was getting more and more wrong, so he quickly interrupted. "Auntie Zhao, it's true that Yushi's culinary skills are good, but your culinary skills aren't bad either. Otherwise, my father and mother wouldn't have kept you in the residence for so many years. Also, Yushi usually has her own things to do. She can't cook for every meal, right? Even if she's willing, I don't want her to be tired. Don't you think so?" When Aunt Zhao heard Li Zixuan's words, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy on her face. She hurriedly bowed and said, "Hey young master, you're right. Young madam is Lord Ju's wife. Of course she can't personally cook every day. She was inexplicably deprived of the right to cook." Han Yushi opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but when she felt her hand being pinched, she quickly shut her mouth. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Yes. So, Auntie Zhao, you shouldn't talk about going back to your hometown in the future. If you want to go back to your hometown, you can take a few days off. My mother isn't an unreasonable person. Why wouldn't she let you go home?" Aunt Zhao hurriedly waved her hands and said, No. Young master, you're exaggerating. Old master and old madam are good people. Young master, young madam, someone from the palace is here. Old master and old madam want you to go to the front yard." As they were talking, Sanbao ran to the back kitchen and told Li Zixuan and Han Yushi. Hearing this, the husband and wife looked at each other. Almost at the same time, they guessed why the people from the palace had come at this time. Han Yushi's breathing quickened a bit, and her face showed some excitement. It could be seen that she was forcefully suppressing her excitement because Li Zixuan felt that the beauty's small hand was still trembling. Wife, let's go quickly then. Don't let the angel wait too long." Li Zixuan squeezed Han Yushi's little hand and chuckled softly. Han Yushi bit her lip and replied with an yes. Then she let Li Zixuan drag her away. The Tang Empire's emperor decrees that Li Zixuan's wife, Han Yushi, has adhered to her principles ever since she entered the Li family. She is neither arrogant nor rash. She takes care of her husband and herself. She is virtuous and has a pure heart. She is a role model for women in the Tang Empire. This time the imperial edict was very short. Li Zixuan felt very comfortable listening to it. Even the little eunuch reading the imperial edict was much more pleasing to the eye. Of course, the eunuch reading the imperial edict was not Zhao Song. Our chief steward Zhao is probably still recuperating from his injuries. Han Yushi also felt very comfortable listening to it. As for the reason, it was obviously different from Li Zixuan's. After she married into the Li family, she had accompanied Li Zixuan to listen to many imperial edicts. However, in the past she was happy because Li Zixuan was rewarded and put in an important position. Today, she was truly happy for herself. I accept the imperial edict. Thank you, Your Majesty. Han Yushi suppressed the excitement in her heart and walked to the eunuch with dignified steps. She took the imperial edict with both hands. A palace maid next to her saw this and took the opportunity to send the neatly folded noble dress to Han Yushi. Xiaohe saw that Han Yushi was holding the imperial edict with both hands, and it was not easy to receive the dress. She was very perceptive and helped Han Yushi to receive it. Li Zixuan smiled and waved at Sanbao. This matter was originally under his father's care. However, his father had completely abandoned all responsibilities and no longer cared about matters outside the family. Li Zixuan had no choice but to come personally. Sanbao brought over the prepared gift tray. Li Zixuan chuckled and said, "Little eunuch, it must have been hard on you to come all the way here. Please come in and have a cup of tea." The little eunuch was flattered and said, "Lord Zhu, you are too courteous. You can just call me Little Len. Mr. Zhao Zhaosong is so close to you. I dare not accept your gift. We still have matters to attend to in the palace, so we will take our leave first. Lord Zhu, please wait." After that, he cupped his hands and excused himself from the crowd. Then he left with his men. Li Zixuan was stunned and couldn't help but wonder, do I look that scary? Well, since they don't want money, I can save some for myself. In just a short while, Madame Li Jingma, and the two little maidservants had already begun to look at the imperial edict. This imperial edict was of great significance. From now on, the Li family had another official position besides Li Zixuan. Although it was just an empty title, it was a title that all women in the world wanted. Li Gang, Wang Ji, Yan Silu, and Mo Huai, and the others who came to the Li family as guests also came out to watch the ceremony when the imperial edict arrived. At this moment, when they saw how happy the family was, they couldn't help but feel happy for Li Zixuan. Haha. Looking at the time, it's time for lunch. Today is a joyous occasion. Father, why don't you accompany the gentleman for a drink or two? Li Zixuan looked at the time and laughed loudly at Li Jingma and the few old men beside him. Li Jingma and Madame Li only then realized that there were guests in the house today. The two of them quickly restrained their expressions. Li Jingma coughed lightly and said with a flushed face, "Okay. Old misters are all people of virtue and prestige. How can this old man not accompany you? Serve the dishes. Gentlemen, please come in and have a seat." Chapter 628. Wang Ji couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw that there were only 5 dishes and 1 soup on the table. However, when he heard Li Zixuan say that these were the dishes that Li Er and the others ate at Qin's mansion yesterday, the disappointment in his heart disappeared without a trace. The rest of the people were also flattered. After all, the dishes on the table could be considered a sacred feast to some extent. Li Zixuan laughed secretly when he saw this. He thought to himself, although these dishes are the same as what Li Er ate yesterday, the person who cooked them is different. However, this doesn't affect much. Han Yushi's culinary skills can completely pass off as genuine. Hey! Let this old man try your cooking first and see if it's as good as what they say. Wang Ji couldn't wait to pick up a piece of braised pork with preserved vegetables and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Li Zixuan frowned and muttered to himself, "This old man is already so old. He better not choke himself to death from eating fatty meat." If Wang Ji knew what Li Zixuan was thinking, he would definitely roll up his sleeves and fight it out with Li Zixuan. However, he was destined not to know. Tisk tisk. It's fatty but not greasy. The taste is excellent. To be able to make pork taste so good. This is the first time this old man has seen such a thing in my life. Old man Wang's mouth was full of oil, but he didn't forget to exclaim. At the side, Yen Silu didn't have the time to reprimand Wang Ji for not eating properly because he was also enjoying his meal at the moment. Mo Huai didn't come alone today. When they heard that the Li family had come to the inn to invite Mo Huai for a meal, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun's eyes rolled around. They had been in Chang'an for a few days and had heard a lot about Li Zixuan, the man of the hour in Chang'an City this year. The Li family's banquet was almost the most delicious in Chang'an City. Of course, they wanted to experience it very much. The two of them spoke up almost at the same time and requested to go together under the pretext of protecting the tycoon. Mo Huai's heart was as clear as a mirror. He originally didn't want to bring the two of them over, but when he saw their eager looks, his heart softened. At this moment, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun could not help but swallow their saliva when they heard Wang Ji's praise. The two brothers guiltily looked at Mo Huai beside them. Seeing that there was no displeasure on Mo Huai's face, they were slightly relieved. Then, they picked up their chopsticks and started attacking the large plate of braised meat on the table. Ugh! As soon as the braised meat entered his mouth, a burst of rich fragrance immediately exploded. The preserved vegetables absorbed the juices of the meat, and the meat also brought out the fragrance of the preserved vegetables. The combination of the two was really incomparable. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun widened their eyes in disbelief. Why is pork so delicious? It was fatty but not greasy, melted in the mouth and was salty and fresh. How is this pork made? As the last descendants of the Mo family, they had lived in a bitter and cold place for a long time. The high-ranking officials and dignitaries ate beef and mutton, while they could only eat pork during festivals. At that time they thought that they were eating the best pork in the world. But now the two brothers stared blankly at the remaining half of the braised pork in their bowls. Their feelings were very complicated. At this moment, they completely understood why people said that no place in Chang'an City could compete with the Li family in terms of food. As they ate the delicious food, a certain persistence in their hearts began to waver slightly. Haha! It's rare for us to gather together today. How can there be meat but no wine? Come, three sirs, let me give you a toast. After hearing Wang Ji's exclamation, Li Zishuan picked up a glass of wine, stood up and said with a smile. At this time, there were naturally servants who poured wine for them. Of course, it was the best immortal drunken wine. As for the reaction of the two Mo brothers, Li Zishuan naturally saw it and was very satisfied. This was because Mo Huai still had some misgivings about the Mo family entering the world. Since that was the case, Li Zishuan would dispel Mo Huai's misgivings through the other members of the Mo family. It had to be said that Mo Zhong and Mo Yun came at the right time today. Good. Well said. Little Xian. This old man is completely convinced by your culinary skills. There's not a single dish on this table that this old man can find fault with. What wine is this? Why is the wine aroma so strong? Wang Ji first praised the dishes on the table sincerely. In just a short while, the old man had already tasted every dish. As he spoke, the maids had already poured the wine. The rich aroma of the immortal drunken wine instantly wafted out. Wang Ji couldn't help but take a deep breath and ask, Haha! Wang Wugong. This is the immortal drunken wine. And it's the best immortal drunken wine. The most famous wine in Chang'an City this year is none other than this. Yin Silu was also a wine lover. He could tell that the wine in the cup was the immortal drunken wine. However, his love of wine was not the same as Wang Ji's love of wine. The two were fundamentally different. At this moment he smiled slightly and explained to Wang Ji, Immortal drunken wine, immortal drunken wine. This name is good. This old man wants to see if it lives up to its name. Come, brother Jingma. Thank you and your son for your hospitality today. Sitting beside Wang Ji was Li Jingma. It was rare for him to think of old man Li at this moment, so he spoke politely. Old man Li's face was flushed red, and he said happily, you're too kind. Gentlemen, you're all full of wisdom. Since you're here to help my son, this old man should be the one toasting you. Come, let this old man drink first. Brother Jingma, you're too kind. Li Gang, Yen Silu and Mo Huai smiled slightly and also raised their wine cups. However, they didn't dare to drink it in one go because they knew that the wine in the cup was abnormally strong just by smelling it. They couldn't bear it. Cough cough. Ha! This wine is really strong. This old man has also studied the art of winemaking, but I don't know how to make such strong wine. I'll have to ask Xiaoxian for advice later. Wang Ji drank a cup of drunken immortal in one go and almost choked to death. When he recovered, his first reaction was to be concerned about the winemaking method of drunken immortal. Well, if Mr. Wang is interested, we'll talk about it in detail later. Li Zishuan replied. While they were chatting happily, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun didn't have time to pay attention to them. The two of them ate happily. At first, they were afraid of Mo Huai's power and didn't dare to go overboard. However, once they started eating, how could they resist the temptation of delicious food? They opened their stomachs and started eating. Vinegar choking radish skin? Crispy and refreshing, delicious. Big bowl of braised pork. Fatty but not greasy, salty and just right, delicious. White cut chicken, fragrant meat, delicious. Fried fish. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, fresh and delicious. Fried chicken cubes. Crispy and tender, also delicious. At first, they felt that there were too few dishes, but now they didn't know which dish to eat. Every dish was the best taste. How could they choose? They could only eat whatever they picked up randomly. Chapter 629. Little Xian, how much of the content in this chemistry book is true? Why do I feel like it's a little mysterious? After the meal, they didn't leave. Instead, they stayed in the main hall and chatted while drinking tea. Wang Ji picked up a book from the table next to him, pointed at the book and asked Li Zishuan. It's worth mentioning that Wang Ji drank a lot of Drunken Immortal at noon. At this moment, only his cheeks were red and he wasn't drunk. Li Zishuan admired his alcohol tolerance from the bottom of his heart. This chemistry book, I can guarantee that it's 100% true. Chemistry is about the study of transformations. If you just look at the book, you'll feel that it's a little mysterious. Li Zishuan laughed when he heard this. He was still very confident in the course of chemistry. In his previous life, he had been a chemistry class representative and was always at the top of the class in every exam. In this life, he had an abnormal spiritual force, so he was even more confident that he would not make any mistakes. Wang Ji nodded thoughtfully. After a while, he asked tentatively, "This book structure is really big. It's really rare in the world. Although I didn't have time to read it, based on the first half of the book, doesn't it mean that all substances in the world can be transformed into each other?" Li Zishuan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Wang Ji, this old urchin, would be interested in chemistry. He thought for a while and replied, "If it's based on the transformation between elements, Mr. Wang's theory is correct. But sometimes we have to consider reality because many chemical reactions have very strict requirements for external conditions. For example, temperature, catalyst, etc. If you don't meet certain conditions, even if you put two substances together, they won't have a chemical reaction, let alone complete the transformation between substances." Wang Ji frowned and said in surprise, "This little chemistry actually has so many tricks." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Of course. Strictly speaking, the content of this class covers everything in the world. You have to know that there are millions of substances in the world, and there are even more chemical reactions between them. So there's a lot of knowledge in this." As Wang Ji listened, he pinched his chin and pondered seriously. After a while, he opened the book and pointed to a page. "You use chemical symbols to represent many substances according to their elemental composition. Of course, I don't know if your representation is right or wrong, so I'll follow your thinking first. For example, in this chapter, you said that hydrogen can be burned in oxygen to produce water. According to what you said earlier, doesn't it mean that water can also be converted into hydrogen and oxygen under certain special conditions?" Li Zishuan was really surprised this time. Wang Ji's way of thinking and his ability to draw inferences was really different from the capable people of this era. Moreover, how long had he been reading this book? How could he reach such a level? He had to admit that geniuses were geniuses. They learned things very quickly. Perhaps this person could really do it. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan explained seriously, "Sir, you are right. Water can indeed be decomposed into oxygen and hydrogen. If you read further, you will see this in the later chapters. But now, I can also explain it to you seriously. The so-called chemical change is the process of molecules being divided into atoms, and the atoms being recombined into new molecules. If you read the previous chapters, you will have a general understanding of the concept of molecules and atoms. Hydrogen and oxygen are both diatomic molecules. A water molecule is composed of 3 atoms. In comparison, hydrogen is more active chemically. It can be burned in oxygen. While releasing heat, it can produce more chemically stable water. You can calculate their ratio to be 2:1 according to the number of atoms between the 3. In the process of the reaction, the number of atoms is conserved. Just now, you asked how water can be converted into hydrogen and oxygen. This kid will also explain it to you. Previously, I said that when hydrogen is burned in oxygen, it releases heat and produces more chemically stable water. Now, if you want to turn chemically stable water into chemically active hydrogen and oxygen, we have to pay a certain amount of energy to promote this chemical reaction to proceed normally. What I want to tell you is that no matter when energy is conserved. Wang Ji was startled. He seemed to have thought of something and muttered involuntarily. Energy conservation, matter conservation, all things engender each other. This little chemistry actually contains the heavenly Tao? In Wang Ji's life, he was an official and retired man. In order to achieve spiritual satisfaction, he studied Taoist culture very much. Moreover, his thoughts and some of his later works were deeply influenced by Taoist culture. At this moment, after listening to Li Zixuan's explanation, he suddenly thought of the Taoist ideology that all things were related to each other and the conservation of yin and yang. Wang Ji, who was originally very interested in chemistry, felt that the door to a new world was opening to him. He wanted to understand this knowledge even more. Then, what kind of energy is needed to turn water into hydrogen and oxygen? Does it need to be heated? No, when we boil water, we don't see water turning into hydrogen and oxygen. After secretly sighing for a while, Wang Ji couldn't help but ask. Li Zixuan was about to explain, but Yen Silu interrupted at this time. Wang Wugong, you've just read the book for less than 2 hours, and you're already starting to have ideas? Don't pretend to know when you don't and make a fool of yourself in front of the juniors. Li Zixuan talked about chemistry with Wang Ji, but he, Li Gang, and Mo Huai were confused and didn't understand half of it. After being depressed for a long time, he finally couldn't help but ask. Wang Ji curled his lips and sneered. You Yin Kongwei can't do it, but it doesn't mean that I Wang Ji can't do it. I've long said that I Wang Ji am better than you. I'm better at learning everything fast, but you didn't believe it. Wang Wugong. How arrogant of you. You only know some superficial knowledge, how can you brag here? Do you have any shame? How could Yen Silu stand such humiliation? So he said angrily. Wang Ji retorted. A little? It's indeed a little, but I can understand a little in less than 2 hours. Doesn't this mean that I'm a faster learner than you? Now Yen Kong, do you dare to say that I, Wang Ji, am not worth a monthly salary of 5 buckets of wine? Yen Silu said indignantly. Yanhuang College is going to be the elite college of the Tang dynasty in the future. How can I ask you, a teacher who only knows a little, to mislead the students? Not to mention 5 buckets of wine, in my opinion, even 1 bucket of wine is too much for you. I only know a little now, but it doesn't mean that I'll be like this when school starts. Yin Kongga, do you dare to make a bet with me? Chapter 630. Bet? What bet? What kind of bet? In the main hall, Yen Silu heard that Wang Ji wanted to bet with him. He raised his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice. Wang Ji thought about it and didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at Li Zixuan and asked, Xiao Xian, how much longer until Yanhuang College starts school? When Li Zixuan heard this, he could roughly guess what Wang Ji wanted to do. He thought for a while and replied, The academy will officially open on the 18th of September. Counting the days, there are only 8 days left. However, I don't plan to let the students attend classes in the first month of their enrollment. I have other plans for this month. So, if Mr. Wang wants to read chemistry in this period of time, I can give you 40 days. Wang Ji's heart tightened when he heard that there were still 10 days left. However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, he couldn't help but smile. He laughed and said, Okay, I don't need 40 days. 30 days is enough. Then he looked at Yen Silu and said, Kongwei, let's set a limit of 1 month. After a month, Xiao Xian can choose from this book. At that time, if I can't answer all of them correctly, I won't be able to bring up the matter of teaching at the academy anymore. If I can pass Xiao Xian's test, then it should be worth the salary of 5 buckets of wine a month, right? At that time, I don't need you to apologize to me. You just need to treat me to wine for a month. How about that? Yen Silu's face darkened. He wasn't an idiot. How could he not see the loophole in this bet? Old man Yan's face darkened. He said unhappily, No matter if I win or lose, it doesn't benefit me at all. Why should I bet? Wang Ji defended himself. Hey, Brother Yin, you can't say that. If you don't accept this bet, what if I really have an undeserved reputation like you said? When I enter the academy to teach, won't I lead the students astray? And aren't those students also your students, Brother Yin? So, if Brother Yin is really thinking about the future of your future students, then you must accept this bet. Don't you think so? Speaking of this, Wang Ji couldn't help but despise himself in his heart. Shameless, really too shameless, but what can I do? He used to be a hermit. Not only did he not have a way to earn money, but he also had to drink every meal. In this way he was really penniless now. What could he use to gamble with Yen Silu? He couldn't possibly ask his brother Wang Jing for it, right? In any case, Wang Ji couldn't bring himself to do it. Thus, he could only use his mouth to gain something without risking anything. Encountering such a shameless old rogue, everyone in the room was a little embarrassed. They all wanted to cover their faces to show that they didn't know this person. Yen Silu was even more speechless. He pursed his lips and resisted the urge to curse. Finally, he said gloomily, "All right, this old man will accept this bet. I hope you remember what I said today. If you can't pass little Xian's test after 30 days, please leave the Yanhuang Academy. Little Xian, you can't take extra care of him when the time comes." He wasn't deliberately targeting Wang Ji. In terms of personal relationships, he and Wang Ji could be considered good friends. The reason why he was acting like this was because he felt that Wang Ji's personality wasn't suitable to be a teacher at all. That was why he was strongly against it. Li Zixuan quickly replied, "I understand." Wang Ji was very dissatisfied and snorted. "Humph, what kind of person do you think I am? Even if I lose, I will lose fair and square." Then he said to Li Zixuan, "Little Xian, how about this old man also make a bet with you?" Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. After this old guy tricked Yen Silu, he wanted to trick him too. However, Li Zixuan was also very curious as to whether Wang Ji could thoroughly study the first volume of chemistry within a month. Thus he said, "Mr. Wang, feel free to say it." Wang Ji squinted his eyes and smiled. "Little Xian, as the Yamacho of the college, if this old man can pass the test in 30 days, then this old man's salary will be set at 5 buckets of tenderness. If this old man can't pass the test, then this old man won't disturb you and will go back to my hometown." At this moment, Wang Ji was ruthless in his heart and thought to himself, "This old man is going all out for this 1 month. Last year, this old man was willing to drop 8 levels in order to drink at the Tai Le department. Now, in order to drink more delicious tenderness, this old man is willing to study hard for a month. Sure enough, this is another cunning bet." The corner of Li Zixuan's mouth twitched. After a moment, he stretched out a finger and said, "Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. This old man has already stated clearly on the newspaper about the treatment that you will receive from the college. How about this, a bucket of immortal drunken wine and 5 buckets of money? This is the most this old man can do for you. What do you think?" Li Zixuan did this to uphold the rules of the college. Secondly, he was afraid that Wang Ji would really give him 5 buckets of wine every month. At that time, Wang Ji would probably be so poor that he would have no food to eat and would have to drink every day. Wang Ji was slightly disappointed. However, when he thought that Li Zixuan had promised that the wine was immortal drunken wine, he felt somewhat better. After all, immortal drunken wine was much stronger than tenderness. If he drank every day sparingly, a bucket of wine would be enough to last him a month. This old man was actually afraid that 12 buckets of highly concentrated white wine would not be enough for a month. If Li Zixuan knew what this old man was thinking, he would definitely vomit blood. Thus he nodded and said, "That's good. This old man is not an unreasonable person. It's settled then. In the following days, this old man will often look for you to teach me. You brat, don't think that this old man is annoying." Li Zixuan had already said this. How could he refuse? He could only say, "Sir, feel free to come. This old man will definitely not have any complaints." After hearing this, Wang Ji happily hugged the chemistry textbook, stood up and said, "Haha, that's good. Kongue Wenji brother-imo, this old man will go back to study first. Goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man actually slipped away nimbly. His speed was so fast that it did not seem like a person of his age. Li Zixuan could not help but shout from behind. "Hey Mr. Wang, wait. Do you have a place to stay in Chang'an?" From the conversation between Li Gang, Yan Silu, and the others, he vaguely understood Wang Ji's current situation. That was why he asked this question. Old man Wang's reply came from outside the door. "Oh, little Xian, you don't have to worry. This old man has a younger brother in Chang'an. I can stay with him for a few days. When Yanhuang College reopens, this old man will move to the college to live. There should be a place for this old man to stay?" Li Zixuan said. "Of course there is. But in a while I plan to bring all of you to visit Yanhuang College. Why don't Mr. Wang come along?" I'm not going. No matter how luxurious it is, it's just a pile of dead things. There will be opportunities to meet in the future. Don't delay this old man's studies." After saying this, the sound of the mansion door opening could be heard. After that, Wang Ji's movements could no longer be heard. Chapter 631. Li Zixuan disagreed with Wang Ji's remark that the academy was just a bunch of dead things. He felt that a school's environment was still beneficial to the students' studies. Therefore, in the afternoon, he brought Li Gang, Yan Silu, Mo Huai, and the others to Yun Mountain to visit Yanhuang College. Speaking of which, he also wanted to see how Yanhuang College would look like after it was completed. Li Zixuan, Li Gang, and Yan Silu were in one while Mo Huai, Mo Zhong, and Mo Yun were in the other. Li Gang had ridden in this new carriage a few months ago when he participated in the compilation of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, so he was not surprised at all. Although Yan Silu was a local of Chang'an, he had heard about the comfort of the new carriages from the Wonderful Taste Pavilion. However, this thing was too expensive and there was no market for it. In Yan Silu's opinion, this was just a toy for the rich kids to compare with each other. It was not practical, so the Yan family naturally did not buy this kind of carriage. However, when he sat on the soft sofa and looked at the rapidly passing street outside the window, he could not help but sigh in his heart. This carriage is a little expensive, but it's really worth it. No wonder so many people are fighting to buy it. "Uncle, this carriage." In the other carriage, Mo Zhong looked at the luxurious interior decoration and felt the stable posture of the carriage. He could not help but widen his eyes and murmur in disbelief. In fact, Mo Huai was also in shock. Their Mo family had always had a deep understanding of the art of making carriages. However, judging from the current carriage, the craftsmanship of the carriage was already above their Mo families. Furthermore, these sofas and other things that they didn't recognize were simply an eye-opener for him. Perhaps this is engineering. After staying silent for a long time, Mo Huai sighed with slight disappointment. Seeing this, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun did not dare to say anything more. The two of them sat quietly on the sofa in the carriage. Feeling the unusual softness of the seat under them, the two brothers were shocked again. After carefully counting the number of times they had been shocked when they followed Mo Huai to the banquet today, they had already lost count. So this is the life of the rich. That's great. Mo Zhong leaned on the back of the sofa and looked at the endless stream of people outside the window. He couldn't help but think. At this moment, for some reason, Mo Zhong suddenly felt a little lucky that their magnate had been defeated by Li Zixuan that day. However, after realizing his thoughts, Mo Zhong's heart was instantly filled with shame. He glanced at Mo Huai with a slightly guilty conscience, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he noticed that Mo Huai wasn't paying attention to him. He hurriedly moved his gaze away. However, during the process of moving his gaze away, he seemed to have sensed something and noticed that Mo Yun was actually doing the same thing as him. Their gazes met in the air for a moment before they moved their gazes away, and then they both lowered their heads with tacit understanding. "Haha, little Xian, you really know how to pick a place. The environment here is serene and beautiful, with verdant hills and limpid waters. It makes one feel relaxed and happy. It's really a good place to study and cultivate." After stopping the carriage at the foot of the mountain, the few of them alighted and walked up the newly built stairs. Looking at the dense forest around them, mixed with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, Li Gang smiled and said with his hands behind his back. Yan Silu raised his head and looked at the top of the mountain. He stroked his beard and said, "It's indeed a good place to study. Compared to the directorate, it's too noisy." However, isn't this cloud mountain a little too high? Li Zixuan smiled and said, "It's good to be a little higher. A little higher can allow the students to train their bodies more. This is what they mean by suffering makes one's spirit grow, and toiling makes one's muscles and bones grow. A little higher can allow one to stand at the top and see how small the mountains are. It also means that our Yanhuang disciples will definitely stand at the top in the future." "Good. You're ambitious, kid." Yen Silu patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and laughed heartily. The few of them chatted and laughed as they walked up the stairs. Soon they arrived at the top of the mountain. Everyone's eyes lit up at once. Reflecting the evening sun, the rows of glass windows on the majestic cathedral of Yanhuang College reflected the sunlight into everyone's eyes. The group of people couldn't help but squint their eyes. After getting used to the strong light, everyone finally saw the true appearance of Yanhuang College. Then inevitably they were all shocked. The wide and flat cement roads, the tall and majestic buildings made of cement bricks, the rather different architectural styles, and the extravagant glass windows and glass walls made Li Gang, Yen Silu, Mo Huai, and the others freeze on the spot. "Oh my goodness! This is heaven, right?" Mo Zhong's eyes widened, and his heart trembled violently. Just the corner of the college that he saw from here had already subverted his understanding of the world. He couldn't imagine how unexpected the full picture of the college would be. Gulp! Mo Yun couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. His eyes stared straight at the cathedral of Yanhuang College Guanghua building. This guy was probably still wondering how much it would cost to buy so much glass, right? Heh. Previously, Wang Wugong said that Yanhuang College was just a pile of dead things and not worth looking at. He'll probably be shocked when he sees what Yanhuang College looks like in the future. Li Gang was, after all, someone who had seen the world. He was the first to come back to his senses. At this moment he smiled meaningfully. "Yes, I have to say, little Xian, this college of yours is really beyond this old man's expectations." Yen Silu stroked his beard and sighed. Mo Huai glanced at the structure of Guanghua building, and surprise flashed across his eyes. Then he looked at the road and couldn't help but exclaim, "Lord Li, what material is this road made of? Why haven't I seen it before?" Because of the previous bet, Mo Huai had always addressed Li Zixuan by his title. He didn't dare to address him as Little Xian like Li Gang and Yen Silu. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Mr. Mo, there's no need to be so formal. You can just call me Little Xian. The material used for the road is a new material that this kid's workshop invented. It's called cement. This material is extremely sticky. Not only is it incomparably hard to build roads, but it's also abnormally flat. It won't be affected at all on a rainy day. Other than that, cement can also be used to build houses. Its firmness is even stronger than glutinous rice mortar. Yanhuang College's buildings are all made of cement and bricks." Mo Huai raised his brows and seemed to be lost in thought. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "It's boring to just stand here and look. Gentlemen, let's go in and take a look." Li Gang, Yen Silu, Mo Huai, and the others naturally agreed, and the group walked toward the gate of the college. What Li Zixuan didn't expect was that he would meet someone he didn't expect to see here. Young man, what a coincidence. We meet again." Chapter 632. This voice sounded familiar to Li Zixuan. He turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. It was indeed someone he knew, the candidate from the Yanhuang Academy, Di Zhixuan, whom he had met on the way. "Yo, Brother Di. What a coincidence. You also came to Cloud Mountain today?" Li Zixuan smiled as he walked in Di Zhixuan's direction. Di Zhixuan stepped forward and cupped his hands. "I've been in Chang'an City for a few days. After finishing my homework today, I remembered what you said the other day. I suddenly wanted to visit Cloud Mountain on a whim. First, I wanted to familiarize myself with the environment in advance. Second, I wanted to see if Yanhuang College was really as amazing as you said it was." Li Zixuan felt that what he had said the other day had indeed worked. Thus he asked with a smile, "Brother Di, did you see anything special?" Di Zhixuan answered, "From the outside, Yanhuang College can indeed be called the most luxurious school in Tang Dynasty. Although I've never seen the style of its buildings before, I can feel its magnificence from afar. Moreover, there are many novel things in the college, such as the road surface and the walls of the buildings. I've never seen the materials used on them before. It's really incredible. Previously, I might have had some doubts about applying for Yanhuang College. However, after seeing the true face of Yanhuang College, I'm even more determined to get into Yanhuang College. If I can't study in such a magical academy, it will be my life's regret. Moreover, I may fall behind an era because of this. Oh, why will you fall behind if you don't study in Yanhuang College? Li Gang, who had been following them for a while, suddenly interrupted. Di Jixuan glanced at Li Gang and asked Li Zishuan, "Brother, who is this old gentleman?" He saw that Li Gang had an elegant temperament and didn't seem like an ordinary person, so he called him old gentleman. Cough. They are the elders of this little brother's clan. They heard that the Yanhuang College on Yunshan has been completed, so we came to visit together. I didn't expect to meet you here, little brother. Li Gang was about to introduce himself, but Li Zishuan quickly took over and said. The main reason was that each of the three old men he brought here had a great background. He was afraid that he would scare Di Jixuan. On the other hand, if Di Jixuan knew his identity, there would be nothing to talk about. After all, he was equivalent to the headmaster. Oh, greetings to all of you, gentlemen. Di Jixuan's eyes flashed. He seemed to have realized something but also seemed to have not. He cupped his fists at Li Gang, Yan Silu, and Mo Huai and said. The three of them nodded in greeting. Di Jixuan continued. This old gentleman just asked why not go to Yanhuang College to study and why we will fall behind the times. I have some shallow opinions. From the introduction of Yanhuang College on Datong Daily, it can be seen that the engineering taught by Yanhuang College is very likely to contain some technologies that have never appeared in this world. Today, after seeing the real Yanhuang College, I am even more certain of this point. Think about it, 3 years later or 5 years later, thousands of students from the Yanhuang Academy will enter the various departments of the Tang Empire. It can be foreseen that at that time, all kinds of new technologies will emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. No one can predict what kind of huge changes the Academy of Engineering will bring to the Tang Empire. At that time, those who don't know engineering will fall behind the times. Li Zishuan couldn't help but think highly of Di Jixuan when he heard this. In his original plan, he wanted to rely on the talents cultivated by Yanhuang College in the next 3 years to quickly form a group of top technical teams and develop some new technologies that were now qualified to be launched. He really didn't expect that there would be someone who could see so far ahead. Li Gang didn't understand this, so he just nodded reservedly and didn't make any comments. Li Zishuan praised him when he saw this. I agree with Brother Di's judgment very much. In terms of the foresight of engineering alone, I think many people can't compare to Brother Di. I'm looking forward to Brother Di's brilliant future with your engineering skills. Di Jixuan's eyes flashed imperceptibly. He smiled and said, Little brother, you think too highly of me. I'm not good at engineering. I want to enter Yanhuang College because I don't want to fall behind the times. Li Zishuan seemed to understand something. He looked at the sky and said, It's getting late. Brother Di, why don't you go to the academy with us now? Di Jixuan laughed and said, Ha. If I could go in, I would have gone in long ago. I'm afraid you and I won't be able to go in today. Li Zishuan asked curiously, Why is that? As far as he could remember, ever since Yanhuang College had been built until the last time he came to Cloud Mountain, the academy had never stopped outsiders from visiting. Why did Di Jixuan say that? Di Jixuan pointed at the entrance of the academy. Li Zishuan looked in the direction he was pointing at and noticed 2 guards with bright armor and sabers standing there. Di Jixuan said, Don't worry. Di Jixuan said, I've come at the wrong time. I've never heard from my classmates that Yanhuang College doesn't allow strangers to visit. However, looking at the situation today, I guess some big shot has come to Yanhuang College. Therefore, I can only watch from afar. Forget it, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Besides, didn't I meet an acquaintance like you, little brother? This trip was not in vain. It's getting late, so I have to return to Chang'an. Little brother, do you want to go down the mountain with me? Li Zishuan looked away from the 2 guards at the entrance of the academy and said, No, even if I can't go in, it's good for me to take a look outside. Speaking of which, after Yanhuang College was built, I, a native of Chang'an, haven't even seen the whole picture. Then I'll take my leave first. Di Jixuan cupped his hands and said goodbye to everyone. Then he went down the mountain alone. After Di Jixuan left, Li Gang stroked his beard and said, "Those are the Imperial Guards. Could it be that His Majesty has come to the academy?" Li Zishuan recognized the two guards just now, so he deliberately let Di Jixuan go first. At this moment he nodded and said, "Yes, it's very likely. Since we're here, let's go in and take a look." At this time it was obvious that they couldn't escape. Li Zishuan didn't believe that the two guards at the entrance didn't see them. Li Gang and Yin Silu naturally agreed. However, Mo Huai hesitated and said, "Well, why don't I go down the mountain first?" The Mo family's big son was the target of the emperors in the previous dynasties. Now that he was going to see Li Er, this. Chapter 633. Mr. Mo, you worry too much. On Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan heard Mo Huai's hesitant words. He turned around and said, "Actually, His Majesty already knew your identities the moment you entered Chang'an City. However, His Majesty didn't do anything to you after such a long time. This means that His Majesty doesn't intend to exterminate the Mo family. Naturally, he doesn't have any evil intentions." But, even so, Mo Huai couldn't help but worry. Li Zishuan said bluntly, "His Majesty is the saint of this generation. Moreover, the Tang Empire has been peaceful for many years. The Mo family is no longer the Mo family in its heyday. His Majesty won't punish the current followers of the school of Mo for what happened in the past. Moreover, His Majesty sent me a verbal order a few days ago regarding your matter." Mo Huai's expression changed. He asked, "Oh, Lord Zhu, what did His Majesty say?" Li Zishuan organized his words and said, "His Majesty's general meaning is that although he won't find trouble with you, your identities are sensitive. When you enter Yanhuang College, you have to hide your identities well and don't cause trouble. As long as you do these two things, you can live in peace." Mo Huai's eyes widened. He exclaimed, "Are you serious, Lord Zhu?" He couldn't be blamed for making a fuss. The imperial court had suppressed the Mo family too harshly for thousands of years. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, although the emperors didn't openly pursue the followers of the school of Mo, as members of the Mo family, they usually tried their best to avoid the imperial court. Now that Li Er had sent such an imperial order, didn't it mean that they could live in peace with the ruler? Li Zishuan nodded and said affirmatively, "It's absolutely true. I'm not lying." Li Gang smiled and said, "In that case, Brother Mo, come in with us." Mo Huai nodded, and the few of them walked to the entrance of the college. "Father, Brother Shaoxian's college is so beautiful. Chang'e wants to live in it." In the conference room in the middle of Yanhuang College's main building, Li Er brought his wife and children to sit on the sofa. Their ancient costume, coupled with the modern decoration in the room, looked very strange. However, Old Li obviously didn't think so. Today he brought his family here for a vacation. At this moment, when he heard Chang'e's laughter, Li Er couldn't help but laugh. "And this academy is indeed well built. But if Chang'e lives here, what will father and mother do when they miss you?" Chang'e blinked and thought for a while before replying, "Oh, forget it. Chang'e can't bear to part with father and mother." Haha. Chang'e was extremely adorable to begin with. When she said this, Li Er immediately laughed heartily. At this moment he was no longer the ruler of a nation, but a gratified father. Li Changqian, Li Tai, Empress Zhangsun, concubine Yang Li Ku, and the others also burst into laughter. It looked like a happy and harmonious family. However, no one noticed the flash of disappointment in the corner of Chang Li's eyes. "Your Majesty, Li Xianan is here. Should I let him in?" At this moment, a chamberlain walked in quietly from outside the door and bowed. And Li Er was a little surprised. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to be willing to leave the house today after staying at home for more than a month. Thus he said, "Let him in." Logically speaking, if Li Er had come to the college alone today, he definitely wouldn't have arranged guards at the entrance of the college. As an emperor who was about to go to war, Li Er had never been particular about ostentation. He also didn't like to have people clear the place in advance wherever he went. However, he had brought his family here today. In order to avoid being offended by outsiders, he had to make an exception. Your Majesty, there are 5 people who came with Lord Li. There is the former Grand Scholar Li Gang, the former Army Adjutant Yen Silu, an old man and 2 young people. Your Majesty, should I let them in? The Chamberlain asked cautiously. Li Er thought for a moment and guessed the origins of the other 3 people. Thus he ordered, let Li Zishuan, Li Gang, Yen Silu and Mo Huai in. The other 2 wait outside the courtyard. Yes. The Chamberlain received the order and left. A trace of joy flashed in Chong Li's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. She came in front of Li Er and said half-jokingly, This college originally belonged to Brother Xiaoxian. Now that he wants to enter the college he needs to report. Father, are we considered as a dove occupying a magpie's nest? Among Li Er's many children, only Chonglu dared to speak to Li Er like this. It could be seen that this little girl was greatly favored by the emperor. As expected, Li Er wasn't angry. Instead, he pretended to pinch his chin and think. After thinking about it, he also felt that Chong Li's words made some sense. He couldn't help but find it interesting and laughed. Haha. This way of saying it is interesting. We are occupying a magpie's nest. Who asked that kid to not return after building the nest for so long? He has harmed official Yan's beloved son. As they chatted and laughed, Li Zishuan and the others had already walked in under the lead of the Chamberlain. Official Li Zishuan, Official Li Gang, Official Yen Silu, Official Mo Huai, greets Your Majesty and the Empress. Li Gang and Yen Silu were both high-ranking officials of the imperial court during the era of martial virtue, so it was understandable that they called themselves officials at this moment. Other than his identity as the Mo family's son, Mo Huai was just a commoner. Of course, he wasn't qualified to call himself a minister, but he wouldn't call himself a commoner like in some television dramas. He could just say his name or call himself someone. Although the term commoner originally originated from Confucius's Analects of Confucius, the virtue of a gentleman is the wind, and the virtue of a villain is the grass. The wind on the grass will bend. However, it only started to be called by commoners when they met officials during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Besides, in order to avoid using Li Er's name in the Jingguan dynasty, there were very few titles such as commoner or commoner's daughter. You may dispense with the formalities. Officially, it's really been a long time. Is your health well? Li Er nodded, then looked at Li Gang and said with a pleasant expression. During the era of martial virtue, although Li Gang had been the teacher of the hidden crown prince Li Gang, this didn't affect Li Er's respect for the old man's character and knowledge. After he ascended the throne, he also thought about reviving Li Gang, but the latter always used the excuse of being too old to refuse. Li Er could only stare at him helplessly. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. This old official's health has always been good. Although this cloud mountain is high, this old official walked up step by step just now and didn't feel tired. Li Gang cupped his hands and smiled. He was already 81 years old this year, but he could still go out and walk around. It was really rare to see someone as healthy as him. Haha. That's good. Official Li's health is the blessing of the Tang dynasty. I originally wanted you to go out and teach Changqian, but now it seems that Li Zishuan has beaten me to it. Chapter 634. As expected, this little brother's identity is also extraordinary. Li Zishuan, who was talking to Li Er in Yanhuang College, didn't know that when he entered the gate of the college, a sigh came from behind a big tree not far away. It was Di Zhishuan. This guy just told Li Zishuan that he would go down the mountain first, but he secretly came back halfway because he didn't believe that Li Zishuan and the others would only look at the college from the outside. In the end, it was just as he expected. Di Zhishuan shook his head and walked down the mountain. He murmured to himself on the mountain path. That guard's armor is bright, and his lower body is very stable. His martial arts must be extraordinary. This kind of soldier is the best of the best among the 16 guards of Tang. The capital is an important place, and someone who dares to bring soldiers to block Yanhuang College must be extraordinary. Could it be Duke Yi and Duke Lu? No, although they have a close relationship with the founder of Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan, and it's understandable that they came to visit Yanhuang College. With the temperament of the 2 dukes, they wouldn't let the guards block the gate of the college. Then, who was the person inside? Could it be the Crown Prince or Prince Wei? Father once said in the letter that the Crown Prince and Prince Wei are close friends with Li Zixuan. They have the conditions and the ability to do such a thing. But isn't this considered a disturbance to the people? Aren't they afraid of being impeached by the imperial censor? Also, if the person in the college is really the Crown Prince or Prince Wei, then what is the identity of that little brother? He looks to be at most 15 years old, and he seems to be skilled in martial arts. In addition, his speech and temperament are not like that of an ordinary person, and he can easily pass the guards at the gate. Could he be the descendant of a famous minister or general? Sigh. My bad habit flared up again. If that little brother wants me to know his identity, he will naturally tell me. Why do I have to spend so much effort and guess here and there? In the end, a sigh was left on the mountain path, and then Di Jixuan's figure disappeared. Heh! Wenji. Kong Gue, the two of you used old age as an excuse to resign from your positions. Now you've both entered Yanhuang College. Oh, I heard that there's also that Mr. Wu Do Wangji. Is that right? In the meeting room, Li Er leaned against the soft back of the chair and asked with a smile. Li Gang and Yin Silu looked at each other. Li Er's question was not easy to answer. Li Gang pursed his lips and pondered for a moment. He then cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, Wang Wugong will indeed enter Yanhuang College. Li Er narrowed his eyes and said, Then Wenji Kongui, why are you unwilling to serve me? With your talents, there will definitely be a place for you in my court. Li Gang had already expected Li Er to say this. He quickly bowed and replied, Your Majesty, it's not that I don't want to, but I can't. Most of us are already old. If we still hold important positions, it's inevitable that we won't be able to do as we wish and delay Your Majesty's important matters. We only wish to pass down our lifelong knowledge to others while we're at Yanhuang College. It's our last contribution to Tang Empire. Yin Silu also bowed and said, I also have the same intention. I hope Your Majesty can understand. Li Er quickly got up and helped the two of them up. He comforted them and said, My two beloved subjects, you're overthinking. I don't mean to blame you. I just feel a little regretful. Empress Zhongsun also added, Both of you are people of virtue and prestige. His Majesty is just thirsty for talents. Don't misunderstand. Li Gang straightened his body and said, Your Majesty, you're too serious. I can't bear such great favor. Now that the court is filled with civil and military talents, and all the talents of Tang Empire have been recruited by Your Majesty, I'd better use my old bones in the academy to nurture some young people for Tang Empire. Li Er pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. I just hope that Wenji will take care of yourself. Then, he looked at Li Zixuan and said in a deep voice, Mr. Li Gang is not young anymore, but he's still teaching students for you. You have to take good care of him in the future. Don't let any accidents happen. Li Zixuan quickly replied, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I won't let Mr. Li tire himself out. At this moment, Li Er shot his gaze towards Mo Huai. Mo Huai's heart instantly tightened, and his clenched fists couldn't help but sweat. At the same time, he was secretly calculating how confident he was in escaping if Li Er suddenly attacked. Mo Huai. Li Er looked at Mo Huai for a long time, and only spoke when Mo Huai's forehead was sweating. Mo Huai's eyebrows twitched. He stepped forward and bowed. Mo Huai is here. There was no joy or anger on Li Er's face. He said calmly, I don't object to the Mo school. Of course, as long as it's beneficial to the people of Tang Empire, I won't object. So you don't have to worry that I will harm your Mo family. Although he had already known Li Er's attitude from Li Zixuan, Mo Huai couldn't help but say excitedly now that he had personally confirmed it from Li Er's mouth. Mo Huai thanks Your Majesty on behalf of the Mo school. Li Er waved his hand and said, Don't be happy too early. I'm not done yet. As for the school of Mo entering the Yanhuang Academy, I need to make 3 rules with you. First, the followers of the school of Mo are proficient in martial arts. As a magnate, you must control them well and prevent them from using their martial arts to break the law. Otherwise, when the time comes, the Supreme Court will personally come and demand an explanation from the offenders. Mo Huai didn't even think about it and replied, That's how it should be. Your Majesty, don't worry. I, Mo Huai, will do my best to restrain the people of the Mo school. Li Er nodded and continued. Second, now that Confucianism has become the orthodox school of thought in the world, I don't want the Mo family to stir up disputes between the schools again. You have to hide your identity as a member of the Mo school in Yanhuang College. You are not allowed to leak secrets without permission. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Although Mo Huai was unwilling to accept this request, there was nothing he could do. With the few remaining followers of the Mo school, fighting with the established Confucianism was tantamount to a moth flying into a flame. Even if Li Er didn't mention it, they didn't have the strength to do so. Mo Huai understands. Third, after every one of the Mo family comes to Chang'an, their household registration will be transferred to Li Zishuan's fief, Plum Village. Someone will naturally allocate farmland and houses for you. From now on, you don't have to hide from the imperial court. However, in Yanhuang College you must fulfill your responsibilities. As a teacher, you must take on the responsibility of a teacher. Do you understand? Li Er stared at Mo Huai with bright eyes and said the third request. In other words, he was reminding Mo Huai to teach well in Yanhuang College and not have any crooked thoughts. Mo Huai obviously understood the meaning behind his words. He couldn't help but feel a little wary of Li Er. Then he bowed deeply and said, Mo Huai obeys. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Chapter 635. All right. You guys must be here today to visit Yanhuang College, right? Go. I won't keep you guys here. After greeting Li Gang, Yen Silu and beating Mo Huai, Li Er had achieved his goal. He smiled and said to everyone. Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel elated. He thought to himself that it was fortunate that old Li didn't find trouble with him. Thus, he cupped his hands together with Li Gang and the others and left. However, he heard a gentle female voice coming from inside the room. Li Zishuan, you stay. I have something to tell you. Li Zishuan's face darkened, and he stopped in his tracks. Li Gang threw him a helpless look and left with Yen Silu and Mo Huai. What orders does Your Majesty have? Li Zishuan turned around and cupped his hands to Empress Zhongsun. The person who just asked him to stay was Empress Zhongsun. Li Er also looked at Empress Zhongsun curiously at this moment. It seemed that he also didn't know what Zhongsun wanted to tell Li Zishuan. Zhongsun stood up from the sofa beside Li Er, then waved to the side and said, Come here. Yes, mother. Li Zishuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a 7 or 8-year-old boy, who looked 70% similar to Li Er. He was simply a miniature version of Li Er. When the little boy heard Zhongsun calling him, he quickly responded and walked over. Greetings, Your Highness. Li Zishuan was helpless. Although he didn't know why Empress Zhongsun did this, he couldn't pretend that he didn't see Li Ku standing in front of him, right? So he could only salute. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, Isn't this Li Ku the son of concubine Yang? Why is he so close to Zhongsun? Li Ku, 3rd year and 6th month of Wuda, was conferred the title of Prince of Changsha. 8th year of Wuda, was conferred the title of Prince of Hanzhong. In the 1st year of Zhengguan, he was conferred the title of Prince of Hanzhong. In the 2nd year of Zhengguan, he was conferred the title of Prince of Shu, and was conferred the title of Governor of Izhou. In the 11th year of Zhengguan, he was conferred the title of King of Wu, and was given the title of Governor of An Province. What was slightly gratifying was that Li Ku was not the kind of arrogant prince with his nose in the air. When he saw Li Zishuan salute him, he also hurriedly bowed in return and said, It should be Li Ku. Greetings, sir. Sir is a talent that transcends the heavens and earth. Li Ku has long admired you. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Li Zishuan smiled modestly and said, Your Highness is too kind. At this time, Empress Zhongsun patted Li Zishuan's shoulder, then looked at Li Zishuan and said, Mr. Li, I told you before that I would give you a few students. Do you remember? Li Ku, who was next to Empress Zhongsun, had a hint of excitement on his face. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed. Could it be that Zhongsun wanted to send Li Ku to Yanhuang College? Of Li Er's 14 sons, the most outstanding one was not the intelligent and quick-witted eldest son Li Changqian. The 4th son Li Tai, who had outstanding literary talent and could write well. It was also not the brave and brave 8th son Li Zhan or the honest and honest 10th son Li Shan. Of course, it was definitely not the cowardly 9th son Li Ji. but rather the third son Li Ku. Not only was Li Ku proficient in horseback archery, but he was also well-versed in literature and history. His reputation was also high, and he was well-versed in both literature and martial arts. His reputation was very high, so Li Er had praised Li Ku more than once in front of all the officials that he was like me. However, it was also this Li Ku is similar to me that led to Li Ku's final tragedy. Now Zhang Sun wanted to send Li Ku to Yanhuang College. Could it be that she wanted Li Ku to leave the center of the power struggle? If that was really the case, then Empress Zhangxuan's move was really clever. However, Li Zixuan did not like to be someone else's chess piece, even if that person was Empress Zhangsun. Thus he said seriously, "I remember. Could it be that your majesty wants to send His Highness the King of Han to the college?" Empress Zhangsun nodded and said, "That's right. Does Li Xianan agree?" Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and said, "Since it is your majesty's order, how can I not agree? However, I want to know if His Highness the King of Han really likes engineering?" Zhang Sun was a very clever person. She raised her eyebrows and said somewhat angrily, "What do you mean? Do you think that because Kerr doesn't like engineering, I will force him to go to Yanhuang College?" Li Zixuan was joking with Chang'e and Li Tai on the side and did not pay attention to what was going on. At this time, when he heard Zhang Suan's angry words, he could not help but turn his head and stare unkindly at Li Zixuan. "Sister, don't be angry. Li Xianan, don't misunderstand the Empress." Just as Li Zixuan was feeling pressured, a voice as gentle as water came from the side. Then he saw a woman with a slightly plump figure, exuding a graceful and seductive aura, walking over. "Li Xianan Kerr was born and raised by me. How can I, as his mother, not know what this child likes and dislikes? Previously, I wanted to ask Sister Empress to help me and let you accept Kerr as a student, but I did not expect that it would cause a misunderstanding. This is my fault. I hope Sister Empress and Li Xianan will not take it to heart." After such a commotion, Li Ku, who was still a little confused, seemed to have understood something at this time. He looked at Li Zixuan with an inexplicable look in his eyes. After Yang Fei finished speaking, he cupped his hands and said, "Sir, Ku's yearning for engineering is absolutely sincere. There is not a bit of falsehood." Li Zixuan felt a little better. Just as he was about to speak, Li Er's dissatisfied voice came from the side. "What? Is my son not worthy of entering your Yanhuang College?" Li Zixuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, "I didn't say anything. It was all your husband and wife's blind guesses. How can you blame me for this?" "Your Majesty, this subject has never said that I would not let the King of Han enter Yanhuang College." Li Zixuan turned around gloomily and cupped his hands. This subject only wanted to confirm the King of Han's interest. There is no other meaning. Yanhuang College also welcomes His Highness the King of Han. On September 20th, Your Highness can directly report to the college. Since Li Ku voluntarily left the palace to study, and it was Li Er's two wives who begged him, Li Zixuan naturally had to open the back door for Li Ku. Li Er nodded and no longer paid attention to this side. However, Li Ku asked, "Sir, doesn't the college start on September 18th? Why did you let Ku go on September 20th? Li Zixuan smiled and explained, "September 18th is the entrance exam for Yanhuang College. Since the King of Han was personally entrusted to this subject by the Empress, he naturally does not need to participate in this exam." The reason why he opened this back door was not only to give face to Empress Zhangsun, but more importantly, when he thought that this clever child in front of him would be framed to death by Zhangsun Wuji in the future, he could not help but feel a trace of sympathy in his heart. Perhaps putting Li Ku in Yanhuang College could be considered a form of protection for this child. This was originally just a normal process of going through the back door. Unexpectedly, when Li Ku heard this, it was as if he had been greatly insulted. He stubbornly raised his small face and said, "No, sir. The rules cannot be broken. Previously, Ku did not know that there was an entrance exam. Now that I know, Ku must participate in this exam. If Ku does not pass, Ku will not talk about going to Yanhuang College." Li Zixuan's face suddenly darkened. He really did want to curse Li Ku, but he did not know if he should say it. Oh. Chapter 636. Li Zixuan was confused by Li Er and his family. After figuring out Li Ke's logical thinking and confirming that Li Ke's foundation in mathematics was enough to pass the entrance exam of Yanhuang Academy, Li Zixuan resentfully took the 4 little guys out of the bishop's office and left the conference room to Li Er and his 2 wives. I hope old Li won't do such shameless things in my conference room, Li Zixuan thought to himself in an indecent manner. Brother Xiaoxian, where are we going to play? Chang'e hadn't left the palace for a long time and hadn't seen Li Zixuan for a long time. She happily followed Li Zixuan and looked up at him with her blushing face. Li Zixuan had always been very patient with Chang'e, a girl with bright eyes and white teeth. He smiled and replied, let's go and see where Mr. Li and the others are first. Then I'll take you around for a stroll. Oh, by the way, Chang'e, didn't you look around earlier? Chang'e shook her head and said, not yet. Father thought that the building we saw earlier was very grand, so he brought us in to wander around. Who knew that it would be so big inside? Later on, when we were tired from walking around, Father brought us to that room to rest. Not long after, Brother Xiaoxian, you came. Oh, so that's how it is. Then I'll take you to see some interesting things in the library. Li Zixuan thought for a while and smiled. Yes. Oh right, Brother Xiaoxian, why didn't Sister Lan'er come with you today? Oh her. She's not familiar with old Mr. Li and the rest, so she didn't come with us. Here, this is Yanhuang College's library. What do you think? Isn't it grand? After finding Li Gang and the others who were enjoying the cool air under a pavilion in the academy, Li Zixuan informed a few of the old gentlemen before bringing the 4 second generations to tour the academy. At this moment he was a bit like a tour guide in his previous life. Little Xian, this? Why is the shape of this library so weird? Li Chengqian complained after looking at it for a while. Li Tai immediately retorted, Tai doesn't agree with Big Brother's words. This is clearly grand, not weird. I think that among all the buildings in the academy, only this library is similar to the style of our central plains. Li Zixuan couldn't help but nod secretly. Li Tai was right. Yanhuang College's library, the red building, used a lot of China's traditional multi-eave roofs, China's ancient auspicious patterns, and China's traditional red beams and pillars. Compared to the other high-rise buildings in the academy that were purely made of cement, this library contained a lot of ancient style. But I still feel that the overall shape of this building is very weird. Li Chengqian muttered to himself. This is the academy's cafeteria. In the future, all students will line up here to eat after class. Li Zixuan didn't bring them into the library. In fact, every building in Yanhuang College was quite large. If they went into every building, they wouldn't be able to finish it even by nightfall. Wow! This place is so big. Brother Xiaoxian, how many people can eat here at the same time? Looking at the spacious and bright cafeteria with large glass doors and windows, Chang'e couldn't help but exclaim. Before Li Zixuan could answer, Li Tai said, if every table is full, this floor can seat 800 people, and there's another floor above. So, this building can completely satisfy the needs of the entire academy's teachers and students. The little fatty obviously didn't work for nothing in Yunshan for the past 2 months. What he said was reasonable and methodical. Wow! It can actually accommodate so many people. How many students will the academy recruit this time? Chang'e's eyes lit up when she heard this and she asked again. Li Tai didn't know this, so the little fatty decisively shut up. Li Zixuan saw this and replied, there's no conclusion on how many students will be recruited, and there won't be a fixed number. This will completely depend on the abilities of this batch of students. If they all do well in the exams, then what's wrong with me recruiting all of them? If only a few people's answers are passable, then I'll only recruit those few people. Oh, Brother Xiaoxian, does your academy recruit female students? Chang'e suddenly blinked and asked. When everyone heard this strange question, they couldn't help but be stunned. Li Zixuan thought for a while before answering. Chang'e, this isn't a question of whether I'm willing to recruit or not. It's a question of whether the officials in the imperial court will allow women to enroll or not. The current Yanhuang College is still too weak. Perhaps one day, when Yanhuang College is strong enough to dominate the secular etiquette, then a female branch of Yanhuang College may appear on Yunshan. Oh! Chang'e nodded as if she understood. Li Ku, on the other hand, looked at Li Zixuan in surprise. He thought to himself, "Sir, you're really daring. Allowing women to enroll is simply too crazy." Ugh! At this moment, Li Changqian suddenly let out a muffled groan. Li Zixuan's hearing was amazing, and he was the first to detect the abnormality. He hurriedly asked, "Qingqian, what's wrong?" Li Changqian's expression was extremely awkward. He clutched his stomach and said with a bitter face, "No, nothing. I just felt uncomfortable in my stomach and wanted to go to the toilet." "Xiaoxian, where is your academy?" "Ah?" When Li Tai heard this, he almost wanted to curse. He immediately jumped away and kept a distance from Li Changqian, which made Li Changqian so embarrassed that he wanted to die. Chang'e and Li Ke's actions weren't as obvious as Li Tai's. The two of them moved imperceptibly, wanting to get away from the troublesome place. Li Zixuan didn't immediately understand what Li Changqian meant. He was stunned for a while, and combined with Li Tai's reaction and Li Changqian's action of clutching his stomach, he finally understood what this unlucky child meant by going to the toilet. He pointed at the library that they had just passed and said, "There's one in that building. Qingqian, go quickly." Li Changqian glanced at the library and said anxiously, "No, this building is so big. How do I know which one is the toilet?" Chang'e couldn't help but cover her little face, feeling that her brother Crown Prince had lost a lot of face today. Li Zixuan said, "Qing'e, quickly take Qingqian there." Li Tai said gloomily, "Why don't you go?" Li Zixuan thought to himself, "This is your brother, not mine. Why should I go?" However, he could only say this in his heart. At this moment he glared at Li Tai and said, "Qingqian definitely didn't bring toilet paper. I have to find Xiaoning to get some. Quickly take Qingqian there." "Oh." Li Tai grunted in response and obediently went to lead the way for Li Changqian. Other people didn't know what toilet paper was, but he obviously knew after hanging out with Li Zixuan for so long. Li Zixuan looked at the two brothers walking away and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did he meet someone who didn't bring toilet paper to the toilet today? The unlucky thing was that he had to help deliver toilet paper. Fate really made fools of people. "Brother Xiaoxian, what is the toilet paper you were talking about?" As expected, when Chang'e started asking, Li Ke's eyes also stared at him without blinking. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "It's a very sanitary type of paper. I don't have time to explain now. You two wait here. I'll be right back." With that, Li Zixuan used cloud-piercing steps and instantly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 637. I've long heard that you've become a martial Dao master. Looks like it's true. Looking in the direction Li Zixuan left, Li Ke couldn't help but fall into a daze. He was also very interested in martial arts, so after seeing Li Zixuan's amazing speed, he couldn't help but yearn for it. Does third brother want to learn martial arts from brother Xiaoxian too? At first, Chang'e was also attracted by Li Zixuan's graceful movements. However, when she came back to her senses, she realized that Li Ke was still in a daze. She thought for a moment and guessed what Li Ke was thinking. Hence, she tugged at Li Ke's sleeve and asked, Cough cough. That's not true. Third brother, learning martial arts from General Dugu is pretty good too." Li Ke quickly came back to his senses and tried to cover it up. After knowing that he liked martial arts, Li Er arranged for Dugu Exine to be his martial arts master. As the saying went, a teacher for a day, a teacher for life. Li Ke was very principled when it came to conduct himself. Hee. Chang'e laughed and skipped the topic. She started to talk about the academy's architecture with Li Ke. The siblings didn't wait for long before Li Zixuan came over with a roll of toilet paper. "Brother Xiaoxian, you're back!" Chang'e exclaimed in surprise. Li Zixuan nodded. He estimated that Li Changqian should have just squatted down. Hence, he took out the toilet paper and said, "Here, Chang'e, look. This is toilet paper." Chang'e took it curiously and touched it with her hand. Feeling the soft touch, the little girl exclaimed, Brother Xiaoxian, this paper is so soft. But why does brother Crown Prince need this?" Cough cough cough. The overly naive Chang'e couldn't figure out the use of the toilet paper. Li Ke, on the other hand, suddenly coughed. It was obvious that this kid had figured it out. "Third brother? Do you know the reason?" Chang'e asked Li Ke. This. Li Ke didn't know how to explain it to his naive sister. He could only stutter. What is this? Third brother, why are you hesitating? Changle rolled her eyes and said anxiously. Seeing this, Li Zixuan could only helplessly explain. This thing can be used as a substitute for toilet paper. Of course, it can also be used in other places. Just in time. Qingke, since you're back, help me send the toilet paper to Changqian. Li Tai, who had just walked over, suddenly had a dark expression. Just as he was about to retort, he heard Li Zixuan say, brothers have to love each other. Qingke, if you don't go, Changqian will be anxious. All right. Little Fatty thought for a while, and finally decided to listen to Li Zixuan's suggestion. He brought the scroll of paper to the library. After Li Changqian came out, he naturally had an awkward expression. However, he still very solemnly instructed Li Tai, and Li could not to mention his stomach discomfort in front of Li Air. Otherwise, a few more people in the imperial kitchen would probably die. Li Zixuan was quite satisfied with Li Changqian's arrangement. Although ruthlessness was the most royal family at this time, Li Changqian was only less than 10 years old. If a 10-year-old child could really be cold-blooded and treat human lives like grass, then Li Zixuan would definitely not have any interaction with Li Changqian. Next, Li Zixuan took the four of them to see the academy's sports field, dormitory, and even bathhouse. They visited all of them. The sun was setting in the west. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Zixuan followed Li Gang and the others back to Chang. As for Li Changqian, Changle, and the others, of course, they followed the guards that Li Air brought back to the palace. However, before leaving, Li Zixuan promised to give Changle 10 boxes of toilet paper. Thinking of the shy look on the little girl's face when she asked for toilet paper, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little amused. Hey, wife! I haven't seen enough yet. Do you want to try it on? After dinner at night, Li Zixuan accompanied Lan to play around crazily for a while before returning to his room. However, he saw Han Yushi using her hand to caress the honorary dress sent by the palace. Li Zixuan couldn't help but tease. Husband! Han Yushi was startled when she heard the voice. Then she panicked and said, No, I was just packing my clothes. Really? Li Zixuan moved closer to Han Yushi's ear and chuckled. Then, he came to the desk where the honorary robe was placed. He sighed and said, So this is what the honorary robe looks like. This is the first time I've seen it. Sigh, wife, you don't say. This honorary robe looks quite good. What he said was true. Although he had seen it in a TV series in his previous life, how could the TV series be real? The director and the costume designer weren't historians. Han Yushi thought that Li Zixuan was teasing her again. She quickly came over and took away the honorary robe and the imperial edict on it. Then she said angrily, All right, husband, stop fooling around. Go to sleep. Sigh. That's not right. Why is this imperial edict made of wood? Could it be that it was replaced by someone? Li Zixuan inadvertently glanced at the imperial edict and suddenly said in surprise. Han Yushi turned around and said speechlessly, Husband, are you sleepy? The side of this imperial edict was originally made of sunflower ebony. Li Zixuan frowned and said, Wood? How can His Majesty be so stingy? Shouldn't it be made of gold or jade? He remembered that when he was conferred a title, the side of the imperial edict given by the palace was made of gold. Han Yushi put away the robe and the imperial edict, then walked over and said, Husband, don't talk nonsense. His Majesty gave me a 6th rank official. How can I be qualified to use a jade or golden scroll? Li Zixuan said. Oh. He really didn't know anything about this, so he asked, Then wife, do you know what rank of honorary title one needs to use a golden or jade scroll? Han Yushi didn't know why Li Zixuan had to get to the bottom of this matter. She thought for a while and replied, It should be above the 3rd rank, right? I'm not very sure about the specifics. Under normal circumstances, a 1st-rank madam would use a jade scroll. A 2nd-rank madam would use a rhinoceros horn scroll. A 3rd-rank and 4th-rank virtuous and respectful person would use a golden scroll. A 5th-rank pleasant person would use a horn scroll. A 6th-rank and 7th-rank official would use a sunflower ebony scroll. And a 8th-rank and 9th-rank official would also use a sunflower ebony scroll. The room fell into silence. Then Li Zixuan said firmly, Okay, I'll help you get a 3rd-rank honorary title later. Han Yushi was shocked. She hurriedly said, Husband, this third-rank honorary title is not a joke. Besides, I don't care about the rank of the honorary title. As long as I can stay by your side, I'm willing even if I'm a commoner. Li Zixuan's heart warmed, but he smiled mischievously and said, "Hey, whether you care or not, we'll talk about it later. It's late now. Wife, shouldn't we go to bed?" Chapter 638. On September 15th of the first year of Zhengguan, Yanhuang College held its first teachers' meeting on Yunshan. In addition to letting all the hired teachers know each other in advance, Li Zixuan also announced a series of important personnel appointments. Mr. Li Gang will be the acting Yamacho of the academy, in charge of teaching and administration. Mr. Yan will be the director of the academy's teaching department, in charge of the daily management of the academy. He has the right to supervise all the teachers and students of the academy, and can directly report to the Yamacho or the acting Yamacho. In addition, the academy will be divided into 5 sections according to the disciplines: classics, chemistry, mathematics, physics, and geography. Each section will have a discipline leader, who will be in charge of the curriculum planning, teaching schedule, and compilation of exam questions. The leader of the classics section will be Mr. Ma Zhou, and the leader of the chemistry section will be temporarily replaced by Mr. Wang Ji. Mr. Su Hongji will be the leader of the mathematics section, Mr. Mo Huai will be the leader of the physics section, and Mr. Xiao Dian will be the head of the geography section. Every year, the academy will conduct an academic evaluation. All the teachers in the department with the worst results will lose the year-end bonus that the academy gives at the end of every year, which is 3 months of extra salary. It had been nearly 5 days since the last time he visited Yanhuang College with Li Gang and the others. Many things had happened in these 5 days. First of all, as the opening day of Yanhuang College approached, all the candidates from all over the Tang Empire gathered in Chang'an. This made the people of Chang and see a grand occasion similar to this year's imperial examinations. Then there was Wang Ji. This old guy had become a frequent visitor of the Li family in these 5 days. Every morning when Li Zixuan woke up, he could almost see him waiting in the front yard with a book in his hand. However, although it was troublesome, it was undeniable that Wang Ji's learning progress was really fast. It was so fast that Li Zixuan wondered if this old man had super strong mental strength like himself. Therefore, this time Li Zixuan directly appointed him as the acting team leader of the chemistry department. The reason why he wasn't the official team leader was because Wang Ji and Yan Sila's bet hadn't been completed yet. Another more important matter was that Li Tai had recommended Li Zixuan a scholar who specialized in geography, Xiao Dian. After Li Zixuan tested him, he agreed to hire him. This time, among all the teachers in Yanhuang College, there was indeed no one more proficient in geography than Xiao Dian. At this moment, after hearing Li Zixuan's last sentence, the 48 teachers in the conference room all felt a chill in their hearts. They secretly thought that coming to Yanhuang College didn't mean that they could sit back and relax. There was also fierce competition here. Li Zixuan continued, "From today onwards, all the teachers of the academy will start working. Everyone, please perform your duties. The academy has specially built a dormitory for the teachers. If your home is far away, you can choose to live in the academy's dormitory. The academy has a 2-day break every 5 days. During the break, all the teachers can go home. In addition, every 6 months, the academy will evaluate the teaching ability of the teachers in each department. Teachers who are confident in their ability can sign up for a title defense. Teachers who pass the defense will receive the corresponding title. Currently, most of your titles are teaching assistants. Above teaching assistants there are lecturers. Above lecturers there are associate professors, and above associate professors there are professors. The higher the title, the higher the salary. When you reach the title of professor, the academy will also give you a house with a similar architectural style to the academy. It will be located on Yunshan Mountain, in the northwest corner of the academy. Therefore, I hope that everyone can work hard. For the students and for yourself." This was the real clear distinction between reward and punishment. As a leader, you can't only give pressure to your subordinates, you also have to give them some motivation. Otherwise, under the pressure, they will all become pressure monsters. How can they do normal things? Sure enough, after Li Zixuan finished speaking, many people in the conference room were eager to give it a try. "Yamacho, may I ask what the content of the teaching ability assessment is?" The person who spoke was a young man in his early 30s. His name was Tang Yu, a frustrated scholar who failed 3 times. In the previous round of interviews, Li Zixuan asked him to explain a passage of the Analects of Confucius. In the end, this person not only explained it clearly and logically, but also explained it in a very interesting style. Even Li Zixuan, who didn't know the 5 classics, was fascinated by it. Therefore, Li Zixuan hired him. In terms of age, Tang Yu was considered one of the younger ones. Of course, the most important reason why Li Zixuan hired Tang Yu was that although Tang Yu studied Confucianism, he wasn't a defender of Confucianism. He only saw Confucianism as a stepping stone. In fact, none of the teachers recruited by Li Zixuan were stubborn Confucians. He wouldn't hire stubborn and inflexible people. The teaching ability assessment is divided into 2 parts. One is the assessment of the teacher's mastery of the subject taught. The other is the evaluation of the teacher's teaching method. Of course, those who follow the book will obviously not get a high score. The specific assessment rules will be distributed to each department after the Academy's teaching office has formulated them. Tang Yu, when the time comes, you can ask the leader of your geography department, Mr. Xiao. Li Zixuan replied faintly. What was interesting was that when Tang Yu, a scholar who failed the exam, chose geography instead of Confucianism, the reason was that he felt bored after studying Confucianism for so many years. Li Zixuan thought that most of the teachers in Yanhuang College would undergo unified training after school started anyway. Therefore, he agreed to Tang Yu's request. This Tang understands. Tang Yu nodded and cupped his hands. Li Zixuan looked at everyone and said, "The most important thing now is not the title evaluation, but the student entrance exam and the induction training for all teachers. After the meeting is over, Mr. Yan will be responsible for organizing people to clean up every classroom in Guanghua Building. Also check carefully. If there are any shortages, report to me as soon as possible." Okay. Yan Silu nodded in response. Li Zixuan continued to arrange. All teachers, please find Mr. Li Gang as soon as possible according to the subject you are teaching. In the first month of Yanhuang College's term, the students will be organized for training, and there will be no classes. During this period, all teachers will undergo training. I know that most of you have never been exposed to this knowledge, so please hurry up. If there is something you don't understand in the teaching materials, you can ask the leaders of your respective departments. If the leaders of your departments don't understand, then come and ask me. I will be in the academy during this period. Chapter 639. Li Zixuan's performance today was unusually strong. His tone was not to discuss, but to inform and command. This was also the dignity that a principal should have. Li Gang, Yan Silu, and the others were also very cooperative because they all understood that in order for Yanhuang College to operate normally in the future, they must first establish a certain prestige for Li Zixuan. Seeing that the arrangements were almost done, Li Zixuan stood up and gave everyone a bowl of chicken soup for the soul. He encouraged them and said, "Then from today onwards, Yanhuang College will officially operate. Everyone please work together with me. For the Tang dynasty and for the continuation of our descendants, let's carry forward work in Yanhuang College. What we need to do is to establish our hearts for the world and our lives for the people." Good. What a good establish our hearts for the world and our lives for the people. Good. Let's carry forward Yanhuang College together. This bowl of inspiring chicken soup for the soul was still very popular. As soon as Li Zixuan's voice fell, there was a burst of applause in the conference room. Meeting adjourned. Li Zixuan waved his hand and announced the adjournment of the meeting. Then he took the lead and went out. At this moment, the people in the room had long lost the curiosity that they had when they first entered Yanhuang College. At this time they put away the meeting notes. This was specially requested by Li Zixuan before the meeting, and went to do their own things. The Guanghua Building, which used to be silent, suddenly became lively at this moment. This huge college also had a trace of vitality because of this. The Bishop of Yanhuang College Guanghua Building was a typical building with 2 towers. The 2 towers in the center were 10 stories high. The towers were the offices of the college's teachers. As the top boss of Yanhuang College, Li Zixuan's office was of course not shabby. His office was on the 10th floor of the tower on the right side of Guanghua Building. With this huge glass wall, He could overlook the scenery within a 10-mile radius from his office. It was really crazy cool. However, Yanhuang College did not have elevators. Probably only people like him who knew martial arts would be willing to use this place as an office. After all, not everyone was willing to climb such high stairs every day. After opening the office door, Li Zixuan found Yin Xiaoning inside. At this moment, this guy was sitting on his leather chair with his legs crossed and looking at the scenery outside the window. Li Zixuan could not help but tease him. "Hey, Xiaoning, it seems like you're quite relaxed now." He had been at the college frequently these few days. He also knew that Yan Xiaoning would usually come to his office to drink tea and look at the scenery when he was free. He did not feel uncomfortable about this. After all, this was his buddy. Be reasonable, your buddy occasionally uses your office, is that too much? Is it really too much? Not too much. Heh. That's. Previously you were just a hands-off shopkeeper and it really tired me out. Now that it's finally your turn to be busy, can't I rest for a while? Yin Xiaoning did not even turn his head. He just had his back facing Li Zixuan and gloated. Thinking about the huge pile of things that he had to deal with later, Li Zixuan felt a headache. He sat down on the sofa next to him and said angrily, "T. When have I ever been a hands-off shopkeeper? When you were busy helping me build the college, I was also busy writing teaching materials. That stuff is not much easier than yours." Yin Xiaoning picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. Then he turned his chair around and said smugly, "Heh, that's none of my business. Anyway, my task is almost done now. Next, your task is going to be heavy. Haha. I heard that the students who came to take the Yanhuang College exam this time are already in time for this year's imperial examination." What a bad friend. Li Zixuan was speechless. However, what Yin Xiaoning said was also the truth. There was indeed nothing for this guy to do. Li Zixuan leaned on the sofa and felt rather depressed. After a while he asked, "Are the 10 villas in the northwest completed?" Yin Xiaoning nodded and said, "Yes, they're all completed. Now the construction team is building other unimportant buildings in the college. Don't worry, the construction area is all separated from the distant teaching area. When the time comes, it won't affect the students." This construction progress was all planned. Li Zixuan wasn't too surprised about this. He sighed and said, "When do you estimate it will all be completed?" Yin Xiaoning must have made an estimate before this question. At this moment, he didn't even think and answered, "About a month." "So fast?" Li Zixuan was a little surprised. Yin Xiaoning said matter-of-factly, "What's so strange about that? Now that the construction team is getting more and more skilled, their cooperation is also getting better. Plus, with the crane that you made, the construction speed is of course a few times faster than at the beginning." Speaking of this, Yin Xiaoning patted his head and suddenly shouted, "Oh right. I forgot to tell you something." "What is it?" Li Zixuan asked subconsciously. Yin Xiaoning laughed and said, "That Xiaoxian, can we exchange the villas on Yunshan?" Li Zixuan suddenly became alert. He didn't agree or disagree but instead asked, "Why? Didn't you build your villas according to the blueprint of mine?" The first batch of villas on Yunshan had a total of 10 villas. At first, they were allocated to the professors of the college, but later on, Li Zixuan felt that the scenery on Yunshan was very good, so he also wanted to build a villa for himself here. This way, if he was too busy at the college and didn't have time to go home in the future, he would have a place to stay. Since he was building a villa for himself, Li Zixuan of course put in 120% of his effort. The villa he designed for himself was bigger than the professor's villas, and it was also 1 floor higher. When Yin Xiaoning saw it, he immediately wanted to change his villa to the same one. How could Li Zixuan have a reason to object? Now that the construction team was in Yin Xiaoning's hands, this guy could just abuse his position for personal gain a little, and their villa could be built however he wanted? At this time, Yin Xiaoning rolled his eyes and said, "Although the blueprint is the same, my villa is facing away from the sun, Xiaoshuan's villa is facing the sun. My dad's legs can't stand the cold, and he loves the sun the most. So Xiaoxian, why don't we exchange?" At this moment, Yin Xiaoning no longer gloated as before. Instead, he became a little flattering, which made Li Zixuan feel very strange. Chapter 640. Bulsh * T. Uncle Yan's steps are steady. How does he look like he has a leg problem? You're too shameless. How could you say something like that to achieve an ulterior motive? Inside the principal's office, Li Zixuan, who felt that something was wrong, was seriously thinking about the loopholes in Yan Xiaoning's words. After a while, he suddenly said angrily. Yan Xiaoning's expression changed slightly, but he still said firmly, "That's just on the surface. In fact, my dad's leg hurts when he gets cold." Li Zixuan's lips curled into a smile. He then said, "Okay. Then I'll go visit Uncle Yan now, and see if there's really something wrong with his leg." After saying that, he actually turned around and was about to leave. Yan Xiaoning immediately became anxious. He quickly stood up from the chair and shouted from behind, "Hey, don't. Xiaoxian, don't go. I was just joking." "Oh? Joking? Xiaoning, you've got guts. You even joked about Uncle Yan. What kind of power made you do such a rebellious thing?" Li Zixuan turned around and sneered as he stared at Yan Xiaoning with burning eyes. Yan Xiaoning's face turned red. He coughed twice and said embarrassedly, Xiaoxian, what are you talking about? I was just joking because I wanted to change houses with you." Li Zixuan smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't believe that there wasn't something fishy. Therefore, he just stared at Yan Xiaoning, trying to use his gaze to influence this dishonest youth. After staring for a full 15 minutes, Yan Xiaoning finally couldn't take it anymore. He said dejectedly, Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Previously, after the construction team finished building the houses in the area you circled, a craftsman accidentally found that your backyard would emit steam every morning. He used a bamboo tube to poke 3 inches down and the result was... Li Zixuan's curiosity was already piqued, but Yan Xiaoning suddenly stopped at this crucial moment. This made him a little mad. He couldn't help but urge, "What's the result? Hurry up and tell me." Sigh. Yan Xiaoning sat back on the chair and let out a long sigh. "There's actually a hot spring under the garden. You're really lucky. That's why I want to trade with you." As early as in the pre-Qin dynasty's classic of mountains and seas, there was a record of hot spring. At that time it was called Hot Spring. Bandit's water came from Kunling Mound County's high-pressure mountain. It was also called Dongha Hot Spring. The water came from the northwest Clamor Valley. The water was as warm as hot soup, and could cure all kinds of diseases. Therefore it was called Hot Spring. Later on, people began to call it hot springs. For example, in the Han Dynasty, an astronomer wrote a book called Hot Springs Prose. In the text he wrote, "Looking at the treasures of the central region, there is no god of water. Staying in the hot springs to pass the time, to get rid of the harshness, to serve the righteous. Emperor Shiyu, save your own life." F***CK. Hot spring? Li Zixuan's eyes widened. His expression was wild with joy as he said, "Haha, that's great. I can't believe I found a hot spring in such a beautiful place. In the future, I'll build a house on top of it and soak in the hot spring during winter while eating delicious food. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Yan Xiaoning's old face darkened. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, F***CK. You're too much." Li Zixuan curled his lips and said, "TSK, who's the one who's too much? Someone wanted to cheat me of my hot spring just now." When Yan Xiaoning heard that, he immediately stopped talking. Li Zixuan saw that this guy was unhappy and couldn't help but say, "Xiaoning, didn't you try digging in your backyard? What if your house has a hot spring too?" Yan Xiaoning looked at Li Zixuan with a strange expression and then said unhappily, "How do you know I didn't dig it? Not only my backyard, I dug everywhere except my house. In the end, I didn't dig anything." Li Zixuan was sweating profusely. The image of Yan Xiaoning instructing a group of craftsmen to dig his house involuntarily appeared in his mind. TSK, so ruthless. Sigh. But speaking of which, why do you want a hot spring? This thing can cure some diseases, and it's good for women's skin. Xiaoning, you're healthy, so the hot spring doesn't seem to be attractive to you? Don't tell me you want to be a gigolo? Li Zixuan suddenly thought of something wrong and couldn't help but ask with a strange expression. The ancient people had a certain understanding of the medical and health effects of hot springs. The Han Dynasty's 3 Qin records, recorded the legend of hot springs curing diseases. The first emperor traveled with the goddess and disobeyed her orders. The goddess spat on him and caused him to have ulcers. The first emperor thanked her, but the goddess washed off the ulcers in order to get out of the hot spring. The goddess used the hot spring to cure Qin Shi Huang's ulcers. Therefore, Qin Shi Huang called the Li Mountain hot spring goddess soup. Yan Xiaoning said angrily, "You're the one who wants to be a gigolo. I want a hot spring only because I'm afraid of the cold in winter. You don't know how cold Chang'an's winters are these years. Even charcoal can't cure it." Is it that exaggerated? Li Zishuan didn't think much of it, but he was too lazy to argue with Yan Xiaoning over such a small matter. He looked at the sky and said, "Then I'll go take a look at my house first. If it's all renovated, I'll immediately arrange for people to buy furniture for it. Maybe I'll really have to live here in a few days." Yan Xiaoning felt a little hurt when he thought of the hot spring. He waved his hand and said, "Go quickly. Go quickly. Oh right, if you're buying furniture, help me buy one while you're at it. I always feel that the house we're building will look very awkward with the furniture bought from the East Market." "Okay." Li Zishuan responded and went out. Thinking of Yan Xiaoning's words just now, he couldn't help but think to himself, a modern house should of course be equipped with modern furniture. If you put some couches and screens in the house, of course it will look awkward. After leaving Yanhuang College, he walked towards the northwest. After passing through a tree-lined path, he could see a few modern-style villas scattered not far ahead. The main buildings of the villas were mostly two-story bungalows. Only 2 villas in the south were 3-story bungalows. There were fences in front of the buildings and ancient trees. Behind the buildings was a very spacious courtyard with a garden, rockery, pavilion, and all kinds of low shrubs. It was actually a simplified version of a modern villa. Sigh. It feels like a lifetime ago. Li Zishuan looked at the modern villas in front of him and couldn't help but think of his previous life. Although he was living well in ancient times, his soul was still from the 21st century. His family, friends, lovers, and more than 10 years of memories were there. But he couldn't go back anymore. Oh. Chapter 641. After sighing inexplicably for a while, Li Zishuan lifted his feet and walked towards the southernmost courtyard. That place was an area that he randomly picked with better lighting, but he didn't expect there to be a hot spring there. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have designed this courtyard so stingily. This was because he only wanted to build a temporary residence here. After all, this place was only a few steps away from Yanhuang College. But now that there was a hot spring here, Li Zishuan wanted to build a bigger residence, at least the size of the Li mansion. When the time comes, it could be a manor for the Li family outside of Chang'an City. Although this would cost a lot more money, Li Zishuan didn't lack money now. In his opinion, he had earned so much money. If he didn't know how to enjoy it, wouldn't it be a waste? "Hey, boss, you're here?" When Li Zishuan arrived at the entrance of his courtyard, he met an acquaintance. "Gu Xiaomao? What are you doing here?" Li Zishuan asked curiously. According to Yan Xiaoning, all the craftsmen in Yanhuang College were focused on building the remaining buildings. As the captain of the 8th team of the 1st Regiment, Gu Xiaomao had no reason to hang around here. Gu Xiaomao quickly replied, "Boss, Commander Yan asked me to take some time today to bring a few people here today to check the construction drawings to see if there are any omissions. He said that the academy is about to start classes, and these courtyards are likely to be put into use soon. There can't be any mistakes." Li Zishuan heard and was instantly angry. "Good for you, Yan Xiaoning. You already arranged for people to check, but you purposely didn't tell me. You made me come here specially. This brat is definitely doing it on purpose." "Oh, are you done checking?" Li Zishuan adjusted his emotions and asked. Gu Xiaomao took out a piece of paper, nodded and said, "Hey boss, I finished checking. Your courtyard didn't miss anything. However, the 7th courtyard is missing 2 fences and a stone bench. After I report to Commander Yan, I'll bring people over to fix it." Li Zishuan glanced at the paper and found that there wasn't a single Chinese character on it. It was just some scribbles. Obviously, Gu Xiaomao didn't go to school. But even so, his work attitude was commendable. "Xiaomao, in last month's evaluation, what was your regiment's rank?" Li Zishuan seemed to ask casually. "Heh." Gu Xiaomao scratched his head embarrassedly and answered, Last month our first team got first place, so everyone's salary was doubled. Also, the team I was leading was rated as one of the 5 most outstanding teams, so we were rewarded with 5 strings of cash. Including our salary and some rewards in the middle of the month, we got nearly 10 strings of cash. I've never seen so much money in my life. Thank you, boss. Feeling the youth's heartfelt happiness, Li Zixuan's originally slightly gloomy mood gradually improved. He smiled and said, "You don't have to thank me. You exchanged all of this with your own 2 hands. Also, you led the 8th team of the 1st Regiment to achieve such good results. Qing Ke, the original team leader, should be thanking you." Gu Xiaomao didn't dare to answer him. He knew Li Tai's real identity. "Oh right, Xiaomao, is the autumn harvest at home affected by your work here?" Gu Xiaomao bowed and said, "It's not affected much. But I heard from my father that this year's harvest is 10% to 20% lower than last year's. Luckily, you're kind enough to give me such a high salary. With this money, my family's reduced grain production won't be affected." Li Zixuan's expression became a little serious. He suddenly remembered that Han Yushi had told him a while ago about the Han village's grain yield problem. So he asked, "Xiaomao, is it only your family's grain yield that has decreased?" Gu Xiaomao shook his head and said, "No, boss. No one in our village has a higher harvest than last year. A few families' harvests have decreased by 30%. Sigh. They're not as lucky as me to have such a good boss like you. I think they'll starve before next year's autumn harvest." Li Zixuan was silent. He could save one family, but he couldn't save thousands of families. He patted Gu Xiaomao's shoulder and said, "All right, you don't have to worry. The imperial court will definitely find a way." Gu Xiaomao nodded dejectedly. Li Zixuan saw this and changed the topic. "Xiaomao, how much money have you earned in the past 2 months?" If someone else asked this, Gu Xiaomao's first thought would be that the other party was eyeing his money. However, since Li Zixuan asked, it was different. Gu Xiaomao thought for a while and answered, "It should be 15 strings." Gu Xiaomao's team was very active. They often came in at the top of the rankings. Their salary wasn't much, but they received a lot of bonuses. That was why they had the miracle of earning 15 strings of strings in 2 months. After transmigrating for so long, Li Zixuan was no longer the naive person who didn't know anything. He knew very well what 15 strings of strings meant to an ordinary family. He asked, "Xiaomao, have you thought about what you want to do with this money?" Gu Xiaomao was stunned for a moment before he scratched his head and said, "My father and mother want me to use this money to get a wife, but I don't want to get married so early. I want to use this money to buy medicine for my mother to treat her illness. If there's any money left, I plan to use it as capital to start a small business in Chang'an." Li Zixuan was surprised and asked, "Your mother is sick?" Gu Xiaomao answered sadly, "Yes, my mother got sick when she gave birth to me. Later on, she often felt dizzy and her legs hurt easily. In recent years it has gotten worse. My father doesn't even dare to let her get out of bed to work. In the past, the doctor said that my mother could recover if she took some nourishing medicine, but the medicine is too expensive. My family can't afford it, so it has been delayed until now. So this time I must cure my mother's illness." Li Zixuan praised. "Good. Xiaomao, you're right. Filial piety is the most important virtue. I support your decision." Gu Xiaomao was a little embarrassed by the praise. He said shyly, "Thank you, boss. Then what kind of business do you plan to do after curing your mother's illness?" For some reason, Li Zixuan suddenly wanted to enter the world of this simple farmer's son. Perhaps it was because he was also a farmer's son in his previous life. Gu Xiaomao thought for a moment and said, "As long as it's not against the law, I'm willing to do any business that can make money. I want to make more money and build a big house like these villas in the future. When that time comes, I'll go find a wife. Later on, I'll send my son to a prestigious school like Yanhuang College to study. If he can't pass in 1 year, I'll let him take 2 years. If he can't pass in 2 years, I'll let him take 3 years." Chapter 642. Gu Xiaomao's dream was so simple that Li Zixuan only needed to move his lips to help him realize it. But at the same time, his dream was so difficult that even if an ordinary person spent their entire life, they would not be able to achieve even a small goal in his dream. "Xiaomao, I have a long-term task here. The more you are unwilling to do it, the more you are unwilling to do it? Li Zishuan did not directly give Gu Xiaomao a large sum of money to let him realize his dream, nor did he leave him to fend for himself. As the saying goes, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a day. He intended to give Gu Xiaomao a shortcut to success. Gu Xiaomao was stunned and then said excitedly, "Boss, please say it. I'm definitely willing to do it." Li Zishuan could not help but laugh. "You agreed so decisively. Aren't you afraid that I'll ask you to commit murder and arson?" Gu Xiaomao grinned and said, "Hey, boss, you're such a kind person. How can you ask me to commit murder and arson?" Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Haha. Since that's the case, I'll tell you about this task. Yanhuang College will have more and more students in the future. Xiaomao, you can open a snack shop in the college. No, open a snack shop. The monthly surplus will definitely be enough for you to realize your dream." In Taiji Palace, the morning court was in progress. "Your Majesty, now that the autumn harvest is over, according to the situation reported by the counties near Chang'an City, this year's harvest is not good. Most of the harvests have decreased by about 20%. In some places, the harvest has decreased by 30% to 40% compared to last year. In this way, after the people have finished their grain, I'm afraid that the remaining grain in their hands will not last until next year." Fang Xianling stood in front of the team and bowed to Li Er to report. As soon as his voice fell, there was a buzz of whispers in the court. In this era of relying on the sky to make a living, grain was the lifeline of a country. This was a fragile and sensitive nerve that no one would ignore. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, could not help but feel his heart sink. At the same time, his mind was reminded of Li Zishuan's locust plague language. Li Er found it hard to imagine what kind of calamity would befall the Great Tang if it hadn't made preparations in advance. Then order all the provinces and counties to exempt citizens from 20% of their taxes. After a moment of silence, Li Er instructed in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, you mustn't." An old man in his 50s hurriedly stepped forward and retorted, "Your Majesty, although this move can relieve the pain of the people, it is no different from drinking poison to quench thirst. If the various regions follow His Majesty's decree, it will cause the official storehouses of the various provinces and counties to be filled with rations. Once there is a famine or natural disaster, the various provinces and prefectures will face a situation where they have no food to use and can only wait for the imperial court to rescue them." The person who spoke was Xiao Yu. "Your Majesty, I also feel that this is inappropriate." As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, Wei Zheng also stepped forward and clasped his hands together. "Forgive me for speaking bluntly. Your Majesty's move can only solve the problems of a small portion of the citizens. Most of the citizens rely on the rich and powerful. If Your Majesty reduces taxes, they won't feel any gratitude." Clearly, Wei Zheng had already noticed some loopholes and shortcomings in the Tang dynasty's equal field system. However, he could not come up with a more perfect and reasonable land system. This subject agrees. This old subject also agrees. Not long after, 2 or 3 officials stepped forward to express their agreement. Li Er frowned and said, "This is not drinking poison to quench thirst, but weighing the pros and cons. You may have all forgotten, but counting the days, the fleet that went south should return with a full load within a month. At that time, with the food brought back by the fleet, the Great Tang dynasty will no longer lack food." All the ministers were shocked. They had really forgotten about this. "But Your Majesty," Fang Xianling thought for a while and felt that it was not reliable to rely on a fleet with an unknown harvest. He opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but Li Er waved his hand and interrupted him. "Minister Fang, there is no need to say more. I have made up my mind. Instead of collecting more food and causing famine and the imperial court to allocate more food, it is better to keep it for the benefit of the people and save a lot of trouble and waste." Just like that, Li Er made the final decision to reduce the tax rate by 20%. When the news spread, the whole country cheered. "Oh? 20% tax reduction? What is Your Majesty thinking?" Li Zishuan, who was in Yanhuang College, received the news in the afternoon. Like Fang Xianling, he also felt that Li Er's move was tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. The land tax system had existed in China for more than 2,000 years. and it was only abolished 50 years after the founding of New China. From this, one could see how deeply the ruling group relied on the land tax. Given the current economic level of the Great Tang, reducing the land tax by 20% was akin to cutting flesh and playing with fire. What gave Li Er the confidence to do this? I can't guess your Majesty's intention, but this move can alleviate the urgent needs of the people, but it is a test of the ability of the various provinces to withstand disasters. Ma Zhou sat opposite Li Zishuan and pondered. Forget it. Let's not think about it. By the way, Brother Ma, how is the expansion of the workshop going? After thinking for a long time, Li Zishuan still couldn't think of anything. After all, this guy had forgotten about the large number of ships going south. He suddenly thought of the new workshop, so he asked. In order to expand the workshop, Li Zishuan had originally planned to move the workshop to Plum Village. But because of the construction of the academy, money was tight, so Li Zishuan had Faubert temporarily suspend this plan. Later on, with the introduction of the immortal mirror and the glass utensils, Li Zishuan had made a fortune, and the financial crisis was quickly alleviated. Only then could the expansion and relocation of the workshop be restarted. Ma Zhou and Faubert had been busy for the past few months. Lord Zhu, the site for the new workshop has been arranged. It was built on the riverside according to your wishes. Everything is basically ready, and can start production at any time. Ma Zhou replied with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded, his heart calming down a little. He had been too busy these past few months, so he definitely couldn't take care of everything. Fortunately, the people around him could often take care of things on their own. In that case, Brother Ma, I'll have to trouble you in the future. You have to take care of Datong Daily and the academy. Li Zishuan sighed with emotion. Ma Zhou smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Lord Zhu, I've told you before. I'm not cut out to be a teacher, but you. Chapter 643. The reason why Ma Zhou said that he was not suitable to be a teacher was mainly because he knew that he had a criminal record. During the reign of Wu Da, he was once promoted by the provincial governor of Bo Province to be an assistant teacher in Bo Province. However, he was fired by the provincial governor of Bo Province because he often drank and made mistakes. Now Ma Zhou couldn't help but feel ashamed every time he thought about it. Li Zishuan knew a little about Ma Zhou's past. He waved his hand and said, I think Brother Ma was young and impetuous back then, but that's all in the past. What's the point of bringing it up now? In the future, as long as Brother Ma doesn't drink during lectures, it'll be fine. What's more, there's a drunkard in our academy who is even bigger than you. Ma Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Lord Zhu, are you talking about Mr. Wu Dou? The old man is carefree and open-minded. I've admired him for a long time. I didn't expect Lord Zhu to invite him here. Hey, in my opinion, Brother Ma admires him for his alcohol tolerance, right? Haha. Sigh. There are only 2 days left. Reading a little more won't affect the final results. I might as well go to Yinhuang College again. It's a pity that I didn't go in last time. In the afternoon, Chongren Lane, Tongfuan. Di Jishuan sat in front of the window with a book in his arms and muttered to himself. Then this guy really did what he said. He put down the book and began to change his clothes. In less than a quarter of an hour, Di Jishuan had finished packing. He straightened his clothes, opened the door and walked out. Father. Why are you here? Di Jishuan never dreamed that he would encounter such a big surprise the moment he opened the door. It really scared him out of his wits. Why am I here? You brat, if I didn't come, when would you come to see your father? Opposite Di Jishuan stood an old man in a purple robe with round eyes. At this moment he was reprimanding Di Jishuan aggressively. Feeling the power of the old man, the waiter who had rushed over after hearing the commotion did not dare to go forward and question him. The old man was none other than Di Jishuan's father, Di Xiaoxiu, the minister of the imperial court's left prime minister. Father, your son is actually preparing to meet you. I didn't expect you to find me here. How did you know I live here? Di Jishuan forced a smile and then lied through his teeth. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. How could Di Xiaoxiu not see that his son was lying? He angrily said, Bastard! You still want to deceive your father? If I hadn't received your mother's letter the day before yesterday, I wouldn't have known that you've arrived in Chang'an. Furthermore, you haven't come to find me for so long. You're getting bolder and bolder. Di Jixuan thought to himself. So that's how it is. What a miscalculation. After feeling regretful for a while, Di Jixuan licked his lips and said, That's my fault. Father, please calm down. Do you want to go in and have a drink? At a time like this guy still wants to let Di Xiaoshu drink water to calm down. He's simply too naive. Di Xiaoshu flicked his sleeves and said, Drink what? Hurry up and go back with your father. Don't embarrass yourself here. Father, that. Di Jixuan still wanted to struggle, but Di Xiaoshu did not give him a chance at all. He directly ordered, Tie him up and bring him back. Ha! I was wondering why you secretly came to Chang'an City. So you're here to take the Yinhuang College exam. You little brat, what did I teach you in the past? I told you to read more books and pay more attention to current affairs. You actually dared to spend your time on this miscellaneous subject. This is outrageous. Qinren Square D Mansion. Di Xiaoshu pointed at a mathematics textbook on the ground and roared at Di Jixuan with his eyes wide open. Di Jixuan shrank his neck and said weakly, Father, who said that mathematics is a miscellaneous subject? Even His Majesty didn't say that, right? You. Di Xiaoshu did not expect his son to dare to refute. He was so angry that he took 2 deep breaths and said, I said it. If I say it's a miscellaneous subject, it's a miscellaneous subject. You don't agree? Di Jixuan lowered his head and muttered softly, The imperial examination is considered a subject. How can it be a miscellaneous subject? What did you say? Di Xiaoshu's volume suddenly increased, and Di Jixuan felt an inexplicable sense of danger. He quickly shook his head and said, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Bastard! How dare you say that it's a subject? I only allowed you to take the imperial examination. If you dare to have any other ideas, I will break your legs. Father, you can't do this. It's my freedom to choose what subject to take the examination. You can't take it away from me. These were all advanced ideas that Di Jixuan learned from the newspaper. He used them here, but he also used them in the wrong place. Di Xiaoshu's nose was almost crooked when he heard this. He trembled and said, Unfilial son. Stubborn. Someone, bring the family discipline. Master, you can't. A middle-aged man who looked like a butler hurriedly came forward to persuade him. The young master is young and inexperienced. Why do you have to be so calculative with him? Give the young master some time, and he will definitely think it through. Young master. Hurry up and apologize to master. As the old butler spoke, he madly winked at Di Jixuan. Butler, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Hurry up and bring the family discipline. Today I will. Father, I was wrong. Di Xiaoshu was in a fit of anger. How could he listen to advice? He hurriedly urged the butler to bring the family discipline, but Di Jixuan actually gave in. Didn't you just say that mathematics is not a miscellaneous subject? Di Xiaoshu was a little doubtful of his son's sincerity, so he snorted angrily. He heard Di Jixuan say sincerely, Father, I was wrong. I was not sensible. You are right, mathematics is a miscellaneous subject. Then don't you still want to take the imperial examination for mathematics? Father, I was wrong. I will only take the imperial examination for literature in my life. Didn't you plan to go to Yinhuang College in the beginning? Father, I was wrong. I will never think about going to Yinhuang College again. I will return to Bingzhou tomorrow to study hard. You? Father, I was wrong. The father and son's questions and answers stunned the servants outside the house. Di Jixuan, who was a spineless person, admitted his mistake over and over again in the face of Di Xiaoshu's questioning. In short, don't ask. If you did, he would say, Father, I was wrong. A wise man submits to circumstances. However, only the heavens knew what this fellow was thinking in his heart. However, the older the wiser. Di Xiaoshu added one last sentence. From today until the day after tomorrow, which is the day of the entrance examination for Yinhuang College, you are not allowed to step out of the house for 3 days. Do you understand? Chapter 644. Li Zixuan didn't know what had happened to Di Zhixuan. But even if he knew, he couldn't do anything about it. Even an upright official couldn't settle a family dispute. Di Xiaoxu had taught his son a lesson, so even if Li Er came, he couldn't do anything about it. What's more, Di Xiaoxu's current official position and title were no worse than Li Zixuan's. What right did Li Zixuan have to help Di Zhixuan? Moreover, Li Zixuan had so many things to do that he couldn't handle them all. Yamacho, all the examination rooms have been assigned, and the exam number has been pasted on each seat. Well, inform Mazhou to inform all the candidates who have arrived in Chang, and on the Datong Daily tomorrow to come to the academy to get their exam number the day after tomorrow. All candidates will enter the academy according to their exam number. Yes, Yamacho. By the way, ask Mazhou to arrange a few people to make a notice. Draw the distribution of the examination rooms clearly, and then paste it on the notice board at the entrance of the academy. Okay. The teachers of the economics department had the least work at the academy because they had a certain level of attainment in Confucianism, so they didn't need to learn professional knowledge from scratch like other subjects. Therefore, the teachers of the economics department were arranged to prepare for the admission exam the day after tomorrow. Yamacho, I don't understand these symbols in the physics textbook. Can you tell me what they mean? Why don't you ask Mr. Mo? The Mo family was very good at physics. After receiving the physics textbook a while ago, Mo Huai studied it seriously for a long time. He also asked Li Zixuan a lot of questions. Logically speaking, with his current knowledge, it was more than enough to answer the questions of these physics beginners. Therefore, Li Zixuan was a little puzzled. Yamacho, group leader Mo isn't here right now? How could he not be here? Where did he go? Group leader Mo said he had something to do at home, so he went back first. Something to do at home? Well, what symbols did you say you didn't understand? Li Zixuan frowned and took the book from the hands of a middle-aged man who came forward to ask questions. It's these symbols. There are many more such symbols behind, but I've never seen them before. The man leaned over and pointed at a line of Arabic numerals on the book. Smack! Damn, I almost forgot about this. Li Zixuan couldn't help but pat his forehead and said to that person, Mr. Yu, immediately inform all the teachers in the academy. Other than those in the mathematics department, everyone else should go to Mr. Li Gang to get a mathematics textbook. You don't need to be proficient in the new mathematics, but you must understand some of the basic concepts in it. The symbols you asked about are all mentioned in the mathematics textbook. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. He stammered, Sean. Yamacho. It's already difficult for us to learn physics, so how can we have the time to learn mathematics? The other teachers who were queuing up to look for Li Zixuan also complained. That's right. Yamacho, chemistry is also difficult to learn. Geography is also difficult to learn, okay? No, mountain leader. Don't tell me that we from the economics department also have to learn mathematics? We don't need it. Li Zixuan listened to their noisy voices and couldn't help but frown. You have to learn all of them. What don't you need? How can you not need it? As teachers of Yanhuang College, if you don't even know about the new mathematics, then won't you be embarrassing the academy when you go out? You have to learn. When everyone saw that Li Zixuan was serious, they were all silenced. Li Zixuan added worriedly, if you have any problems with mathematics, feel free to look for Su Hongji. Everyone, don't treat mathematics lightly. I'll check it later. If you don't pass, I'll find someone to tutor you. Mr. Yu, go and inform the other teachers now. Yes, Yamacho. The middle-aged man paused, then cupped his hands and said. The rest of the people felt a chill in their hearts. It wasn't easy to be a teacher of Yanhuang College, even though the salary was quite high. Li Zixuan stayed in the academy until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Only then did he settle all the matters in the academy. There were many things that he couldn't think of in detail at the beginning. He would only realize the problems when he actually did it. For example, the problem of notifying the examinees of their exam numbers. This way, he could determine the actual number of examinees participating in the exam in advance, and simplify the process of finding the exam venue. He didn't think of this before. There was also the problem of Arabic numerals in physics, chemistry, and geography. He didn't think about this before, and this made it difficult for many teachers to get started. Li Zixuan saw that no one was looking for him, so he returned to Cheng. However, he didn't go straight home. He wanted to find someone. Qin Shubao. Xiao Xian? Why are you here? At the entrance of Qin Manor he met Qin Huayu. It seemed that he had just returned from outside, but he didn't know where he came from. Yes. I'm here to find Uncle Qin. Huayu, where have you been? Li Zixuan asked with a smile. Qin Huayu made a please gesture and invited Li Zixuan into the house. Then he said, I just went to the Cheng family. Chimo has been busy preparing for the exam and encountered some problems. He asked me to help him. Li Zixuan asked curiously. What? When did Chou Niu become so serious? Hearing Li Zixuan's words, Qin Huayu also felt that it was a little funny. He said, Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to get into Yanhuang College? You know that he's not good at classical studies, so he can only rely on mathematics to score points. He said that if he can't even beat some students from other places who haven't been exposed to new mathematics, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Li Zixuan smiled and said, Yes, that would be embarrassing. As the two talked, they entered the front yard and came to the front hall. Not only was Qin Chong inside, but Chang Yaojin was also there. Hey! Huayu is back. How is it? Chou Niu should have no problems taking the exam the day after tomorrow, right? Chang Yaojin stood up and asked with wide eyes. Qin Huayu cupped his hands and said, With Chumo's wit, there shouldn't be any problems. Bulch *T. Chang Yaojin heard this and sneered. That little brat's whipped my ass. I say, Xiao Xian, if my Chou Niu really can't pass the exam, you have to give him more points. Otherwise, I won't be able to save my face. Li Zixuan almost fell to the ground. Chang Yaojin, how could you say such things in front of a junior? How shameless could you be? However, the friendship between the two families was obvious. This kind of small matter didn't affect the big picture. It wouldn't take much to pull strings under the table. Thus he said sullenly, Okay. Chapter 645. Jijie, how can you say something like that? And Xiao Xian, you're now the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. How can you agree to something like that? Qin Xiong's face turned red when he saw that Li Zixuan had agreed. Yes, he was embarrassed. He was embarrassed to be in the same group as Chang Yaojin and Li Zixuan. Qin Huayu covered his face and pretended that he did not hear anything. He quickly left this place of trouble. Chang Yaojin shrugged and said helplessly, Second brother, what do you want me to do? I don't want that brat to be as smart as Xiao Xian. I just want him to be as smart as your Huayu. But look, he's so much worse than Huayu. What else can I do other than give up my dignity and find a way out for him? Qin Xiong was speechless. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Uncle Cheng, you're too narrow-minded. Chou Niu might not be good at studying, but that doesn't mean he's not good at other things. As a general of the imperial court, shouldn't you be training him to fight? It would have been better if Qin Xiong did not say that. Chang Yaojin was furious when he said that. He said angrily, Hey, that brat is my son, but he hasn't even reached the threshold of the Qi transformation realm. He's embarrassing his father. Li Zixuan said helplessly, Fighting a war doesn't depend on one's martial arts. Uncle Li Jing, he's not that strong, is not good at martial arts, but he can still win battles? How can that brat be compared to Medicine Master? Medicine Master is proficient in the art of war and strategy. Even His Majesty is inferior to him. Even if there are 10 of Chou Niu. Sigh. Forget it. Let's not talk about that brat. Xiao Xian, what are you doing here today? Shouldn't you be busy with your academy? Chang Yaojin sighed and suddenly looked at Li Zixuan. Qin Xiong raised his head and looked at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan smiled and said, I'm here today to invite Uncle Qin to be the Academy's martial arts instructor. Before Qin Xiong could answer, Chang Yaojin couldn't help but interrupt. Martial arts instructor? Don't tell me you plan to teach martial arts at Yanhuang College? Li Zixuan shook his head and explained, That's not the case. What I'm thinking is to give the new students a month of military training. It's similar to military training. First, it's to strengthen their bodies. After all, these people usually study and their bodies are weak. Second, I want them to learn to understand the rules through this month of training. I want them to understand the rules like the sergeants of the Tang Empire's 16 guards. This was actually similar to the modern university military training. Those who had personally experienced the military training would definitely be able to sense the huge changes in a person's mental state before and after the military training. Living in ancient times, although he couldn't copy the modern model for everything, Li Zixuan felt that the military training system of the school in his previous life could still be copied. After hearing this, Chang Yaojin felt that Li Zixuan was taking things for granted. He smacked his lips and shook his head. Tisk tisk. You're dreaming, kid. But from what I see, if I were to train these students of yours for 2 days, they'd probably lose an arm or a leg and never be able to get out of bed again. Li Zixuan's face darkened. He cursed this old devil for not knowing how to talk. Qin Xiong was more mature than Chang Yaojin. He stroked his beard and said, Xiao Xian, your idea is indeed good. No matter when there are more people, discipline is needed. Otherwise, it will become a mess. But what Jijia said just now, although it's a bit rough, you have to seriously consider it. After all, these students are only here to learn, not to sell their lives. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Uncle Qin, don't worry. I've already thought about this. We can do something about the amount of training. This definitely can't be compared to the 16th Guard and the others. During the military training in the academy, the amount of training at the beginning is only half of that of the Imperial Guard. Later on, we'll slowly increase it, giving the students a gradual process of adaptation. This way, they should be able to endure it. Qin Xiong thought about it seriously for a while and finally nodded. Okay. I'll be the martial arts instructor for the academy. Li Zixuan said happily. Thank you, Uncle Qin. The academy will start the military training on the 20th of this month. Remember to go. Qin Xiong laughed and said, Haha. Don't worry, I'll remember. Hey. Xiao Xian, how can one martial arts instructor be enough? Why don't you invite me over? Are you looking down on old Cheng's kung fu? Or are you looking down on old Cheng's ability to lead an army? At the side, Chang Yaojin was unhappy and snorted. Li Zixuan's mouth twitched. When meeting such an unreasonable old man, you can only follow his wishes. Otherwise, he will continue to argue with you. Cough cough. Uncle Chang, I saw that Uncle Qin was idle at home and didn't have much work to do, so I invited him to be a martial arts instructor. I didn't mean to look down on you. Li Zixuan explained reluctantly. However, his words were not without reason. Previously, Qin Xiong was injured and didn't have to attend morning court or do any work. Although he still had the position of general of the left guards, in reality, in the current stable and unified environment of the Tang Empire, the position of general of the 16th Guard was only an empty position. He didn't have much work to do, and the ones who really handled the internal military affairs were the generals under him. Not long ago, Qin Xiong had completely recovered from his illness and made a breakthrough. Li Zixuan had thought of giving Qin Xiong some real work, but first there was no war in the Tang Empire, and there were very few places where Qin Xiong could use his skills. Second, even if there were suitable positions, there were already people in those positions. He couldn't just give Qin Xiong a position just because he had recovered from his illness, right? Therefore, things were delayed, and Qin Xiong was still in a state of idleness. But Chang Yaojin was different. This old demon's body was very good, and he ate very well. It was very rare to see him take sick leave. Therefore, he had a lot of responsibilities. Other than the empty title of Left Guard General, he was also the provincial governor of Luzhou, inspecting troops and garrison troops, and envoy in charge of the military of Lu, Rong, and Rong. He was a very busy man. After hearing Li Zixuan's explanation, Chang Yaojin felt a little better. He thought for a moment and said, When I'm free, I'll help second brother Qin teach those kids. Although my kung fu is not as good as second brother Qin's, I'm still very good at training troops. Xiao Xian, you're lucky. Li Zixuan secretly rolled his eyes and thought to himself, I don't think I'm the lucky one, but the new students of the academy are the unlucky ones. Chapter 646. After leaving the Qin residence, Li Zixuan rode his horse to the Li residence in satisfaction. It was September, and the weather was much cooler than before. Therefore, Li Zixuan chose to ride a horse when he went out. Big White's hooves, which had been nailed with iron, stepped on the limestone streets of Puqing, making clear clattering sounds. Looking at the various pedestrians on the streets, Li Zixuan sighed. Busy, busy, busy. Who are all the people busy for? Suddenly, Li Zixuan saw a familiar figure in front of him. Mr. Mo? Li Zixuan rode his horse and chased after him before shouting loudly. That person was Mo Huai, the Mo Huai who had applied for leave on his first day at work. However, there was a small group of people behind Mo Huai. There were both men and women, and there were about 40 people in total. Yamacho. Mo Huai stopped in his tracks when he heard that. He turned around and was shocked. He quickly cupped his hands at Li Zixuan. After Li Zixuan officially became the Yamacho of Yanhuang College today, all the teachers of the college, including Li Gang, directly called Li Zixuan Yamacho on formal occasions. They would only occasionally call him by his name in private. This was also to establish prestige for Li Zixuan. Okay, Li Zixuan responded. Then he got off his horse and looked at the people behind Mo Huai. He asked, Mr. Mo, these are? Mo Huai came to a realization and hurriedly introduced. Yamacho. These are the remaining core disciples of the Mo family. Previously, under the persuasion of you and Mr. Li Gang, I decided to let the Mo family enter the world. That day, I sent a command to the Mo family's encampment. Then they traveled day and night and finally arrived in Chang, and before Yanhuang College opened. Li Zixuan was moved. Mr. Mo, why are you in such a hurry? It won't affect them much even if they come later. It's too hurtful for them to travel like this. What do you mean by it doesn't matter if we come later? Are you looking down on us? While the two of them were talking, a clear and melodious female voice sounded from the side. Then, a bright-eyed young woman wearing a light blue dress and a green pleated skirt with scattered flowers and mist walked out from behind the Mo Huai tree. The girl was about 13 or 14 years old. Her shoulders were slender, her waist was slender, her skin was creamy, and her aura was like an orchid. Folding her slender waist and taking small steps, she presented her white wrist under the light muslin. Her eyes were like clear spring water, and her hair was tied up in a bun with a golden hairpin. It was decorated with purple jade, and its tassels sprinkled on her black hair. Her eyes were like water, but they were cold as ice, as if she could see through everything. Her fingers were slender, white with a hint of pink, as if water could be wrung out of them. Her red lips smiled sweetly, and her every move was like a dance. Although her delicate little face was cute and charming, her slightly furrowed eyebrows and unfriendly gaze made it obvious that this girl was not someone who could be easily bullied. How dare you? This is the current Yamacho of Yanhuang College. From now on, you will all be working in Yanhuang College. Hurry up and apologize to Yamacho. Mo Huai's expression changed, and he reprimanded sternly. No. Of course, the little girl was unconvinced. Li Zixuan smiled and said, It's fine, it's fine. It's my fault for not making it clear just now and causing this girl to misunderstand. That's more like it. The little girl in blue snorted proudly. Waiter, don't be rude. Mo Huai reprimanded again. It was obvious that his attitude towards this girl was different from his attitude towards Mo Zhong and Mo Yun. The girl didn't speak anymore. She lowered her head and secretly stuck out her tongue twice, looking very naughty. Mo Huai helplessly cupped his hands at Li Zixuan and said, Yamacho, this is my daughter Mo Lingwei. I've neglected her since she was young. Please don't take it to heart. Li Zixuan smiled and shook his head. Mr. Mo, you're thinking too much. Your daughter is lively and active. This is her nature. There's nothing bad about it. Besides, do I look like a petty person to you? When Mo Lingwei heard Li Zixuan praising her, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a beautiful arc. She thought to herself, this person is quite good with words. He's also quite good-looking. However, when she heard Li Zixuan's second half of the sentence, she was instantly unhappy. What did he mean by, do I look like a petty person to you? Wasn't he still saying that she was the one who had done something wrong? When she thought of this, Mo Lingwei couldn't help but raise her head. Her long, shapely eyebrows furrowed as she glared at Li Zixuan angrily. It had to be said that this girl was a person who liked to pick at words and haggle over them. Li Zixuan suddenly felt a murderous aura for no reason. When he found the source of the murderous aura, he couldn't help but touch his nose. He didn't know how he had offended this girl again. Mo Huai, who was opposite them, didn't notice the small movements of the two young people. At this moment he said gratefully, "Thank you, Yamacho, for your magnanimity." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Mr. Mo, you're welcome." Seeing her father, whom she had always admired, being polite to a young man who was about the same age as her, Mo Lingwei felt somewhat indignant. She tugged at Mo Zhong's arm and whispered, "You come here." Mo Zhong, who was listening attentively to his leader's speech, was instantly alerted by the girl's call. He gritted his teeth and quietly retreated to the back of the crowd with Mo Lingwei. "Mo Zhong, tell me honestly, who is that man? Why is father so polite to him?" When Mo Huai issued the order, he didn't mention what had happened before. He only ordered all the core disciples of the Mo family to immediately head to Chang'an City with light luggage. After Chang'an City was settled, they could return to the encampment to pick up their families. That was why Mo Lingwei asked this question. Mo Zhong carefully glanced in front. When he saw that Mo Huai wasn't paying attention to this side, he explained in a low voice, "Little sister Wei, that man is called Li Zishuan. He is the Crown Prince Zhan Shi, and His Majesty personally conferred the title of founding magistrate of the country. He is also the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. The newspapers with novels that you were reading earlier were founded by him. About half a month ago, he came to Chang'an City at the invitation of the former Crown Prince's Grand Preceptor, Li Gang." While Li Zishuan and Mo Huai were talking in front, Mo Zhong told Mo Lingwei about their bizarre experience in Chang'an City in full. After listening, Mo Lingwei couldn't help but open her mouth wide and murmur softly, "This man is actually so amazing? Oh no, oh no. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that I, Mo Lingwei, am the most knowledgeable among my peers?" "Little sister Wei, what did you say? What's amazing?" Mo Lingwei's voice was too soft, and they were on the street, so Mo Zhong couldn't hear her clearly. He asked in a low voice, Nothing. Nothing. Let's go and see if they're done talking. I'm so tired from walking all the way here. I want to take a good bath and sleep until tomorrow afternoon." Chapter 647. "Dad, it's getting late. Let's go back to the inn?" Mo Lingwei saw that Mo Huai and Li Zishuan were still chatting after so long, so she couldn't help but interrupt them. At the same time, she looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated expression. She was indeed very tired after walking all the way here. "Oh, indeed. I almost forgot the time. Mr. Mo, are you staying at an inn tonight?" Li Zishuan hurriedly said. Mo Huai nodded and said, "Yes, we've been staying at inns recently. Since His Majesty transferred our household registration to Plum Village, then we'll go to Plum Village to build houses in the future. However, I really don't have time recently, so I can only stay at an inn for the time being. Fortunately, His Majesty personally instructed, so the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs sent the Mo family's household registration over a few days ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to stay at an inn now." In ancient TV dramas or wuxia TV dramas, we often see a certain hero entering the door and shouting, "Waiter, 2 good guest rooms." Okay. Then the guests would immediately check in. Doesn't it seem very simple? However, the reality is definitely not like that. At this time, if you want to stay at an inn, you have to register your identity. Not only do you have to, but you also have to be checked very closely. However, it's not the modern ID registration. Foreigners need a customs clearance document, but locals need your household registration certificate. China's household registration system originated very early. During the spring and autumn period, it developed into a book club system. 25 houses formed a club. The club's household registration book is in the territory. During the Warring States period, the strong countries did not pay much attention to their people and implemented a system of counting. The local officials had to report the household registration status and tax revenue budget to the king every year. After Xiangyang's reform, the state of Qin strictly controlled household registration and combined it with military organization. 5 houses were the guarantee, and 10 houses were the company. After the Qin dynasty unified the country, the head of the Qin dynasty made the land real, and the fields were included in the household registration. In the Han dynasty, the household registration law was in August, and the land and other property owned by each household would be recorded in the household registration book as the basis for collecting population tax and assigning military service and labor. The household register was a combination of population, land, and taxes. The Han household register was created once every 3 years, and it was called the Big Competition. It was also recorded once every 3 years. The annual verification before the collection of taxes was called the Small Case Competition. The Tang dynasty also had a census every 3 years. It was up to the commoners to declare their household registration and fields themselves, and record them into their hands. Li Zheng would then create a household register based on their hands. According to the amount of assets of each household and the strength of its members, the officials would determine the number of households. Households were divided into 9 grades, and collect tax accordingly. The previous record had been changed to once a year, and the years between the 2 records would be recorded in the record book according to the handwritten reports of each year, which was equivalent to a record of abnormalities. In order to prevent people from understating their age or making false claims about sickness and old age, the officials would inspect the appearance of the people and call them group appearance. From this, it could be seen how strict the household registration system was in this era. If Mo Huai and the others were to register themselves, they would have to go through many obstacles in the process, and it would be easy to expose their identities as followers of the school of Mo. But if Li Er personally stepped in, the whole thing would be much simpler. This was equivalent to a country's #1 leader in the modern world, personally helping people to apply for an ID card. Wouldn't that mean that they could set up a household register wherever they wanted? Mr. Mo. It's my fault. I didn't expect the Mo family to arrive so quickly, and I didn't even have time to arrange your accommodations for you. I shouldn't have done that. I really shouldn't have done that. How about this, Mr. Mo? You take them to an inn for the next few days and ask for the best room. I'll bear all the expenses, including your and Mo Zhong's expenses these days. Li Zishuan suddenly remembered that he had promised Mo Huai that he would be in charge of settling everyone in the Mo family. In the end, they were all here, but he hadn't even prepared a place for them to stay. Wouldn't he have slapped his own face until it was swollen? Li Zishuan couldn't take it anymore. Hee. I didn't expect you to be so generous, Yamacho. Mo Lingwei's eyes couldn't help but light up as she laughed. Men didn't care about their living environment when they were outside, but women cared more. Therefore, Mo Lingwei was very happy when she heard Li Zishuan say that he would let them stay in the best rooms. Mo Huai scolded her with a headache. Then he said to Li Zishuan, Yamacho, actually there's no need. Sigh. Mr. Mo, you don't have to say anymore. I didn't make proper arrangements for this matter. Just do as I say. Besides, you know that I don't lack money. Li Zishuan really didn't say this last sentence to show off. It was because he really didn't lack money. Hey, that's right. Daddy, let's go back to the inn. Mo Lingwei pulled Mo Huai's arm and said. Mo Huai said helplessly, Thank you, Yamacho. In the next few days, I'll instruct the Mo family to build houses in Plum Village. Once they're done, we'll go to Plum Village to stay. Wait. When Li Zishuan heard that Mo Huai was going to Plum Village to build houses, he suddenly thought of something. After thinking seriously for a moment, he said, Mr. Mo, actually there's no need for you to build houses. There's a ready-made mansion in Plum Village that's empty now. Mo Huai said in surprise, Oh? May I ask, Yamacho, whose house is it? Can it be sold? Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, You don't have to buy it. I'll be able to get it by using my connections. However, it's been a long time since anyone lived there. It needs to be tidied up. Moreover, that house occupies a very large area. It's more time-consuming to tidy it up. It's already late today. You should go back to the inn to rest first. I'll bring you there tomorrow. Wow, there's such a good thing. Yamacho, quickly tell me who lived in this house before. Why did he move away? Mo Lingwei found it unbelievable that they had obtained a mansion as soon as they arrived in Chang'an. That house used to belong to a landlord in Plum Village. As for why he moved away, I'll tell you in detail tomorrow. Ink Girl and my brothers must be tired from the long journey. So let's go back to the inn to rest early. Li Zishuan smiled slightly. That's right. The house he was talking about was the Liu family's mansion. It was Lu Shuren who was chased away by the people of Plum Village. Half a year ago, Lu Shuren was attacked by all the villagers and was forced to flee. After that, his mansion had been empty. Occasionally, beggars would pass by and sneak in to stay for 2 nights. However, they would usually be discovered by the people of Plum Village within 2 days and be chased away. How wasteful would it be to leave this house empty? It would be better to renovate it and give it to a Mo Huai. Anyway, this house was big enough. It wouldn't be a problem for these people to stay in it for a while. Chapter 648. The next day, Li Zixuan arrived at Yanhuang College early in the morning because he received news that there was a mess at the college. It was just a small mess, but it was really funny. The situation was like this. Yesterday afternoon, some of the college teachers who lived in Chang and naturally went home when they saw that it was time. However, a considerable number of them were not from Chang and their homes were far from the college, so they enjoyed the treatment of living in a dormitory for the first time in their lives. However, this dormitory was different from any room they had lived in before. Yanhuang College's classroom dormitory was similar to a modern university or middle school teacher's dormitory. Correspondingly, the student dormitory was also similar to a modern student dormitory. The teachers who lived in this dormitory for the first time used the keys they received from Li Gang during the day and smoothly opened the room door. They lit the candlesticks in the room first and looked at the neatly arranged bedside cabinets and quilts in the room. They were quite happy and felt that the environment here was better than some of the big inns in Chang'an City. Then they went to wash up and sleep. They saw that there was a small room in the innermost part of the dormitory. Many people guessed that it was a place to wash up. They went in and took a look. Well, there was a snow-white porcelain wash basin, a shiny water pipe, and even a small fairy mirror. Everyone felt that this dormitory was really too extravagant. Then when they went to the toilet, they were instantly dumbfounded. Well, this white and smooth pit was the toilet. They used it during the day. They had a stomachache, so they went to the toilet. But this place was connected to the sleeping area. And there was no water next to the toilet to flush the poop. If they pooped here, how would they sleep at night? It should be noted that Yanhuang College only has the dormitory and bathhouse water pipes. The other buildings are relatively tall and use a lot of water overall. The amount of work needed to send enough water to the water tower at the top of the building is very large. Currently, there is no water supply for these buildings. Therefore, in Guanghua Building, Red Building, and other buildings, there is a bucket of water next to the toilet. Damn, this was not the most important point. The most important point was that after they pooped, they suddenly found that there was no toilet paper? How could this be? These people didn't notice the roll of white toilet paper in the display window. Perhaps even if someone saw it, they wouldn't think that it was used to wipe ones, but after all, to the ancient scholars, paper was a very precious thing. As a result, many dormitories were instantly filled with the sound of calling friends. Brother Sima, are you there? I'll have to trouble you to help me get a toilet token. Toilet token? Oh, wait a moment, Brother Han. I'll go out and take a look. Brother Shangguan, do you have any toilet chips in your house? Can you lend it to me? Brother Yuan, wait, let me see. Hey, I don't have any toilet chips in my room. Then Brother Shangguan, can you go out and help me find a piece? I remember that there is a bamboo forest behind our academy. All right, Brother Yuan, please wait for a moment. I'll get 2 more pieces while I'm at it. This was the idea of those who knew the names of their neighbors. But some people were assigned dorms, and they did not even know the people next to them. What should they do? I can't chop bamboo naked, right? Hey, it seems like I can. Anyway, it's dark at night and no one can see. Therefore, no one would have thought that the world's top academy 10 years later would have such an unbearable scene when it was just established. Oh, here comes another one. It stinks. Ugh. Isn't it 2F** King smelly? One can imagine how smelly it is to make a group of cultured people swear. No, I have to finish chopping quickly and go back. Hey, who the F***ck touched my butt? F***ck Old Gong, was it you? There are so many calluses on your hands. It must be you. Last night, the night was dark and the wind was strong. There was no moon or stars, and it could be said that one could not see his fingers in front of him. These people painstakingly found the location of the bamboo forest and helplessly found that there were so many accomplices there. Therefore, such a conversation occurred. Li Zixuan had previously asked people to transplant the bamboo forest for the students to enjoy and cultivate their moral character. Because of this, they made a foul atmosphere. Mo Zhong, ask all the teachers to gather at the teachers' dormitory. When they arrived at Yanhuang College, Li Zixuan said to Mo Zhong with a dark face. Mo Huai was now the head of the physics department of the academy, and was also one of the big shots of the academy. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun were not as capable as Mo Huai. Originally, the two of them had applied to Li Zixuan to be the guards at the academy's gate. However, Li Zixuan felt that their kung fu was good, and it would be a waste to use them as gatekeepers. Therefore, he asked them to run errands and pass on messages to him. 23333. Speaking of which, there doesn't seem to be much of a difference between gatekeepers and runners. Yes, Yamacho. A quarter of an hour later, all the teachers of Yanhuang College came downstairs to the teachers' dormitory. When they saw Li Zixuan's expression, the people who stayed at the academy last night lowered their heads in guilt. Those who did not stay at the academy also looked very embarrassed. Obviously, they knew about the setback that happened at the academy last night. Li Gang came later. After all, he was old, so he did not know. At this moment, looking at this strange scene, the old man felt that his brain was not enough to process. Dear teachers, I am very sorry about what happened at the academy last night. I am responsible for it. For many people, Yanhuang College is a new thing that they have never seen before. However, as Yamacho, I did not teach you how to use these new things in advance. This is my fault. Today, I will take you to familiarize yourself with all the things in the academy. In the future, when the students enter the academy, don't forget to teach them all of these things. Li Zixuan did not blame them. His expression was ugly because too many problems were exposed on the first day of operation of Yanhuang College. These problems proved that there was a big blind spot in his thinking. He always felt that these modern things in Yanhuang College were very convenient for him, but he forgot that the people around him were all from the Tang dynasty. Thus, there was the absurd phenomenon that the physics teacher could not understand the formulas with Arabic numerals in the book, and the residential teachers did not use ready-made toilet paper to use the toilet and had to go out to chop bamboo naked. When everyone heard this, they secretly thought that Yamacho was really reasonable today. Therefore, they all said politely, "Hey Yamacho, you are too serious." Yes. No wonder Yamacho. Oh.